Okay, so it's gonna be weird. And also, it's doing this again. Okay, my bad, people. Ah, there it is. Okay, hello. I'm very prepared. Very prepared once again, always. Hello, everybody. How are you doing on this day of the week that I know? I know what today is. Yesterday was Friday, right? Where is Saturday? Are we? Where's Saturday? Oh, this is what Sparkler was trying to use. What was it? I'm currently washing my face. How are you doing this weekend? I'm doing okay. It's been my first night yesterday sleeping without sleeping pills, which obviously I slept later compared to when I went to bed. So this was to be expected, but also I'm gonna do something. I think there's one thing that I can do. No, go back. Ah, I don't know about the sound of the game. So, I slept a bit too late. I can hear game. You can hear it, but right now it's just the opening screen. Sometimes they put the sound pretty low here, so it's okay right now. We can barely hear it probably. But when we get into the game, I hope it won't, one, blast our ears, two, be too low. And because it's in borderless right now, that means each time I'm switching to OBS, it almost quits the game in a way. So, I mean, it's gonna be one little tweak. But yeah, I feel great. I woke up kind of early, not as early as I wish. I might need to get more sleeping pills. I'm gonna wait like 3 or 4 days before that. Oh, thank you. Obviously, I forgot about this. Next setup, my nemesis. I really need to set up a button that just opens every window I need. I keep forgetting this one in particular. Sorry for the scam. There, should be up. Consider yourself refunded. Alright. I'm wondering one thing. Also, this is on controller. Ah, but that's it. It's not the right one. And I did put in the right one. I say we get started right away. Because I have no idea how this is gonna be. I don't even know how it runs, which I should have tried earlier. Let me just before that. The good sound of my energy coming to my blood veins. For me, it's not a scam, even if no visual go off, because I just want the sentiment to get across. Thank you. I also feel that way, but you never know. Some people might do it for the visuals. New game. Do not hesitate, either you, Shadow, or Sparkly, to tell me right away once it starts how the sound is, so that I can fix it quickly and we can get that out of the way. The blood veins as opposed to the veins that don't carry blood. Exactly. You get me? See? Do you want the guide to gameplay to be displayed? We recommend that first time players select yes. Now saving. Okay. So I am guessing that there's some replayability. This story is a work of fiction. Name, characters, places, and incidents either are products of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Oh. Okay, so the sound I'm pretty sure is okay. Might be a little too loud, but... So where are the Phantom Thieves in this? I love the fucking music. It's so detective Siri from like 20 years ago. I love it. It's camp to me. Ooh. A bit loud. Okay. I would say this is good. Sorry for the pauses. Honestly, good job with the fucking music. It's good. I like it. The world doesn't change so easy. That's the name of the song. Does it tell us anything? Huh. Live action. I'm so hyped. It's the music. I don't know what it is. It makes me happy. Ooh, there are some VFX. Big yellow peepee. Oh, what are these called? Big Shinjuku hostage. Hostage at an office in Shinjuku. The perpetrator barricaded himself. 3 hours have passed. Blimp or dirigible? Oh, dirigible sounds like the French version. Itajima might be the name of the aggressor. And he has some history with the company. Oh, the guy was writing "I've been deceived, Alpha." I'm gonna try to summarize a little bit what the subtitle says, because it's not in English. The voices. The voices! So that dude has been abducted and... Oh, the car exploded. So that dude is dead. Okay. I think this game is gonna be hard to just watch in the background. Shibuya's story is yours to tell. It's gonna be hard to follow in the background because the voices are in Japanese. Achi. Oh! Oh my god! That UI! As you play through the game, the various mechanics will be explained. In 428, you follow the stories of multiple protagonists at once. Your decisions impact their experiences as you read the story. What does the day hold in store? Their fate is in your hands. Hopefully, you can see them all through to the end. To start, you have 2 characters, Shinya Kano and Achi Endo. Let's begin by checking out Kano's story. Wow! What a pose, right. They move! Ah, that's so weird! So this is Kano. We can't... Oh, no, this is Kano and this is Achi. I see how it is. Oh! It feels so weird. I love it. Just 2 more minutes to go. Shinya Kano noted the time again on his watch, scowling at the slow creep of the second hand. The time was 9:58 a.m. Furrows of consternation creased his forehead. He wasn't nervous, but he knew better than to expect everything to go smoothly. Okay, so Kano has some sort of plan. Partner in Time. I'm a big fan of this game, but yet prepare for a lot of tutorial stuff because the unique writing structure makes the game's first hour its worst part. Oh, do not worry. I do not care about tutorial. We just finished Persona 5 and that game had tutorials to the end. Also, welcome to the chat. I'm excited about what they have for us, yeah. So Kano has some sort of plan, or at least is waiting for 10 a.m. to be there. No idea. Keeping a level head was proving rather difficult. There was no room for failure. Ooh, lives were on the line here. Oh, that's crazy, the black screen. He eyed his surroundings. Was the perp really going to show up? He has a sort of okay date. Meet up with the perpetrator from the hostage situation we just saw. Because as you can see, the game is split into in-universe hours. As a result, a bunch of flashbacks are needed at the beginning to make sure the story doesn't slow down when going to late hours. Understood. I love the music. When? Where would he be coming from? How would he make his approach? I feel the tension. The Shibuya Scramble was as packed as ever. A throng of people crossing this way and that, blissfully unaware of the dozens of detectives hidden in its midst. Ooh. All right, another minute and a half. What a haircut! Kano glanced down at his watch yet again. A mere 30 seconds had passed. Detective Kano had been with the enforcement arm of Shibuya's criminal affairs section for a year now, but he'd never been part of an operation this big before. Oh, she's pretty. He eyed the young woman standing beside the statue up ahead. It's Hachiko! She was small enough to get lost in the crowd, and she carried a nondescript attaché case. Oh. Hello? Hitomi Osawa, age 19. The attaché case in her hands contained a full 50 million yen in cash. Yesterday, her twin sister Maria had been kidnapped. This was the ransom payment. The culprit had called Hitomi last night, at home, referring to her by name and telling her to wait by the statue of Hachiko in Shibuya. Okay. It was almost time, but nothing. Reason I'm looking at more for 28 Shibuya Scramble is because the original game released in 2008. You can feel that. I love it. And a year ago, the long-awaited follow-up has been announced to have a 2028 release date. Is it? I didn't know about this. I keep winning. What other game did I play for the first time and there was a follow-up announced like for the next year? I can't stop winning. Oh my god. Oh, if I love this game. And just so you know, in time, I'm gonna call you in time. I love detective games. I love them so much. I'm on the search for more. So, it was almost time, but nothing. Kano was staring fixedly at the second hand on his watch when a homeless man sitting on the sidewalk murmured just loud enough for him to hear. The new Shibuya Scramble game will be called Shibuya Scramble Stories. Ah, there's already the tag for streaming. When I set up my stream, I saw that. You're the luckiest person right now for games. Oh my god, you have so many to choose from. Ah! But then there would be one day where I played through them all. And then what? And then what? Come on, Kano. Quit looking at your watch so much. What if the kidnapper sees you? Why can't he be the MC? I want to follow him. Hello, sailor! Ziggy, that's physically not possible. Hey, I'm not interested in every fucking game on the earth. I'm not gonna play most of the games out there. Kano tried to look nonchalant as he lifted his eyes, but the scruffy character continued. You're too nervous. Just relax already. You're the one acting suspicious, Sasayama. Kano frowned. Why would some homeless guy be talking to me? Yuji Sasayama was the senior officer of the Shibuya Precinct's Criminal Affairs Division, 5 years older than Kano. 5 years? Those were some rough 5 years. Some words and phrases in the text appear in blue. These are called tips. Press, I guess it's X on my controller to underline a tip, then press what I can only deduce is A for me. I usually use PIT or PIT, but I had to use the full unabbreviated name on Twitch because PIT was taken already. Other social media I go by PIT. Is it PIT or is it PIT? I'm gonna try to use the correct one. This will let you read some extra info relating to that word or phrase. There are tips containing general knowledge and ones that are 428 specific. These are marked with a what are these called again? Magnifying glass and a 428 respectively. I prefer the pronunciation of PIT. Okay. Yeah, square is X. Triangle is Y. Circle is B. Cross is A. Okay, because I've been pressing A this whole time, so that should be fine. So he said that. Okay, so it is X. Shibuya Precinct. Official name, Shibuya Central Precinct. Responsible for the safety of approximately 200,000 people in 32 neighborhoods, including Uehara, Ugui-Sudanicho, Udakawa-cho, Ebisu, Ebisu-Nishi, Ebisu-Minami, Oyama-cho, Kamiyama-cho. Okay. There's a bunch. Thank you. So that's our chief, senior officer, and he is 5 years older than Kano, the MC. He always went a little overboard with the disguises, and he is disguised as a homeless man. He claimed it was all part of the job, but word around the station was that he just liked playing dress up. Hey, fair! You go! Oh, hey pal, spare some change? Sasayama lurched to his feet and shuffled in close to Kano. Hey, knock that off! Fittingly for the part, Sasayama reeked pretty badly. Are we sure that's not just Sasayama? Thankfully, I grew up on OG Xbox, so I understand its input binding, and now I stick to PlayStation, so I can convert both controls to each other. The only controller that I know are Nintendo, because I was on the Nintendo DS, and then the Wii, and then the Wii U. I was like, dang, I know that by instinct, sorry. I heard this game is torture? No idea. You need to ask Pit. Well, ain't so suspicious now, huh? He clung to Kano with mock camaraderie, despite the younger man's attempts to pull away. Come on, Sasayama, cut it out! Sasayama's blithe confidence rattled Kano's nerves. Of course, there was a good reason for that confidence. This was Kano and Sasayama's jurisdiction, but they were positioned a good distance from where the handoff was to take place. Jurisdiction, a particular region over which an organization or a member thereof has control or authority, refers here to the areas under the jurisdiction of various police precincts. The Metropolitan Police Department, at the pinnacle of Tokyo's police hierarchy, has vastly more authority than local precincts, but since many officers wind up needing to work with both, the outright rivalry between the two isn't as notable as TV dramas may make it seem. For those who hate reading, fortunately, I love reading. I'd love for Tiggy to get tortured, what the fuck? We got a whole ass visual novel during Nier Replicant. Sadly, Tiggy is a veteran now. I love that part. No, you're good, completely understandable for you, and I'm sure you'll get the hang of it by the end. Hopefully. The statue of Hachiko was surrounded by elite investigators from one of HQ's special investigation teams. Sometimes 2 or more tips will appear on a single screen. Press square repeatedly to change which words are underlined. Highlight the tip you wish to read, then press X. Continue pressing square or press... Okay. to return to reading the story. So we have statue of Hachiko, bronze statue of a dog erected in 1934. The dog was famous for loyally waiting for his absent master, well known as a meetup spot outside of Shibuya Station. Other popular meetup spots at the station are the display car for the original Tokyo 5000 series, commonly known as the Green Frog, and the Moyai statue by the west entrance. I didn't know about that car, nor the statue. The Green Frog? Interesting. HQ here refers to the Metropolitan Police Department, the Tokyo Police Section responsible for managing 101 precincts within the city, Japan's largest police organization. In addition to policing Tokyo, it has various other duties and authorities for maintaining public order in the capital. Gotcha. Damn Nintendo, let's Twewy free? Twewy? If you like Tiggy's voice accent antics, welcome. If you don't, well, we don't talk about those people. So far, it's 100% success rate. I'm just this lovable. Ew. I'm at Cinnamon Rolls today. Oh. Kano and his partner were just there to provide backup if the kidnapper attempted to flee. Look, just try to relax. We'll be fine. Sasayama gave him a wink. A moment later, the radio screeched in Kano's ear. Alright everyone, it's time. Keep your eyes open. Oh, hello! The voice coming in through the earpiece was Koji Kudze. Oh, I don't have good memories of anyone named Kudze. I will pass, although they sound really tasty, I'm sure it will be the opposite by the time I reach it. True. Operations Director. The individual responsible for directing the investigation in the event of a serious crime. If a task force is set up, the Operations Director is the one who assumes command. TV dramas and other fictional accounts often feature some young prodigy from the MPD as Operations Director, but in reality, the position usually goes to a proven veteran. Until last year, he'd been the Shibuya Precinct's head detective and Kano's supervisor. We don't know when the perp is going to make contact. Don't let your guard down. Kuze's low, gravelly voice echoed in Kano's ears. TWUWI is an acronym for The World Ends With You. Ooh. That rings a bell. He's so cute! Listen, I love Sasayama. Look at him! He's so cute! Look at his cheeks! You don't sound too worried, Kuze. Kano winced at Sasayama's words. How could the man be so nonchalant? The appointed time had come and gone. Something should be happening. TWUWI. Whap! Kano smacked himself in the thigh to release a little tension. What the? The sound was louder than he'd intended. Though the suit hid his muscular physique, it did little to dampen the noise. He needed to stay focused. He might be called to action at any moment. Doesn't she remind you of Makoto from Yakuza? You might have heard of Neo The World Ends With You, which released in 22. Maybe. I would need to see some visual. Me and names. The department handled abduction cases according to a certain standard investigation procedure. Was it an attempt to extort money, or was the motive something personal? The answer to that question determined how they deal with the criminal. And based on the investigations team's initial findings this time around, they probably weren't dealing with a professional kidnapper. Now she just needs to have vision loss. I mean, her vision is pretty lost in the crowd. You could tell me she's blind and I would believe you. Still, in all likelihood, it was someone with quite a long rap sheet. Probably someone who knew the family, but so far they had few leads on who might bear such a grudge. With the situation so unclear, the plan was to apprehend whomever came to make the handoff on site. If the culprit ran with the money, there'd be no guarantee of the hostage's well-being. Hmm, still nothing, Sasayama muttered. There he is! He's here! Kuze broke in, his voice spiking into an excited chirp. Why is that highlighted? Kuze's particular vocal quirk. Whenever he gets overly flustered, excited, or panicked, he slips into a childish register, prone to babbling and pitching his voice. What? What does that sound like? Well, it's cool that both 428, Shiren the Wanderer, and Danganronpa are all getting new games from Chunsoft. The big return quartet isn't complete without a brand new Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game. The world has yearned for it for almost 11 years. It is truly a underappreciated franchise. It's probably one of my first ever Pokemon game on the Nintendo. I forgot which one it was. I do remember which Pokemon you could get through a personality test. But I don't remember. Ooh, Mystery Dungeon? I had it. I lost it. If they could also churn out some more AI the Samyam file, I would be happy. Because yes, this is the same company, I think, if I remember correctly. So my boy Kuze chirps, okay? Subject is a young male in his 20s, wearing a bandana and an orange hoodie. Kuze, normally calm and stoic, was now squawking. I don't know how to pronounce this. Squawking? Like an excited child. I think it's the same. I don't know if it's the same devs. Yeah, it is the same. Nice. They do a lot of detective games. I wish they did more. That only happened when he got particularly worked up. Kano and Sasayama stilled themselves. Come on, kitty. Leave. You cannot stay here. Oh my god. They could see the subject now. I mean, he looks like a part-timer handing out flyers. A 20-something male nonchalantly approached Hitomi to talk to her. Alright, people, be ready to grab this guy. Kuze was stationed in the mobile command center, not far from the intersection, keeping tabs of the situation via video surveillance from the camera team. The young man started speaking enthusiastically to Hitomi. The detectives watched, uncertain. Was this really the kidnapper? You'll encounter selections like this during the story. These choices will change the lives of other people, in addition to changing your own fate. Use the arrows to make your choice, then press X. The current choice will not impact you or any of the other protagonists. Okay, was this really the kidnapper? That's got to be him! Kano took a step forward, then hesitated. The situation still wasn't entirely clear. He needed to get a better look at things. Huh. I'm of the belief that we don't have enough proof. The guy just came to her and he seems to be working. He has flyers and everything. He's talking to her. He doesn't seem like... I'm gonna say the situation still wasn't entirely clear. He needed to get a better look at things. The newcomer held a bundle of letter-sized paper, which he showed to Hitomi as he went on talking. He tried to hand her one of the papers, but she pointedly ignored him. Undeterred, the man kept trying to foist it off on her. Hitomi refused to respond, becoming as motionless as the statue of Hachiko behind her, until finally the man gave up and walked away. See? It wasn't him! Oh my god, what's that face? I guess it wasn't him. Kano felt the tension of the moment linger in his spine. Yeah, you're seeing here how complex the decision can get. Some can mean nothing, others can mean something, but you won't know until later. Are you supposed to replay that game over and over? Guy must have been hitting on her, Sasayama muttered. Why is this highlighted? Succeeding at meeting someone on the fly like this takes a special knack. Looks are also important. Sometimes, of course, the person trying to get your attention out of nowhere is just trying to make a sale pitch, for a product or a nearby establishment. At first glance, it isn't always easy to tell the difference. The reason I mentioned the game is because both the Hachiko statue and the Maui statue are prominent in the first game. Interesting. I mean, she is pretty cute and all. He had a point. Though, of course, something in Sasayama's voice made Kano brace himself. She's got nothing on my Mi-chan. Mi-chan was Sasayama's wife. They'd gotten married just last month. I love a man who's a little rough and loves his wife. Hell yeah! Let me tell you, Kano, married life is the best. You gotta hurry and give it a try for yourself. He's talking about it like it's some sort of ice cream. It's a well-known part of Japanese culture, yeah. This was Sasayama's favorite topic lately, and Kano was getting more and more fed up with it. Sasayama, come on, just knock it off, okay? The phrase had become a common refrain of his since the department partnered them. Fine, fine. Let's talk about your girlfriend then. He has a girlfriend? Huh? Now? You can't be serious. Sasayama leaned in close again. What's she like? We are not having this conversation. Kano muttered, looking away. Oh, come on. Sasayama set his hand on Kano's chest, still playing the homeless troublemaker. Show me your phone. Let me see your lock screen. Huh? Sasayama paused for the phone. You've got a pic of your girl on your lock screen, yeah? I do not. But he did. It was scary how on the mark Sasayama's instincts were. Hey, cut it out. We're in the middle of an investigation. I am investigating, Sasayama chuckled as he plucked the phone from Kano's pocket. The magnifying glass type tips might even make you learn a bit more about Japan from time to time. In a whimsical sort of tone, it's cute. I can't wait. Look at him. His face crunched up with astonishment as he looked at the lock screen. The heck is this? It's not. Ain't this Masami Nagahama? Who's that? A national star. Tends to play the heroine on national morning soap opera or in national historical dramas. Her songs have been a series of national hits, and she's even stated to host the year-end national singing competition program. Everything about her is national. Wow. That dude with the bad haircut got that girlfriend, or is he just a fan? Kano realized he had to bite the bullet. No, that's my girlfriend. Her name's Rumi, and she's... Sasayama cut him off. You're telling me this ain't Masami Nagahama, the famous actress? Because this right here is Masami Nagahama. Like I said, you sly old dog. Trying to make like you're dating Masami Nagahama. The 428 tag will make you know it's solely in-universe or not. That's what the tutorial told us, yeah. Oh, he has a wedding ring. I guess Rumi does kind of look like her. Sasayama let out a huff. It's following me. It's following me on every game. For real? You really think I'm gonna fall for that? There's nothing to fall for, I swear. Sasayama scolds, unconvinced. Alright then, why don't you marry her? Kano stammered, but he had no answer. The truth was, he would have happily married her already, but there were obstacles that needed to be overcome. Okay, playtime's over. Let's focus on the job. Sasayama handed back Kano's phone and turned his gaze back to Hitomi. Kano let out a quick, uneasy sigh. Ryuji lives forever. He could pay rent. He could sub. Doesn't he sub? But his shoulders did feel looser. Maybe Sasayama had been trying to relieve a bit of the tension. Maybe he should be grateful. So you have the goofy senior partner and the inexperienced type of genius, maybe underclassmen but not in class. I forgot. A kohai. That is probably way too serious. I love this. But now several minutes had passed since the guy with the papers had gone away. He peered at Hitomi. The strain on her face was visible. In addition to the weight of the attaché case itself, the 5,000, 10,000 yen bills it held weighed close to 6 kilos. Her slender arms must have been getting tired. Still, she refused to set the case down. She wasn't taking any chance with her sister's life. The kidnapping case had begun the day before, at around 7 p.m. This is MPD dispatch. The Shibuya precinct is reporting a missing person believed to be an abduction. In Japanese law, the act of indirectly luring or deceiving someone into the control of a third party is known as kidnapping. Using forcible threats of violence to achieve the same result is known as an abduction. Ooh, interesting fact. By the way, I'm gonna check everything. Anytime it's underlined, I'm checking it. Flashback time, yeah. Subject is Maria Osawa, a 19-year-old student at Midoriyama Academy, last seen at the LL Diner near campus. A man was allegedly seen forcing her into a car nearby. All officers in the vicinity report to the scene at once. Kano and Sasayama had been working a burglary case in Jingumei's 5th district when they got the call. The two arrived at the LL Diner at 7:15 p.m. At roughly the same time, several other officers showed up to secure the area, blocking off entry to nearby roadways and monitoring the surrounding establishments. You should get an audio clip of Ryuji saying it. That's not a challenge. And make a comment so that anytime someone says for real inside it plays the sound bites. It would become horrible. I know at least one person that would spam the fuck out of it. Inside the restaurant, Kano and Sasayama were met by the girl who'd reported the kidnapping. It was the victim's twin sister, Hitomi. Could you tell us about when Maria was taken, starting from the very beginning? Kano said, keeping his voice low. My sister and I, we were supposed to go to a party together today. Hitomi was trembling, her voice hoarse. But I messed up the time. I showed up right at 7, an hour later than I was supposed to. So Maria had gone alone to the party, a mixer for locals and exchange students. Hitomi, arriving late, had showed up just in time to glance out through the restaurant window and see her sister getting shoved into a car. She described the vehicle as a blue station wagon of Japanese make. Why would something like this happen to her? Hitomi held back her tears, but she was shaking all over. Did you get a look at the kidnapper? Yes, it was a man, middle-aged. There was another eyewitness, Lalonde Palmer. White! He identified himself as a lecturer at Hitomi and Maria's school. I saw too. It's like Hitomi says. I heard Hitomi cry out, and so I went to the window to look. Leland. Okay, Sir Leland. And his Japanese was halting, as if he hadn't been in the country very long. And I think that maybe the kidnapper was working alone. Leland explained that he'd seen the man shove Maria into the back seat, then clamber into the driver's seat. If he had an accomplice, wouldn't they have been driving? Neither Hitomi nor Leland had gotten a look at the suspect's face. Kana was interviewing others who had been on the scene, looking for other potential witnesses, when his phone rang. It was Yoshio Kajiwara, one of the senior detectives. We've set up a task force for the investigation. Get back to the station once you have a handle on the situation there. Barely half an hour had passed between the time the kidnapping was reported and the time the task force began operation. Roughly 150 people are working on the case in the Shibuya Precinct's conference room. 150! Damn! The main force at work is HQ's First Special Investigation Unit. Additionally, other detective sections, as a riot squad, and investigators from neighboring precincts have been assembled. I'll need to make more pauses to drink than usual. When Kano and Sasayama got back to the precinct station, Kute had already arrived from HQ. He informed them that a response team had been formed to investigate the victim's home. In a case where someone has been abducted for ransom, it is often difficult to resolve the situation without cooperating with the victim's family, but the family can also be a hindrance in making an arrest. To help guide the family's action, a response team is assembled and stationed at the victim's home, led by an investigator with the proper training. You see that a lot in cop shows, where sometimes they are waiting for a call from the abductor or from the perp, and they let it ring, and the response team are telling the family how to respond, like what to look for, what to ask, how to answer, like what tone and stuff. Kano could feel a peculiar tension in the air. Unfamiliar MPD detectives scurried to and fro around the Shibuya offices. He pulled one of them aside to get a quick update. An hour had now passed since the kidnapping. There had been one new development. The perp had made a threatening call to the victim's home. He said the following: "Tomorrow, 10 a.m., by Hachiko in Shibuya. Have the sister, Hitomi, bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit." Didn't say anything about the police being there. Kajiwara from the precinct was put on the response team, along with detectives from elsewhere who'd received special training in abduction cases. Normally, a local precinct detective wouldn't have gone undercover in a victim's home. Kuze, however, had decided that having a knowledgeable local was crucial and had sent Kajiwara along. The detectives disguised themselves as delivery people and movers to make their way inside without arousing suspicion, arriving there at 8:30. The response team had come prepared to run a trace if the kidnapper contacted the family a second time. I'm guessing that means tracing the call? The act of pinpointing the source of an incoming phone call. The police are not allowed to do this independently, without oversight. They must go through a formalized process that includes securing the cooperation of the phone company. In the past, conducting the trace itself would take time, but nowadays acquiring the location can be practically instantaneous. But there were no further calls. And they didn't take the money, despite not telling her not to call the police or get the police involved. So what got them to not show up? Kano checked his watch again. 20 minutes had now passed since the time designated for the ransom handoff. The kidnapper had yet to appear. Crap, do you think we might have spooked him? He wondered aloud. Hey, stay calm. Sasayama scanned the passing throng. He's just playing with us. Why did this guy even pick this place? Kano voiced the question he'd been asking himself ever since he'd heard the kidnapper's demands. Because it's highly populated, and when you make a run for it, you're becoming invisible in the crowd, maybe? Sasayama shrugged. Figure he must want to blend in with the crowd, nab the money, and disappear before anyone knows he's there, would be my guess. In that case, why not pick Shinjuku or Ginza? The big crowd didn't just benefit the kidnapper after all. It also allowed the police to use the sea of people to conceal their own operation. Hi Zero, welcome to this visual novel with live action. Right now, there were 50 detectives stationed within a 50-meter radius of where Hitomi stood. One detective each meter? Wow. The kidnapper would be taking a major risk if this plan was to nab the ransom money and run. That's what bothered Kano. Any criminal with half a brain would know better than to do a handoff in front of Hachiko. You're overthinking the things, pal, Sasayama grumbled. No, I'm not. Kano reached into his pocket and pulled out his notepad. This was Kano's dick diary, which he always kept close at hand. His what diary? Is he checking every person he meets dick and writing them in there? What the? Sasayama rolled his eyes. That thing again? Kano ignored him, flipping through the notepad pages. Aha! Here it is. Damn, you're not using that efficiently. Each letter takes like 1/5 of the page. Dick dictum number 1989. Hey, I someone file reference. The more irrelevant something seems, the more relevant it's bound to be. It was a favorite saying of Kyuzo Tateno, an assistant inspector from the Shibuya precinct. Tateno was the kind of detective Kano aspired to be. For the current operation, he'd been placed in charge of Hitomi's personal safety. He was in position to defend her as soon as the ransom had been handed off. Of course, Hitomi hadn't been informed of how much protection she was under. There was a risk that if she acted too secure, it might alert the kidnapper. There's something lost in translation, must be. What could it be? What's a dick pad? Dick dictum is so funny. Isn't there a movie about like Roman Empire where there's that one scene where I don't know if it's the emperor or somebody is talking to a soldier and is like, do you think the name biggest dickest is funny? And you have the soldier struggling with his life not to burst out laughing because he's not allowed. And apparently that scene was even not in the script. Biggest dickest, yeah. As it would be a very normal name in ancient Roman Empire. Not. But like it wasn't scripted at all. So the guy was actually struggling to keep a straight face. Don't forget his wife, Incontinentia. Why are you guys repeating it? Am I missing something? I think Tateno has the right idea. Sasayama snorted quietly. Maybe. I mean, he's a great detective. Don't get me wrong. But do you know how many irrelevant things there are to consider? Again, Kano ignored him. It didn't matter if nobody else understood. Monty Python movie. The Life of Brian. I didn't know. I never watched it. Lots of classic I haven't watched. Kano had faith in Tateno, as both a detective and as an individual. He had first witnessed Tateno's brilliance during a standoff at a financial company 3 years earlier. A man had shot himself in an office, splashing gasoline everywhere and threatening to set the place ablaze. I don't know if I pronounced it shot himself, but he shot himself. I was like, how did he shoot himself and then pour gasoline everywhere? That was the entire joke about Bickus Dickus. He kept repeating the unscripted name with a straight face while everyone was trying to not bust out laughing. Ah, that must have been so funny. While the others hesitated, Tateno unflinchingly doused himself with gasoline and strode into the building, where he managed to talk the men down and secure the scene. Wow. The others had been awestruck by Tateno's actions, and Kano, who at the time had been content to be a run of the mill policeman, had found it quite inspiring. Oh, no pay! No pay at all. Wow. Still, Sasayama murmured under his breath. As great a detective as Tateno is, it's not like anyone else in the world has ever heard of him. I suppose not, Kano said. So? Only time anyone ever hears a cop's name is if he's caught up in some scandal or killed in the line of duty. I mean, doesn't really seem fair, does it? Kano just shrugged. It was a strange definition of unfair, really. I mean, you've got celebrity chefs and celebrity hairdressers and stuff. So how come no celebrity gumshoes? Look, please, can you just focus on what we're doing here? Kano rubbed his eyes, then turned his attention back to Hitomi. What's the matter? Didn't sleep? Not enough, I guess. Did you eat? Didn't have time. Between bringing in supplies for the base of operation, readying the team's vehicles, photocopying hundreds of documents, and various other tasks, Kano had barely slept the previous night and hadn't gotten a meal in either. A base operations is usually set up in a large room at the precinct, such as an auditorium. MPD and precinct investigators assemble there, and communications equipment, investigation resources, and such are brought in. Because of the scale and scope of these activities, newspaper reporters can be liable to notice, and so in cases such as kidnapping where a victim's personal safety is at stake, the flow of information is tightly controlled. I mean, yeah. What have you been doing? Sasayama puffed out his chest. Saving up my energy for today. So you were sleeping. Kano gave a wry chuckle at his partner's lack of shame. There he is, Kuze's voice chirped suddenly through Kano's earpiece. A man is in his 20s wearing a sleeveless red jacket. He's carrying a garbage bag. Ooh, what a pretty young man. The hair. A young man had emerged from the crowd about 15 feet from where Hitomi was standing. He strode toward her, a sinister look on his face. He didn't match Hitomi's description, but Kano felt a jolt of nerve, all the same. Maybe the kidnapper had hired some young street punks to snatch the ransom payment. The dude has a garbage bag, a recycling shirt. Maybe he's just here to clean up. That our guy? What do you think, Kano? Sasayama whispered. Yeah, I think he's got to be. This was it? Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. He bent his knee, ready to act fast. Blood rushed to his leg muscles, banishing the stiffness that had begun to take hold. Could this be the culprit? Or perhaps... Oh, no he is! The young man tried to snatch the briefcase from Hitomi, but she clung to it with desperate strength. It was him. The detectives rushed in. Oh my god. Whoa, hey, what the hell? The young man cried out frantically and tried to dart away, but the officers closed in, forcing him bodily to the ground. Target secured. Oh jeez, I think we've got another suspect on the scene. He's taken the ransom. There's somebody else. Was he just a cover? Kuze's hysterics made Kano spin around. Sure enough, a foreign-looking man was sprinting away, attaché case in hand. The mob of detectives scrambled to pursue. Before Kano could react, most of them had run off, leaving him to look after the original suspect. He was a distraction. What should I do with this guy, sir? He might have some connection to the kidnapper. Should I bring him in? Huh? Oh, sure, that'd be swell. I'm on it. With the help of one of the remaining detectives, Kano brought the suspect back to the Shibuya precinct. He's just jealous of his hair. Look, how many times do we have to go through this? Cut the crap! In the interrogation room, the young man, who gave his name as Achi Endo, the other protag, steadfastly insisted on his innocence. Why'd you try to steal that case? Kano watched Achi's face intently. Like I said, it looked heavy, so I was just trying to help her out. It wasn't inconceivable that a young guy would want to help a pretty girl. But Hitomi had just been standing there, hardly in desperate need of assistance. She hadn't set the case down, so I figured there had to be something important inside. An entry from Kano's dick diary. Are we really gonna call it that? Shot through his mind. Dick dictum number 25. When the tongue slips, grab it and yank out the truth. Classic advice for a questioning. Something important, you say? Such as? How the heck would I know? Achi spat. He huffed and slumped back in his chair. This standard textbook back and forth had been going on for nearly an hour. Kano didn't mind. Chasing down criminals was all well and good, but questioning suspects was another key part of the job. Plenty of off-the-scene work went into cracking a case. Once again, he had Achi explain what he'd been doing, starting from the beginning. When Kano finally emerged from the interrogation room for a short break, he learned that there had been some progress on the case at the crime scene. What the police hadn't been able to determine yet, however, was whether or not Maria was safe. Fighting back his anxiety, Kano consulted his dick diary. Dick dictum number 54. Haste makes waste. For no mag power, every fucking game are mixing into one we have. Are the UGs for real? What next is somebody called Morgana? Dick dictum whatever porno mag from AI Somnium File. What else? He felt his tension subside. Remembering the right maxim always helped. It was like casting a magic spell. Yeah, the magic dick spell, okay. Kano returned to confront Achi once more. You were there to act as a distraction, to mess up the investigation, weren't you? Huh? Achi looked a bit dumbfounded. What are you on about? Dick dictum number 55. The truth hungers to be free. You hungry? Got some katsudon if you like. Katsudon! I tried to make some. One day, it wasn't very good. Japanese dish consisting of a bowl of white rice topped with breaded pork cutlet and egg. There are several variations, such as sauce katsudon, where the egg is replaced with Not again! The sauce. And miso katsudon, where the pork is stewed in miso. Not typically the sort of thing a policeman offers a suspect during the interrogation. This could be seen as baiting with food, and is to be avoided. Makoto from Yakuza, true. Achi nodded silently. Achi devoured the bowl of katsudon with gusto. He looked like he hadn't eaten in a while. Alright then, spill it. What's this guy after? Achi just shrugged. I don't know, he muttered. He murmured, a thick slice of egg-laden pork between his teeth. How many accomplices do you have? Kano asked, but Achi just shook his head as he inhaled his food. Resignedly, Kano flipped through his notebook once more. The guy cannot... I swear if this game was made today, he would be asking ChatGPT and not the notebook. He cannot think for himself. Let's see. Number 115. Use the lights to your advantage. As the minutes ticked past, he found himself referring to his book again and again. trying a dozen different methods to tease out whatever his suspect might be hiding. The experience began to feel strangely surreal, their two voices echoing hollowly in the interrogation room. And then they kiss. Eventually, Kendall looked at the clock and realized that the questioning had been going on for nearly 5 hours. He still hadn't made any headway. What was he supposed to do next? Tatena would know, but he sure didn't. Still, he was determined to do whatever he could do to keep the victim and her family safe. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he perused the Dick diary like it was scripture. Number 116. The monotonous questioning was clearly tiring Achi out. His eyelids dropped like they were beginning to get heavy. Number 117. Get them when they're tired. Kano's eyes gleamed. You're part of some criminal gang, huh? Ah. Achi's head slumped forward heavily. Nodding off was basically the same as nodding yes, right? Oh my god, he's dumb. Mr. Cruze, I did it! The young guy we grabbed at the handoff site, he finally confessed to the crime. Oh my god, you're gonna get fired! What? What are you talking about? Kudze laughed in disbelief. We're just about to apprehend the mastermind here. Huh? Kano clutched his cell phone, dumbstruck. Listen, why don't you... Look, just wait there at HQ, okay? No. It can't be. I... But my book said... After the kidnapping case wrapped up, Kano tendered his resignation. Guess I'm not cut out to be a detective after all, he thought to himself. He dropped the Dick diary on his desk as he left the Shibuya precinct for the last time. What? I guess that was a dick move. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. What do you mean our MC drops the case? Right then. Did I do something? I had one choice. He was quick to resign. Maybe he wasn't made for police work. What? Okay. Kano winds up at a bad end. So if he doesn't apprehend an innocent man, it's the bad end. My god. However, this does not mean that the choice you made for Kano was the wrong one. Then what gives? I like this actually, but what then? Why did we end up at a bad end? Maybe we don't know stuff. Maybe we need to see through Akechi. Oh my god. Achi. Was that his name? It's Akechi now. One of the other protagonists, Akechi Endo now, has an impact on Kano's fate here. You can avoid a bad end by making proper decisions. In another character story, for a detailed hint, check the tip by underlining the bad end title. You can't even be mad at me for that when I didn't bring up P5 this time. Hint, Kano had every reason to suspect Achi Endo, but arresting him turned out to be a mistake. If Achi hadn't approached Hitomi, this wouldn't have happened. Try playing Achi's story up to 10:30 AM and make a choice that keeps him from going up to her. If you do that, Kano won't even have a chance to arrest him, and things would play out differently. I like this. So this is a tutorial, yes. Let's play Akechi now. You can now select Achi Endo, one of the other protagonists. Let's follow Achi's story for a little while. Welcome to the Tokyo Police multiverse. Correct? Oh my! Thank you, game! What? It moves! For his back! Oh! I shouldn't be looking! This is scandalous! Okay. Achi Endo called out at the door to his father's room. Okay, I'm heading out. Sure. His father sounded unconcerned. He didn't even open the door. Sure you don't want me to stay here in the shop? It's not like you're gonna get any customers. Achi grimaced. Twilight flashbacks, werewolf ripping shirts. Yeah, nah. I refused. Yeah, I guess not. The drawer by the front door held a stack of heavy-duty trash bags. Achi pulled a few of them out. Guess it's gonna be that kind of day. He stuffed the trash bags into his pockets, then slipped on his favorite pair of sneakers. What a fashion icon! The entryway to Achi's home also led into the family's shop. Various pieces of electronics were piled up like so much junk in the tiny retail space. Okay. The slightest bump brought the risk of an avalanche. Achi wove his way through the gaps in the appliances like a spelunker exploring cave. I never want to hear about spelunking ever again. Oh my god, this drives me crazy. From Shibuya Station, if you make your way past the 1001... What am I saying? The 109 building, then up through Dogenzaka, you'll come across an old shopping district. Nestled in its outskirts is Endo Electronics. In the same place it's been for decades. Within its dimly lit interior, you'll find rows of wares all caked in dust. At a glance, you might well assume the place was closed. A mom-and-pop place like Endo's couldn't compete with the big consumer chains booming throughout Shibuya. So far, the store had remained in business, thanks to the locals who appreciated that they made house calls to the repairs. But things weren't looking good for the future. Achi, the eldest son and nominal successor of the business, had no interest whatsoever in working there. Achi stepped out of the shop and into the sunny morning air. The good weather lifted his spirits. Alrighty, time to do this. He unfurled one of the big garbage bags, which caught the wind and fluttered like a cape. Then he slowly made his way towards Shibuya Station, scanning his surroundings all the while. Sheesh, this place is filthy. He paused to pick up a plastic bottle that had been tossed on the ground. Then, with a heavy sigh, he slipped the crushed receptacle into his trash bag. Good guy! He's a good boy. He's been picking up trash around town like this for about 6 months now. I'm definitely first right. You're very not. But hi, Toyota. It had gotten so that the sort of garbage most people would hardly notice stood out to him like a sore thumb. Most days, it filled his trash bag to the top by the time he made it from his house in Dogenzaka to the train station. Today, he was halfway to the station when a woman's anxious voice caught his attention. I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a hurry here. He looked up and saw a timid-looking woman being confronted by 2 men, one with brown hair, one with black. From the look of them, he guessed that the men were scouts for some hostess club. He ran into this sort of thing pretty frequently on his trash cleaning walks around town. Another kind of trash to take care of. Achi quickly interposed himself between the girl and the 2 recruiters. Hey, can't you see that you're bothering her? Huh? Who the hell are you? The 2 men glared. Take a hike, pal. Achi stood his ground. Look, she ain't interested. You're just gonna have to find some other mark. The hustler's annoyance turned to open rage. Well, well, listen to you. Got a bit of a mouth, huh, buddy? The brown-haired thug smacked his lips around his chewing gum like a dog worrying a bone. I like Akechi. He's my boy already. Ex- Excuse me if I'm wrong. Is he Japanese? Or am I just not used to diverse types of Japanese face? He looked like he could come from my country. He looks Moroccan. I'm very off-put by this. He might be half. I... Hmm. I now dub you Amin. You are now Moroccan. Huzzah. How about we take this someplace more quiet, yeah? Does he want to have sex with me? What this means can depend on the person speaking. To a young woman, let's go someplace more quiet might suggest a cafe or a park. But to a strict punk, it might mean an alley where passerby are unlikely to interrupt. He got downgraded? What do you mean? The girl stood by uneasily watching the goings on. Go away! Be safe and fly the scene. Hey, take it easy. I'm not looking for trouble. Is that supposed to be an apology? On your knees and beg, pal. The man spat his gum onto the ground. Oh, no, 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 that can't do. I'm picking up trash. You just made trash in front of me. Now you're trash. You get in the bag. Achi looked down at the glistening wads of gum on the sidewalk. His last shred of goodwill vanished. You better pick that up. Right now. What? Didn't you hear me? 'Cause I told you to get down on your knees and ah! Achi's hand shot out, grabbing the man by the jaw. I said you were on your knees. Whoa, whoa, easy, pal. The other man's bravado drained from his face. Achi tightened his grip on the brown-haired hustler's jaw. Sweat dripped from the man's reddening brow. Arr, arr. The man strangled. The man struggled, about to be strangled, but Achi just tightened his grip. He's gonna break it. Gum's a real pain in the ass to clean up after he's gotten stuck to the street, you know? Ever stop to consider that? Wait, are you... The other hustler's panicked eyes had fixed on Achi's chest. Oh crap! He's an ecologist! That shirt, man! The guy's voice was starting to break. That's mean clean! Hell! What? Is he the evil twin of Mr. Clean? But this one has hair? A guy with a mean clean shirt carrying around a trash bag? That means you're... His face went pale. Huh? Angry? The other man echoed the words through his held-shut jaw, tears welling up in his eyes. Get it right, pal. Achi clenched the man's jaw harder still. It's mean clean. Ow, 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 ow. We're sorry, man. You're Achi, right? Dude, we honestly had no idea. Come on, man. You gotta cut us some slack. The man scrambled to snatch the wad of gum off the street, stuffing it into his pants pocket. Finally, Achi let go of his companion. The brown-haired hustler's face was twisted up with fear. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Gasping out hasty apologies, the two thugs scampered off. Hey, so... A shy smile came to the girl's face. I guess we need to learn about what girls are. Ryoko Kakinuma, a second-year student at Midoriyama Academy's law school. These hustlers managed to corner her while she was on her way to her part-time job at a cafe. It's a popular plot in trashy e-novels for the main character to fall in love with a hustler like these guys, but such things rarely happen in real life. What a peculiar mascot, yes. Girls are not real. They are an old internet myth, I agree. Is she gonna fall in love with Achi? Thank you for saving me. No, I apologize. Huh? The girl stared in surprise. You run into creeps like that now and then. But don't hold it against us. Shibuya's a good town. Yeah, okay. Achi gave her a quick wave, then turned and continued on his way down the Genzaka. What a cool guy! Achi was Shibuya born and raised. He was keenly aware of all the changes the world had seen since he was a kid. Brochure stalls in inconspicuous little side streets, tiny parks nestled between buildings. Achi knew it all like the back of his hand. It would be kind of funny if he now reprimands her for stepping on a gum or something. Nobody make the cleaning job harder than it is. Trash, human or otherwise, had no place in this town. Not on his watch. Achi made his way down toward Shibuya Station. Oh shit. Throngs of people shuffled to and fro across the scramble. The view shifted constantly from one moment to the next, almost as if the city itself were alive. And if the city was a living thing, then Shibuya Station was its heart, with streets like Bunkamuradori and Center Gai serving as the arteries pumping a bloodstream made of people. Is that Avril Lavigne in the background? Is it? Oh, yeah, you might be right. Actually, you might be right. Today, as ever, the heart was pumping that blood to every nook and cranny of Shibuya. And there was Achi, just another part of this great urban organism. Guess I'm one of the city's white blood cells. Or, wait, maybe I'm a red blood cell? Hold on. Is that right? Or did I have it right the first time? You had it right the first time. White blood cells eliminate pathogens from the bloodstream. Red blood cells carry oxygen throughout the body. Achi was probably thinking of white blood cells. Avril is so 28. Yeah. 2008, 28, you know. Emerging from his reverie, he noticed a rather conspicuous young woman standing by the statue of Hachiko outside Shibuya Station. Do not go after her. Oh, she's totally my type. Oh, what is your type? To be up someone's alley. Oh, I was expecting some more insight on Achi. To be someone's cup of tea. Wonder if she's a model or small-time actress or something. She is very cute, to be fair. Looks like she's waiting for someone. Probably another guy. Dang. Good looking as she was, there was no way she wasn't already taken. What kind of guy scored a girl like that? Probably the rich-ass CEO of an IT company or something. Crouching down to tie off the trash bag, he continued gazing wistfully at the girl. Then he noticed something peculiar. She was carrying an attaché case, the kind a businessman might use. It was a large case and apparently so heavy that she was struggling to hold it despite using both hands. Now, what kind of person makes a young lady lug around something heavy like that? Had she figured he'd offer to carry it for her? No. Get away from the woman! He has a crush on her and she's holding a ransom. You've reached a decision point. Let's have Achi not approach Hitomi. Use the arrows to select an option, then press yeah. But first, I gotta dump this trash. He looked around to see if there was a garbage bin nearby. Hey, I escaped with my ninja skills. We gotta dump this trash first. Wrong time for a night in Wet Armor, I swear. But first I gotta dump this trash. He looked around to see if there was a garbage bin nearby. Now Achi won't approach Hitomi, which means he will avoid being arrested by Kano. At the same time, Kano's fate would also change, and he will no longer wind up at a bad end. So, let's switch back to Kano's story using the time chart. Press Y to open it. They definitely did AI summon files. If you had any question, any doubt, come on. This is the time chart. It shows the protagonist's progression through the story. Oh, it shows the protagonist's decision through the story. Decision points are marked with what do you call that for a road? When one road divides in two, what do you call the part where it divides? Is it just a divide? Aw, a split? Well, with splits then. Kano's fate has changed based on Achi's actions. Select Kano's 1030 blocks. Then press X. Crossroad or a fork. Split, crossroad, or fork. Crossroads. Fork. It's the same color. Why is he in the back room? I just realized. Why is the dude in the back rooms? Okay, 10:30. Let's go back to Kano. I suppose you could call it that. Kano gave a wry chuckle at his partner's lack of shame. There he is, Kuze's voice chirped suddenly through Kano's earpiece. Oh! Oh my! The man in the black coat. He's not Japanese, looked to be in his early 30s. Previously, Achi got mixed up with Kano and the police, but now another man has appeared instead. By changing what Achi did, you've also changed Kano's story. Okay. A foreign man had emerged from the crowd about 15 feet from where Hitomi was, standing. He made his way toward her, his expression blank. He didn't match the description Hitomi had given them, but Kano felt a jolt of nerves all the same. So he is always nervous. Maybe the kidnapper was using an accomplice to snatch the ransom payments. Alright, Sasayama raised an eyebrow. This may be our guy. This was it. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. He bent his knees, ready for action. Blood rushed to his leg muscles, banishing the stiffness that had begun to take hold. Oh, ew, ew, ew. Was this the culprit? Or perhaps... The stranger took hold of the attaché case. It was him. En masse, the detectives began to close in. Let's go, Kano. On it. Sasayama and Kano leapt into action. But they never expected what happened next. With the case clutched in both arms, the man veered suddenly, running right toward them. Keep out? What's this? Kano's story has suddenly hit a keep out. Keep out refers to a point in the story where your progress is currently stopped. In order to advance beyond a keep out, you need to jump. From another protagonist story. At 10:30, Achi has the text "Young man in a suit" set as red keywords. Checking these red keywords will allow you to jump from Achi's story back to Kano's. Now head back to Achi's story and keep an eye out for that keyphrase. Try following the story from Achi at 10:30, approaching the girl. Approach the girl? Question mark. Interesting mechanic. Press to press the arrow to go back and reread sections you've already played through. To scroll ahead to scroll ahead through text you've already read. Press downward arrow. When rewinding slash advancing like this, a book will sometimes appear in the upper left corner. Press X while the book appears. This is being dis- when this is being displayed to reread the current page. Okay. We're looking for a red. We're replaying that part, right? Huh? A man had come up beside the girl. He was dressed in black and he wasn't Japanese. It looked like they were having a conversation. The girl nodded tensely at something the man said. Achi stared. Something tells me that's not her boyfriend. The girl handed the attaché case over to the man. He took hold of it with his right hand and began walking briskly away. Whoa! A nearby homeless man suddenly leapt over Achi and broke into a run, as if he'd been waiting for this very moment. Yuji Sasayama, a detective with the Shibuya precinct, known as the cosplay detective due to the strange outfit he wears while on stakeout. He's partnered with Shinya Kano for the kidnapping investigation. His name is Yuji! Sprinting alongside him was a young man in a suit. That's Kano. Some words in the text appears in red. Red text denotes important keywords that let you jump between different protagonists' stories. This allows you to shift between characters at specific points. These can also allow you to clear out keep out in another character's story and let you read on. If you come across red text, press underline it, then press X. A window will appear allowing you to jump from one protagonist to another at that point. Then press X to continue the other character's story after the keep out. Give it a try. From Akechi to Kano. By performing a jump from this screen, you can advance another protagonist's story past the keep out. Press X to confirm and jump over to Kano's story. Interesting. Let's go, Kano. On it. Sasayama and Kano leapt into action. You did it! Jump successful! In 428, you will often need to jump to get past another character's keep out. Jump from red keywords to clear a keep out. Keep this in mind as you advance through the story. Okay, there won't be any more tutorial messages for a while. If you get stuck somewhere, try changing protagonists or making different decisions to advance. You can now use the time chart and the main menu. From the main menu, you can access gameplay explanations and adjust settings. Press Y to open the time chart, an option to open the main menu. Let me drink. This is so interesting. You know that I'm watching currently a K-drama with a police detective. It's a police detective. And basically, you have the new recruit from a his dad is high in command in the police force in like Seoul, Korea. So like high title in the capital, stuff like that. Very important guy. His son gets into the police also, but he gets sent into a very small village police force. And there is his senior, who is like, yeah, you're well connected, you're a dad, we all know him, you're not gonna stay here long. You don't know how it works here, so let me teach you, but don't expect it to be easy. We don't expect you to last here, basically. However, there are some stuff that makes the new recruits. Alright, Nepo baby, yeah, exactly. There are things that make the Nepo baby believe that his chief, so like his senior, the one that he's partnered with, who looks a lot like Sasayama here, cosplay detective, is a serial killer. And that's where I'm gonna leave it. The name is Beyond Evil. It's really interesting. There are some interesting twists. It's worth a watch. But I haven't finished it, but I'm pretty advanced in it. It's very interesting. Sasayama and Kano leapt into action, but they never expected what happened next. With the case clutched in both arms, the man suddenly veered, running right toward them. You're worth the watch. I'm also worth the watch. There can be two of us. This town is big enough for the two of us. What? Catching sight of the two detectives, the suspect staggered to a halt, then bolted off in a new direction. Oh my god, the glasses and the banana peel! Archie is not gonna be happy about this. Kano whipped off his costume glasses and followed in hot pursuit. Please tell me he is completely suited up. Like he has a whole new outfit underneath it and it's like a magical girl transformation. At the crosswalk, the signal changed to red and the flow of foot traffic abruptly halted. Just as quickly, hundreds of cars all lurched back into motion. There was no escape for the culprit now, or so it appeared. The converging cops slowed their pace, confident their man was cornered. Then the foreigner barreled straight into the intersection, dodging between the oncoming cars without any hesitation. The mob of detectives came to a halt, not eager to rush to their death along with him. Kano, however, remained in hot pursuit, charging into the traffic at the crossing. Kano, are you crazy? Come back! Kano heard Sasayama shouting, but his feet kept carrying him onward. With shouts and sirens echoing all around him, Kano closed in on the foreigner. Ooh! Just a little closer. Just a little closer and he'd be in tackling range. He leaned forward, preparing to pounce, his eyes fixed on the culprit's feet. It was now or never. Kano, back off! Don't take him down! It was Kuze, shouting through Kano's earpiece. Huh? Kano hesitated in surprise. Had he really just been ordered not to apprehend the criminal? Let him go for now. The real perp is someplace else. What would be even better is if he was wearing like jogging gear, then rips out the workout clothes and is wearing a full double-breasted suit. What are you talking about? Perp is a police jargon for perpetrator. Here, Kuze is referring to the fact that the principal offender in the case must be elsewhere. What had happened to the plan? He had been told that all personnel were to secure the area ASAP. Didn't HQ want them to catch the perp? A rest team stay on the foreigner's tail. Police team dedicated exclusively to the task of apprehending the criminal. While a kidnapping case is in progress, the roles of the officers involved are carefully designated so that every officer is ready to take immediate action as the situation develops. Typically, tried and true veteran MPD officers are put in charge of teams for breaking into buildings and or apprehending the suspect. Okay. Forensic team get busy cross-referencing photos. Team deployed by the MPD to handle the actual tests and techniques of on-scene investigation, such as collecting and comparing fingerprints and analyzing photos of suspects. Even if this foreigner was only an underling hired for this one task, the police had now tipped their hands that they'd been lying in wait. If they didn't lock things down now and get more info on the kidnapper, a girl's life might be at stake. Kano recalled another maxim from his Dick diary. Dick dictum number 12. Always assume a worst case scenario. Ooh. So now we have two ways to go about it. Either we do not follow through with our direct order from a veteran to cease apprehending the foreigner, or we go with our guts and the guy and Tateno's advices, the dictum, and we go after him. Huh. We might get problems with Kuze if we go against his direct orders. If Kuze had told him to let this guy go, that implied he was counting on the team that was now in position. But if the crook had planned a way to break through the police dragnet and escape with the ransom, and he succeeded, what was the right call here? Should he take this guy down or back off after all? Letting the perp escape now is too big of a risk. He had to catch this guy ASAP. Let the other officers chase after the guy. Kano had his own job to do. To me, it's B. Let's see B first. If they have a team made for this and they're trained for this, who are we to say that we would be better at it, or that they would be bad and let the guy escape? His instruction had been clear. Let the other officers chase after the guy. Kano had his own job to do. He broke off his pursuit, pointing to the next wave of detectives in the direction of the foreigner. In the direction the foreigner had fled. Kano had almost gotten close enough to get a good look at the guy's face. But if Kudze had ordered him to let the guy go, well, his boss should know what he was doing. The perp was someone else's problem now. He had just ceased his pursuit when Kudze's panicked voice sounded shrill in his ear. Someone's taking Hitomi! Kano recognized Kudze's trademark squawking immediately. I'm gonna say shrieking from now. Subject is male. He appears to be carrying a gun. He's fleeing in the direction of Meijidori. What? Kano could hardly believe it. Oh, that was your job. You messed up big time. Squawking? Hitomi had been kidnapped? Had she been abducted by whoever had taken Maria? But why? Someone must have been waiting for the moment when the police took their eyes off her. Something's very wrong here. What in the world is going on in Shibuya? Kano hurried to search for the man who'd taken Hitomi. If he was heading toward Meijidori, there was a good chance he'd gone down one of the alleyways nearby. After darting through the side streets, he spotted a different man, another foreigner, crossing an intersection a few dozen meters ahead. The man was dressed in black, just like the guy who'd grabbed the ransom money. Kudze's right, the kidnappers wasn't acting alone. But wait, something was amiss. Hitomi isn't with him. Where was she? Kano skidded around the corner, then stopped short. His face is so scary. The man in black was standing there, pointing a gun right at him. Before Kano could react, the man fired. Wow. Kano felt hot all over, as if he were on fire. All except for his cheek, pressed against the asphalt, and the palms of his hands, they felt so cold. Did I just hear you say Komiji? No? Not that I know. I don't think so. There was nothing he could do. Nothing, that is, except lie there and watch his killer turn and walk away. Bad end. shot by a foreigner. By trying to find the man who'd taken Hitomi, Kano ran into a different criminal, and unfortunately for him, he got shot. If the criminal hadn't been able to get near Hitomi, she probably wouldn't have been taken. Have Achi make the choice to talk to Hitomi instead. We gotta get him, yes! These endings sure have a contrast in tone each time. It's good, that makes them interesting to get. It doesn't feel like a loss. It's a bad end, but it doesn't feel like I'm wasting time. I'm not saying you did, I'm just brain fried. I believe you're brain fried, dude. But it's all good. Achi make choice to talk to Hitomi instead. At 10:35? That's after. Okay. $10:35. Here? This game actually kinda encourages bad ends. I mean, yeah. Can we continue this now? Let me see if I understand this right. Whoa! A nearby homeless man suddenly leapt over Achi and broke into a run, as if he'd been waiting for this very moment. Sprinting alongside him was a young man in a suit. Then, seemingly from everywhere, a whole bunch of other guys burst into motion. First one, then another, a third, a fourth, a fifth, over a dozen now. What the heck? Clearly something big was going down. Were they after the Atashi case? Within moments, Achi lost sight of them all through the crowd. With that many people chasing him, the guy with the case was sure to get caught. But wait, what about that girl? Achi turned back around. The girl was still there. She was staring in the direction that the man who'd taken the case had gone, a worried expression on her face. Achi couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Maybe he should talk to her and ask what was going on? Yes. Another crazy day in Shibuya. They had to be shooting a scene for a film on location. It would probably be a mistake to intrude. No, go speak with her. Maybe he should talk to her and ask what was going on? But just as he was making up his mind, middle-aged man in a ratty business suit shuffled awkwardly over to her first. Achi! Oh, a cane? Was there something wrong with one of his legs? He was using a cane to walk. Then one of his hands slipped into his jacket pocket. A gun? Achi could scarcely believe his eyes. A gun. A revolver? Colt Detective Special, a .38 caliber revolver introduced in 1927 by Colt's Manufacturing Company. A classic example of a snub-nosed revolver. As the name implies, the weapon is frequently carried by detectives, narcotics officer, and the like for self-defense. So who is it? Suddenly, a young man came running through the crowds. Seeing him, the man with the cane turned on his heel and vanished in the scramble. Something big was going down. What is all this? The young man was closing in on the girl, his expression grim. That guy's up to no good. Achi sprang into motion. Hiya! Wow! Leaping high, Achi delivered a flying kick right between the man's shoulder blades. He had no chance. Oh, wow! The guy went down but recovered surprisingly fast, spinning back to his feet to grapple with Achi. What the hell is your problem? What the hell is your problem, man? Achi snapped. The two stood staring each other down as the crowd swirled around them. Let go of me. You let go of me first. After you let go of me, sure. You first, pal. Don't you call me pal, man. I'm not your man, pal. Don't call me man, pal. I'm not your pal, buddy. Neither man was willing to yield. Oh, fuck, my nightmare. The crowd had parted to avoid the scuffle. Passerby were staring from all sides. Well, crap. Hachi got a sudden sinking feeling. What the hell am I even doing? Jumped in over my head as usual. Are they flirting? Probably. His anger melted away. He loosened his grip. Without further argument, the other man let go of Hachi's jacket. Okay, so first of all, the girl is not here anymore. Also, what the hell? Is he gonna cry on Achiko's statue because he was so moved and he just came for this and he's like a huge fan? Turning quickly away, the stranger hurried over to the statue of Hachiko, where he dropped to his knees, dejected. The girl who'd been standing there was nowhere to be seen. Maybe this was the guy she'd be waiting on. The guy was clearly upset that she was missing. Hachi actually felt kinda bad for him. He decided it would be wise to leave while this guy's attention was elsewhere. Where is she? Phew! He hurried back along the road to his house. The wind had gone out of his sails and didn't feel much like cleaning up trash anymore. Oh well, guess I'll read some manga and go to bed. Better play it safe before the day got any worse. That's a bad end too, in a way. Nothing happens. I love how goofy the bad end is. Hachi's interference with the young man, it was Kano, disrupted the detective's sting. It was Kano? I didn't recognize him. If Hachi hadn't acted on the impulse when he saw Kano heading for Hitomi, things might have gone differently. But how can you make sure Kano doesn't return to the scramble and startle Hachi? The key lies further along in Kano's story. We go back to Kano then. I think I chose the wrong answer then. Yeah, Hachi is like, man, this guy must be really heartbroken. Yeah. Whole time it's a police investigator. Oh, he's doing a piss poor job at it, isn't he? I guess we follow the dude. I guess. What was the right call here? Should he take this guy down or back off after all? I say we try to catch this guy ASAP. Letting the perp escape now is too big of a risk. He had to catch this guy ASAP. The man darted down a narrow alleyway. Kano ran faster. The man sprinted through the side street. Evidently, he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well. He noticed two people over by a trash pile. At first, they appeared to be a young couple. Then, looking more closely, he realized that the girl was Hitomi. Mr. Kuze, I've located Hitomi Osawa. The couple took off running, the rough-looking guy dragging Hitomi by the hand. She's with a man in his 20s. It looks like she's being led away against her will. Clarify, please, Kuze demanded. What's going on? I'm not sure. Was this guy a member of some criminal group? It looked like the two were running away from something. Alright, we'll handle the foreigner. You go after Hitomi. Got it. Kano sprang into action. Stop right there! The young man glanced back at Kano. Rather than stopping, he picked up speed, continuing to drag Hitomi along with him. She didn't seem quite able to keep up. Kano knew he could catch them. He tried to close the distance in a sprint. After a short distance, the young man stopped, realizing he couldn't outrun his pursuer. Talk it out! Talk! Talk to each other! Shielding Hitomi behind him, he glowered at Kano. Why did you run off? Kano demanded. Because you were chasing us. A blatant lie. People didn't just bolt like that without good reason. The young tough the young tough started edging away, keeping Hitomi behind him. Kano followed. Look, just let the girl go. The guy glanced back at Hitomi. She shook her head fearfully. Maybe this troublemaker had warned her to keep her mouth shut? You've got this, Kano. Just don't let them out of your sight. Uh-oh. Ah! A sudden blow to the top of his head left him staggering. What? His eyes spun as he reeled with vertigo. No! Not my dick book! There was a flapping sound, and a vague black shape wheeled above him. Was that a crow? He is out. It was the last thing Kano saw before his vision went dark. Ooh, interesting. Was that a crow? In the midst of chasing the man who snatched the attaché case, Kano happened across Hitomi and Achi. While confronting them, he suffered a blow to the head and was knocked out cold. But Achi only came this way because he thought it was the quickest way to escape with Hitomi. If he'd gone for the police box instead, things might have gone differently. I did not go to the police box. I was interrupted. Okay, it's getting a little bit weird. What do we do? The key is what Achi does at 10:35. So, do I not go to Hitomi? Because that's the only choice I chose. The only choice I made was to go after her at 10:35. How am I supposed to know I'm going to get a blow to the head or get shot? You're not supposed to. The goal is to go through the bad ends. You're not supposed to try and slither away from them. You see, your protagonist makes default choices whenever you haven't reached that point in the story yet with that protagonist. That makes sense. That explains why he did that. So Achi. Here, probably. That's what happened here. You haven't reached the decision point as Achi yet. True. Achi couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. But Achi would go there. He helped that woman with the thugs. He would go after her. I guess we still try. Another crazy day. In Shibuya, they had to be shooting a scene for a film on location. It would probably be a mistake to intrude. Yeah, but that's what this is. Some TV show about a kidnapping and the girl has to make the ransom handoff. He got the context very well. And there's probably some actor lurking around here playing the suave, handsome detective. Achi gave a chuckle and turned away. This one's the hilariously dumb ending. Hell yeah! A soothing breeze blew by as wispy clouds drifted overhead. They picked a nice day for a shoot. Smiling inwardly, he resumed his trash-picking mission, wondering what other surprises the day would hold. A few moments later, he heard a loud bang, and the scramble went into an uproar. Huh? Someone blow a tire? So he's just oblivious to anything. It's hilarious. People were running from all directions to see what had made that sound. Oh, maybe they're shooting an action scene now. Achi was a tad bit curious, but he strolled away from the scramble without looking back. Maybe he'd head out to Yotsuya today to stretch his legs a bit. A neighborhood of the Shinjuku ward in the southeastern part of Tokyo, located approximately 4 kilometers northeast of Shibuya Station. While the number 428 in Japanese, Shinihachi, can be pronounced the same as the syllable for the name Shibuya. Bu for 2. It can also be pronounced the syllable for Yotsuya. Additionally, April 28th is both Shibuya Day and Yotsuya Day, along with Seniors Day. I'm glad to know that. Him being oblivious is killing me. People are getting shot in the street, like bodies keep dropping down. And it's like, yeah, they did choose a nice day to shoot that kind of scene. Guess I'll go drink now. Yeah, April 28th is what this game is named after. And breaking the third wall by acting like how the game was made. Live action shots. It was best not to get distracted. There was trash that needed collecting. Oh, when it's a goofy ending, do they drop like that with the squishy parts? Your future is garbage. Achi decided to go on collecting trash because he decided the commotion in the Scramble was probably just a TV shoot in progress. He'll probably have a pretty uneventful day, which is all well and good for him, but the girl was actually in danger, as he'd have discovered if he had investigated further. He missed his chance to help her out. Go back and try making a different choice. Evil Tiggy laugh. You know, just ignore the fact that an innocent girl died. So do we go back to Achi? It's 10:35. Because I didn't see any red stuff. Your future is garbage. Let's see B again. Because maybe by choosing the other option with Kano, it unlocked something new now. Let's talk to her. Achi couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Maybe he should talk to her and ask what was going on? Yeah, I haven't reached that point yet. But just as he was making up his mind, a middle-aged man in a ruddy business suit shuffled awkwardly over to her first. Was there something wrong with one of his legs? He was using a cane to walk. Then one of his hands slipped into his jacket pocket. Achi could scarcely believe his eyes. A revolver! Oh, that's new. With a single fluid motion, the man lifted up the gun and pointed it in the girl's direction. He was aiming right for her head. She's so pretty, goddamn! Huh? The girl had noticed the man with the cane now. Seeing the gun pointed right at her, she froze in fear. Achi didn't hesitate. Breaking into a full run, he tackled the gunman with all his might. Caught off guard, the man sprawled to the pavement. But the would-be assassin kept hold of his weapon and quickly scrabbled back to his feet. Achi knew he had to act fast. He grabbed the ashen-faced girl by the arm and attempted to drag her away. "This way!" he shouted. She just stared at him, uncomprehending, trembling like a startled animal. "Come on, run!" Finally, the girl snapped out of her daze and gave a fearful nod. The police box, right? Because the default option is just get out of here and we get to Kano and we die, apparently. So let's go to the police box. The police box, let's go. Still pulling the girl by the hand, Achi headed for the police box outside the train station. But it was empty. There was always policemen staffing these things. Why did it have to be a man now? Achi flashed a worried glance behind him and saw the assassin in pursuit like a man possessed. Yikes, this is not good. There was nothing they could do but run. With the frightened girl in tow, Achi ran beneath the GR Yamanote Line railway overpass. A railway loop line that services the Tokyo metropolis. Typically, the morning rush is quite intense. The stretch from Ueno Station to Okachimachi Station sometimes crowded as high as 216% capacity. roughly 300 people riding in a space designed for 143 passengers, unrelated to the Yamate Line subway that operates in the city of Kobe. Don't worry, just trust me, he told her. But first, they sped past a convenience store where an employee was cleaning up the sidewalk. Here, take this, will ya? Archie tossed over the bag of trash. Huh? Wait, huh? Always recycle, guys, even in a situation of dire crisis. This way. They slipped through the crowd and into a nearby back alley. But this way's a dead end, the girl said breathlessly. Like I said, just trust me. Ooh. Stopping abruptly, Archie kicked down a wooden plank covering a gap between two buildings, clearing up a space that a person could fit through. See, we can get away through here. In you go. But the girl just stood there, looking terrified. What's the matter, Archie said. Archie asked. Come on, we gotta hurry. But I... She looked at him as if he, too, was about to pull a gun on her. Fair reaction. He could hardly blame her. After all, he was just some random guy who had turned up out of nowhere. But this was no time for dawdling. The man with the cane appeared at the end of the alley. If they just stood there, he was going to catch them. Okay, sweetheart, hear me out, he said in a rush. The name's Achi Endo. I live in the neighborhood and I'm not the kind to stand idly by when a girl is being chased by some killer. So please, just trust me and I'll do my best to keep you safe. He hoped the look in his eyes could convince her he was being on the level. After a painfully long moment, the girl nodded her acceptance. Phew. Right, let's start with this. They had paused beside an enormous stack of beverage crates. With a quick shove, Archie knocked the whole pile down, sending it cascading across their pursuer's path. Ooh, we can probably remember that face for later. Now that was a close call. The man with the cane was floundering, struggling to get past the fallen crates. My bad, man, Archie called out. Mind cleaning that up for me? Oh my god. The man scowled back at them and fumbled for his gun. Archie flashed him a wave goodbye, then slipped away between the buildings with the girl. Archie has that sort of shit-eating grin at all time, I can tell you. Lug lady. Is it Mama? Hurrying down a narrow alley, they emerged onto a side street lined with dive bars and clubs. Assuming the man with the cane hadn't given up, he would probably lie in wait on the path back to the main road. Archie decided their best bet was to try to stay inconspicuous rather than risk getting caught on the move. Guess we can lie low here for a bit, he said. He led the girl to the entrance of a tiny old hostess club. Oh my god, that is so sus. She followed him reluctantly. You're gonna work here from now on, sweetheart? Archie flicked the switch inside the front door and a chintzy chandelier glowed to life. He sat the girl down on the small sofa beside the counter. She gave him a worried look. Archie felt a pang of embarrassment as he realized what she must be thinking. Oh, no, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not gonna try any funny business. Someone I know used to run this place. It's not in business anymore, so I figured we'd be safe here. The girl chuckled at his evident discomfort. All right then, she said. So, we good? We're good. Okay, well, good. Archie made a vague attempt to straighten his disheveled clothes. So, how about some introductions? I'm Archie Endo, like I said earlier. You can just call me Archie. I'm Hitomi Osawa. You can call me Hitomi, I guess. With each new word out of Hitomi's mouth, Archie felt his heart sing. Aww. Oh, is this a Lian and Kizuna situation? Banzapuro! Welcome! Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy it here. He was charming, personable. Just about everything about her was captivating. Achi had never met another girl like her. Achi? What? Is something the matter? You were spacing out there for a bit. Achi shook his head to dispel his daze. Damn it, this is no time to get all starry-eyed. He needed to think of some way to keep her safe from the guy who was after her. Look, can you tell me what the heck is going on? Please, I need to know if I'm gonna help you. Right, okay. I'm not really sure where to begin. Hitomi looked down, lost in thought. Apparently hers was a long story. Alright, she said at least. I guess I'll just explain things as they happened. Wait, hold up. Could you keep it as simple as you can? I mean, I'm not really the sharpest tool in the shed. Complicated explanation ain't exactly my strong suit. Okay, Hitomi chuckled. I'll try my best. She got comfortable and then started her story. So, last night, somebody abducted my sister. The kidnapper demanded that I make the ransom handoff personally. He told me to stand by the statue of Hachiko in Shibuya at 10 o'clock in the morning to make the exchange. So I did. Wait, what? Hey! I was reading that! Whoa, I'm sorry, hold up a second. Achi had suddenly lost the thread of the conversation. Yeah, me too. Ah, it's for the tutorial! Smart! I hate that the game is smarter than me. At times like this, you can press upward arrow to go back and reread what you've already seen. Okay. It's a small tutorial trick. I hate those smartasses. A mark will appear in the upper left corner of the screen while you're paging back and forth like this. You can press X to reread the marked page. If I just do that. Okay. So I did. And then this man came by and took the attaché case with the money. And then afterwards that the other guy with the cane turned up and pointed his gun at me and... Okay. Could you say that again, but like simpler? Sure. I'm just having trouble following is all. I mean, is this the plot to some movie or soap opera? No, that's not. Or some kind of hidden camera show? This is real. This really happened. The look in Hitomi's eyes was dead serious. She's got to be telling the truth. What would be the point of lying? And he had seen the attaché case and the gunman himself. How much was the ransom, if you don't mind me asking? Hitomi hesitated. 50 million yen, she said after a moment. Achi gave a whistle of amazement. The detectives told me that was a typical amount for a kidnapper to ask for. It's plenty, that's for sure. I guess there's good money in that sort of thing. As soon as the words were out, he realized his blunder. Sorry, I shouldn't have put it that way. He fidgeted awkwardly and Hitomi looked away. I'm an idiot, but okay, I think I get this kidnapping thing. So I'm guessing those guys who chased the guy who took the ransom were undercover cops? He replayed the scene in his head. But then, the kidnapper took the attaché case and ran, right? So if you were empty-handed, why did that guy with the cane come after you? I'm honestly not sure. Hitomi's words trailed off. This was clearly difficult for her to talk about. Anyway, we should probably get you to the police as soon as we... No, we can't do that. Hitomi's tone was resolute. I can't take this to the police. Why not? Achi waited for an answer, but none came. After a long and awkward silence, she stood up from her seat. I really appreciate the help, but I should go now. She gave Achi a deep bow. Nuh-uh, hold on, what do you mean go? Go where? He hurried to intervene as she headed for the door. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I'll figure the rest out on my own somehow. Hey, I said hold on. Come back, Sparkly. Hitomi ignored him and opened the door, and their argument came to an abrupt halt. Had to wash a few dishes. Oh, standing there was the man with the cane, his revolver in his hands. Bam! What a gaze! To be continued. Oh, really? That's not a bad end, and that's not a blocked path. Achi Endo's 10 a.m. story ends here. However, Shinya Kano still has more to do. Read along further in Kano's story. Sure game. They're almost done with the tutorial. Nice. I'm super invested. Telling the foreigner, what happened before? Oh yeah, we got shot. So it's a keep out. I think it's the end of chapter 1 or something. It didn't say it's a keep out. We'll see. The man darted down a narrow alleyway. Kano ran faster. The man sprinted through the side streets. Evidently, he knew his way around Shibuya pretty well. The man shot out onto a major thoroughfare? What's a thoroughfare? I don't know about this word. Then bolted up a pedestrian bridge. Just where the heck was this guy heading? Halfway across the bridge, the man stopped abruptly. I am Neo from the film Matrix. Cautious, Kano stopped as well. Oh. What a face. What a face. Height, roughly 190 centimeters. Age, 30s. Hair, dark brown. Clothing, all black. A moment later, the man flashed a triumphant sneer, and he held up the attaché case. Before Kano could really even yell, "Stop!" it was already too late. Did he open the briefcase? Oh man, I was expecting a money shower for everyone below. The man threw the attaché case down to the roadway below. No! Panicking, Kano peered over the railing. A man on a motorcycle was waiting beneath the bridge. I've been had. Kano bit his lip hard. Damn it! Kano sprinted back down the bridge. Thoroughfare, main way, be it a main walkway or main streets. Because each hour is basically its own chapter. As long as your decision from an earlier chapter don't lead to a bad end, you get to start anew with each new hour in terms of decisions. Okay. Hearing the bike's engine roar to life, he had to make it in time. Descending the stairs 4 at a time, he leapt towards the roadway, but the bike sped out of reach, and roared away in the direction of Yoyogi, leaving Kano in its dust. Looking back up at the overpass, he saw the man who had thrown the attaché case running away. He handed the money off to someone else. He's currently on a motorcycle heading toward Yoyogi. Read the plates. It's probably a fake plate, to be fair. His report to Kuze complete, Kano slumped down in dismay. The cops had played right into the criminal's hands. Now the crooks were getting away, and people's lives were in danger. Was there any greater failure for a policeman? Staring off into the distance where the man who'd thrown the case had disappeared, Kano gritted his teeth. He's gonna give his resignation. Oh, to be continued too. Really? You finished reading both characters' stories for the hour of 10 a.m. In 428, you'll make your way through all the protagonists' stories in parallel like this. Once everyone has reached the end of a given hour, the next hour can begin. Now is when the journey opens up. Let the full chaos commence. I need more of cosplay detective. I am. Oh, who was that? Can we drop the pleasantries? Sir, this is a waste of time. I've got work for you. It's like totally bogus. What makes any of this my crimes? Hours 11 to 12. The mascot. I need to know who that mascot was. So cute. If it's the detective, I am. He becomes my new wife. Oh, Tamba! This is the end of the tutorial for this part of the story. You can reread previous tutorial messages via the main menu. There's a lot of important info in there, so reread it closely. Now, 428 has reached the 11 a.m. time block. You have 5 protagonists available. Oh my god, we jumped from 2 to 5? They have a lot of trust in me. Tama, you look different here. True! Oh my god, she's not sexy anymore. Whose story will you read first? Do we read Tama? I'm drawn to them? Her? Them? Do it again. Again! Oh. Again! Who the fuck are you? You look too serious. Minorikawa. Why is he standing there like, you got games on your phone, sir? You have Fortnite on your iPad? Mommy doesn't let me go to the dentist without my iPad. She says I get crazy. He is just normal. She's dancing. What about him? Like a gummy ass. You'll never be him. Honestly, I think it's better to start with the protagonists we know and then go back to Tama. I think it's better so we're not lost because we don't know when Tama's story gets in. And because I can't stop. I want to see her do that so much. I love her. Or them. It might be a he. We don't know. Kano, what's up with you? You're so weird. You're so toony. As he wandered through the back alleys, Kano gritted his teeth. Going after the guy on the bike had been a bad judgment call. By the time he got back onto the pedestrian overpass, the man who'd thrown the attache's case was almost out of sight. Wait, Tama, what about sexy big boob lady? She's dead. We had to kill her. It's all the cute moe now. That's what's in. We don't need the big booba lady anymore. That's what Corpo said. Sorry for all the gooners. Kano prided himself on being fleet on foot, but he knew even he would never catch the guy before he disappeared. Tama was alive with Ryuji at the end. Yeah, but would kill her for sure. I want to play No Sleep for Kaname Date because I have some hope that it's gonna be with Date. Is it like shameful to say I have a slight crush on fucking Date and that's why I hate him? I hate it. Why him? Why him? What's wrong with me? Would you have killed Aiba? Never? Never. Aiba's like my best friend. No, that makes sense. Does it? Does it? You shut your mouth. I'm so... I don't like my own taste. drink. It's the man bun. What do you expect me? He has that flirty vibe. Date porno MacBoy VR porno date. And this be his title. I can't. I don't remember the last time I had alcohol, honestly. I feel drunk. But no, it's not actually. It's not alcohol. I'm drinking a regular Monster. It's been ages since I got the regular flavor. And now I understand why people say it tastes like battery acid. When you drink the others, the one that actually have a taste, like Mango Loco and the likes, and you go back to the initial Monster, it feels like it genuinely feels like battery acid. And they're always in collaboration with CODs. It's always Call of Duty. I was just joking. I know you were talking about normal hydrating. You never know. Sometimes I drink during stream. It hasn't happened in months. But sometimes I might just surprise you. I always get think Pipeline Punch. Pipeline Punch. Oh yeah, it's a good one with the traditional tattoos, right? The pink one. If you pour it, it's pink. I'm practically an expert. My favorite one is a collab one with an F1 driver, I think. And it's green with some black patterns, like dot pattern. This one is so good, it's fresh. I know you were drinking like my second or third stream here. Oh, yeah, the soju one. And I didn't feel any of it. And I'm a lightweight. Why is one bottle of soju like nothing to me anymore? By the way, Salmon left me like the equivalent of maybe 2 fat shots of his soju, and it's going to waste. I might drink it now. Okay, that might be more like 3 shots. I have a Truly Lemonade. Truly Lemonade? Is that a brand, or do you just mean you have a genuine lemonade? Kitty, I swear, Rio, the white cat that I own, he's not white, he's cream, acts like he owns my desk. He comes in, he stretches, he even goes because he stretches hard. You don't pay the bills, buddy. It's strawberry. It's a brand of spiked lemonade. Spiked lemonade? Spiked? Drugged? I don't know the word spiked outside of somebody spiked my drink. Please explain. Spiked alcoholic. Ah. Why do y'all have the same word for drugged and alcohol? That feels weird, no? Alcoholic lemonade. Why not just do that? Spiked lemonade. It's as if somebody sneaked in the alcohol in there. First 2 gulps of soju in. Okay. Let's continue. Maybe Spec just looks better on the can. Maybe. He'd followed the culprit as far as the alleys, but there he'd lost him completely. All he could do now was hope one of his colleagues caught the man on the motorcycle. Kuze's voice crackled through the earpiece. Mobile Command Center calling all units. The suspect on the motorcycle has handed off the case to an accomplice in Miyashita Park, another foreigner. For real? Kano mutters. Oh, wait. One thing immediately struck him as strange. Why hand the case off to someone else at all? Why not just escape on the bike? The man with the motorcycle dumped the bike and fled on foot. We've retrieved the bike and run the plates, and we've determined it was a stolen vehicle. The advanced police communication system is carefully maintained. By using the digital wireless systems in their patrol cars, officers are able to directly access the station's computer network, allowing them to quickly check to see if an individual is on the wanted list or if the vehicle is stolen. Spiked is more so saying it's more intense than the base. So spiked lemonade is alcoholic, but when you spike an alcohol drink, how do you make it more intense? By adding drugs. Do people intentionally drug their own drink? Just to make it like more potent? Because the only time I've ever heard about somebody putting drugs in a drink was to drug somebody else. I never heard about people doing it to themselves. Is that a practice that some people do? We still don't have enough details to positively ID the suspect. The suspect now carrying the attaché case is heading through the Genzaka, also on foot. We've got him under observation. The Genzaka, huh? That wasn't too far from where Kano was now. It looks like we're dealing with a foreign crime syndicate that's familiar with Shibuya. All units, head to the Genzaka. But do not, I repeat, do not attempt to apprehend the suspect with the case. Let's see where he goes. Kano nodded to himself. Without knowing more about the crook's MO, letting this guy go for now was probably the only right call. Kind of, but it's normally more of just doing drugs with alcohol, not spiking your own drink. Yeah, that's what I think so too. So why? Meh, I'm just used to having too many words to choose from in French. So, when you have two very different scenario cases, having one word to do both feels weird. I just want you all to know one last thing, because his tone grew more solemn. Whatever happens, I know I can count on each and every one of you. Don't disappoint me. Over and out. Kano had the unsettling feeling that the message had been meant for him. Right. It's now or never. The sudden appearance of the syndicate and its bizarre actions were rapidly moving things beyond the jurisdiction of both the MPD and the local police. Mustering his resolve, Kano headed for the Genzaka. Kano pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. It was Rumi calling. She knew full well he wasn't supposed to take private calls while he was working on a case. Maybe it was an emergency? He decided to pick up. Rumi? I'm sorry. Are you in the middle of something right now? Kind of. Is this an emergency? Well, yeah. So, I'm in Shibuya right now, and... Shibuya? Why did she have to be in Shibuya now of all times? So, my father came down from Nagano all of a sudden. What? Rumi's father, Shizuo. Shizuo, is that not also a name from Yakuza? Had been staunchly opposed to the two of them getting married. Kano had visited his home many times, but the man had never even deigned to meet him. Yeah, he told me to tell you he wants to meet with you. What now? Kano blurted the words out with more alarm than he'd intended. I told him you were busy working, but he said he'd wait. This can't be happening. Kano whimpered to himself. Oh, so he whimpers? Okay, noted. I'm sorry, I know he can be demanding. That's not the issue. Her dad offering to wait made it harder for him to refuse. Alright, Kano said. But I have to call you back later, okay? I really am sorry. I'll be at a cafe called Lautrec. It's by the train station. Rumi hung up. For a long moment, Kano stood in a daze, staring at his phone. As if keeping up with the case wasn't stressful enough. At last, he stumbled into motion. But even as he scoured the Genzaka for any sign of the criminal, his mind remained fixed on the meeting with Rumi's dad. There was no way of knowing when he'd be done with his casework today. But could he really pass on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get her father's approval for her hand in marriage? Odds are that this will not be the only once-in-a-lifetime experience Detective Kano ends up having today. Ah, foreboding! I like it. The game is a smartass. I don't know how to explain the tutorials, the little hints. It screams smartass. I don't know why. Maybe he could slip away for just a bit. There were plenty of detectives still tailing the suspect. Taking 15 minutes or so to meet with Shizu wouldn't be such a big deal, would it? This is my big chance. I should go meet with Rumi and Shizuo while I can. No, right now I've got a job to focus on. This guy. He get one mistake at work. The next day he is resigning. He gets killed every chances the game has. And then... but I need to meet with... Step Papa. I must impress Step Papa. I want to see the goof. This is my big chance. It's now or never, Kano decided. His future happiness depended on winning over Shizuo. He might not have the opportunity later if the kidnapping case wound up going south. He'd just have to make sure he didn't linger too long. Kano really isn't cut out for this. He's way too controlled by his emotion, yes. Yes. And his dick journal. He was trying to decide the best way to save as much time as possible, but he caught sight of a taxi passing by. He stepped out in the street to flag the cab down. The station wasn't too far away, but it would be faster to take a car than run there. The taxi screeched to a halt. "Careful, buddy!" shouted the cab driver through the open window. "You're gonna get yourself killed!" Looking more closely, Kano saw that there was already someone in the back seat. Well, crap. He hadn't considered that the cab might already be taken. I swear this guy believes he lives inside a series. He thinks he is fictional. He is. It's a game. But... Still, he didn't have time to wait for another to come along. Kano leaned in close to the back door of the taxi. "Please, I need you to let me have this cab." Beggars couldn't be choosers after all. "No way," snapped the passenger. He didn't seem the genial type. "Please, I'm begging you here." "Look, I'm in a hurry, pal. Get your own cab." "I know how ridiculous this must sound, but please, this is really, really urgent." "Urgent?" "Yes, it's a matter of life or death. Please." "Look, I'm sorry, but I'm dealing with something urgent here too." "Then let me ride with you. I'll pay for the whole fare. My entire future's on the line here." "Sorry, buddy. It's life or death on my end too. I gotta look after me and mine." Kano could see this was going nowhere. "Right. So sorry to trouble you." Kano stepped back in frustration. The taxi sped away. Kano scanned the area, looking for other cabs. Instead, he spotted the man with the attaché case. Get Bagbuster. I was fully expecting him to open the back door. What's that called? Shit. The trunk. I was expecting him to just get in the trunk. It was a stroke of dumb luck, but Kano wasn't going to lose sight of him now. He decided to follow. Further up along the Genzaka, in the direction the perp was heading, was where Yamatedori joined Route 246. Maybe the guy was planning to meet up with the getaway car? No. Wait. Hold on. If that were the plan, why would the gang have ditched the motorcycle earlier? Kano started tailing the man, racking his brain all the while. The suspect turned down a narrow side road. He wasn't heading toward Yamatedori or Route 246 at all, but back toward Shibuya Station. What in the world was going on? It was starting to feel like the crooks were just messing with the investigation team. Kano radioed Kuze on the wireless. The police wireless system is digital in order to make transmission more difficult to intercept. There are several different channels available, including the basic local channel, a common channel for contacting other nearby patrol cars, channels assigned to specific precincts, action update channels for riot squads, and so on. There is also a separate channel specifically for kidnapping cases, not on the standard wavelength. Sir, I don't think there's any point in seeing where this guy leads us anymore. That's not your call to make. Keep watching him. Sir, this is a waste of time. That girl might be in danger if... Kano's argument was cut short as he saw the man hand off the attaché case to yet another foreigner. Again? How many times were these criminals going to pull this trick? The detectives broke into two groups to follow both of the men. Kano followed the man with the attaché case, who eventually led him back to the area around Shibuya Station. Rumi and Shizuo would be waiting at a nearby cafe right now. Kano tried to remember the name. That's right, it was called Lautrec. The name of the cafe where college student Ryoko Kakinuma works as a waitress, named after 19th century French painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. He created numerous works, including many posters, book illustration, and book covers, which are highly regarded in the art world. Henri de Toulouse? I think I know him. Repeated tricks? What about Morgana not dying? Stop it! No, Morgana doesn't deserve to die! Imagine if the cafe was Le Blanc. It's French as well. I don't know what's up with them, with French cafe names. He kept his eye out for a place that by that name as he tailed the target. Before long, he did spot the cafe. Its large plate glass window offered a view of the cozy interior. The sign at front read Lautrec. Looked like this was the place. The man with the case was at the intersection, waiting for the light to change. Kano took the opportunity to peer inside. He spotted Rumi right away. She was facing away from him. I was making a joke about how every time Morgana died, he just walked in the front door. Ah, yeah, true! Damn, I forgot about that. By the way, as of yesterday, I have finally uploaded every VOD to the VOD channel. But they will start to get uploaded, as in to be viewable, starting tomorrow or right now. I think right now episode 1 came out. It's gonna take a while until catch up. We have played for 28 or 29 days straight. A whole last month. So the man seated across from her must be her father. Kano realized he'd never even seen a picture of him. Shizuo grew organic produce up in Nagano nowadays, but until 2 years ago, he'd been a detective with the investigation division. Exactly, Shadow. Yeah, an AI Samyang fail fit like a blink, even though it was for a week. We played for 6 days. It's not insignificant. MPD Investigative Division responsible for handling crimes such as murder, kidnapping, and arson that take place within the Tokyo metropolis. Truly exceptional officers are assigned to this division. They are regularly dispatched to various regional task forces to aid in investigations, where their talent and experience often prove critical. The position of section chief is traditionally given only to dedicated personnel well-versed with crime scenes and organizational administration. And can't believe it's over. Sure, I don't think so. I was still very good. I enjoyed it. We shall play the third and pray for a fourth. Rumi looked up to her father for his distinguished police career and always spoke quite highly of him. Kano had figured that if he became a policeman, Rumi might appreciate that. It was this simple impulse that had led him to join the force. Are you kidding? He joined the force for a bitch? That's the grand idea? That's his only, drive in the field? With how quick it was, I considered the AI trilogy to be a single game. Ah, if only I did that. But at the time, I did not do like a huge series like Persona 5. So I was like, guys, people are gonna be bored at some point. They're gonna have too much AI Samyang files. Now that I know you boogers, I think I could play every Yakuza game back to back and you would not complain. Maybe every Yakuza is a bit too much. He had also figured that public servants could stay afloat even in times of recession, and that his physical training would serve him well in such a line of work. Once he was a policeman, he thought, he could approach Shizuo with his head held high and ask for his blessing in marrying his daughter. But after Rumi graduated from university, Shizuo had up and retired from police work. Even Rumi didn't know why he'd made the decision. Tigi's accent saying boogers will always make the sun shine. Am I not saying it correctly? I swear. Oh, I have beef with y'all English speakers from birth. Because I thought about it. I was listening to a French YouTuber, and she was saying Bloody Mary. Except for us. What word that has double O do we learn first before blood? I don't remember. I had the perfect idea. I had the perfect example of a word with double O. Boobs. There we go. Of course, that's what came to my brain. Boobs. Then why not blood? It makes sense to us. And she was saying Bloody Mary. And it ticked me because I know it's blood. But also at the same time, why boobs if not blood? Why tooth and not blood? Tooth and blood. There you go. Makes sense. Tooth and blood. I was sorry for her. But the only response he ever got was, I'm not giving away my daughter to any cop. Kano had never even gotten past the intercom before her father turned him away. Years on the force had nearly made Kano lose sight of what had driven him to become a policeman in the first place, his bitch. And now, the chance to meet Shizuo face to face had finally come. Now you're totally right, we hate it too. Would you prefer we pronounce blood as blood and boobs keeps being boobs? Or blood and bob? Which one do you prefer? I think I hate the idea of boobs being bobs. He peered intently into the cafe. Across from Rumi sat an older man with a grim expression. Oh my god, I would not want to mess with that dude. Just who was this hard-faced fellow? It took a lot to rattle Kano, but the guy looked scary. Could this really be his sweet little Rumi's father? The prospect of meeting with him later filled Kano with sudden dread. The man went into the TR Shibuya station and stood before the ticket machine. Oh my god, that... bold! Bold! Oh my! Boldness shining. Oh. It looked like he was planning on boarding a train. Probably to Turkey to get a transplant, I hope. A scene from a popular movie about a kidnapping sprang into Kano's mind, where the crook had made off with the ransom money after it was tossed out the window of a train. My eyes! Boobs don't change. We change the spelling of blood. Blood will forever be spelled blood from now on. I second that. Very good idea. I think blood, written that way, makes perfect sense. Wait. Isn't a joint called a... No, it's a blunt. Okay. You would be surprised if I told you I dabbled in the Mary Jane. Fourth, gulp of soju. I'm giving you updates on that front. What if this guy managed to get outside of the dragnet and pull a stunt like that? It looks like the suspect is going to board a train. Kano informed Kuze over the wireless. I don't know why, but the double D in blood makes sense in my head. Me too. Make sure you stay on his tail. Apparently, Kuze still wanted to string the perp along for a bit. We've got the lizards ready to pursue. We got police lizards? I don't even want to check what this means. I would like to believe that they have trained lizards. Uh, I want to keep the magic alive. Japanese police lingo for motorcycle squads deployed to pursue suspects in urban settings. Nah, they're fully fleshed lizards. Trained. Dino police. Now you're getting lightly crossfaded makes sense to me. Lightly crossfaded? Lightly crossfaded. What does crossfaded mean? To me, that's an editing. It's an editing, like, a transition option on DaVinci Resolve. Crossfade. I know this. I use that for audios. Don't know what that means for a person, though. We'll re-establish our dragnets around whatever station he gets off at. It's blinding. The man purchased a ticket from the machine and passed through the gate. Crossfaded, drunk, and stoned. I mean, I'm not smoking right now. And I haven't for years. I just wanted to know if it felt like in character for me to have tried it in the past. Does that make sense to you? There was no way to tell what station he'd bought a ticket for, but it looked like he was heading clockwise along the Yamanote line loop. Kano used his prepaid card and made his way through the ticket gate as well. Officers do not actually get free rides on public transportation simply by flashing their badges, as is frequently depicted in TV shows and films. Doing so might risk alerting the suspect. For this reason, prepaid cards are provided ahead of time. It makes sense to me. I didn't say you had to smoke. Having edibles will make you just as high. That I never tried. I never tried edibles. An announcement chime signaled the imminent arrival of a train up on the platform. The man made his way to the stairs, looking calm and composed. He showed no sign of checking for pursuers. Kano hurried after him. The man stopped at the very edge of the platform to await the train. Not ideal. There was no way for Kano to get close without sticking out like a sore thumb. The train glided up to the platform. The man gave a quick look around as he stepped aboard. Kano followed. Trains on the Yamanote line didn't stop for long, and soon they were on their way. Glancing around, Kano noticed other MPD investigators who had slipped aboard the train as well. The suspect stood behind the driver's compartment, staring contemplatively at the scenery outside. The man's composure only served to rattle Kano more. A man in a gaudy necktie walked past Kano, talking on his cell phone. "Yes, everything's going fine on this end," he said. "There's no need to worry." In his other hand, he carried the same sort of attaché case as the man they were tailing. Are they gonna swap? He headed right toward the driver's compartment and stood next to the suspect. Well, now that's not suspicious. Kano leaned his head subtly, straining to make out what he could of the phone conversation at the other end of the car. "Yes, of course. 225 pages, all fully proofread." 225? Article 225 of the Penal Code of Japan details kidnapping for profit and kidnapping for ransom. Accordingly, 225 is police shorthand for kidnapping. Oh. Now I'm curious how far y'all think I'd go. Hardcore drugs. No, but I wouldn't be surprised if you tried LSD. I know a bunch of friends who tried. So in the end, it doesn't feel that, crazy. Just so you know, don't tell the cops. I mean, they have nothing on him. My dad used to grow and try out shrooms and sell it to his friends. I mean, he would go to the mountains, gather the mushrooms, the special ones, sell them to his friends, and use some himself. My family does not give a fuck unless it's hardcore. That was police jargon for kidnapping. Was this guy in cahoots with the kidnapper? Maybe the criminals had planned an attaché case swap. Kind of watched the newcomer like a hawk. But rather than making contact with the suspect, the man turned around and strolled back the way he'd come. He hadn't done anything suspicious at all. Yes, right. Uh-huh. 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 Understood. Kano stole a glimpse of the man's face as he passed. How far? I'm actually high like all the time. Hey! Tiki thinks it would be in character for me to have done. I'm not saying a lot, but at least once. Just to see. And the rest, like Mary Jane, it does. To be fair, unless you're like very, very, I don't know what type of person would I see not doing Mary Jane ever. But to me, a majority would be capable of doing so, of having tried at least once. So that's like nothing. Shadow, I think for you, I'd say you do edibles at most. At most. Wow, is that a bad thing that I said? Is that a bad thing? Because I've known a bunch of friends who tried. It doesn't feel weird to me. I'm just not interested because I'm scared of them. I'm very giddy. As long as it's safe for you. That's all I care about. I don't give a shit. He stopped and looked at Kano, seemingly aware that he was being watched. Kano decided to A. Stare him down. B. Look away nonchalantly. Not a bad thing, because if your history, huh? Because of your history. I've never tried though. I'm scared. I would say look away. We cannot have him suspect us. He might be involved. But also 225 pages? That's awfully weird. Profred, I mean, he could be in the novel industry, right? He could be talking to the author. But I'm just gonna look away. I'm scared. Kano decided to look away nonchalantly, but his anxiety got the better of him. Well, that's not my fault. He's a dumbass. That's not me. And after a moment, he turned his gaze right back. Soon, the two men were locked in a staring contest. Ah, my apologies, the man said. He shut his phone with a click. I know it's rather rude to talk on one's cell phone when you're on a train. That's just common decency. The man affected a smile, then headed back to the car from which he'd come. Sheesh. Guess I overreacted. Oh! You gotta stop staring at everyone. An oddly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. Oh no. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I don't want people like you to talk to me. Blend into your surroundings more. Is that it? Sasayama? Oh my god! It's the cosplay detective. I love him. How dare he? He has the balls to get out of his house wearing this? Yeah, I would have been very confused if you hadn't said you knew a bunch of people who had tried it. Just so you know, most of the weed that you can find in France come from a city in Morocco. The country does deal a lot. So we have the good stuff. France gets the bad stuff. France gets the trash. We get the good stuff. But there's a city that's very well known for having like acres of weeds growing. This is the best. I love Tsusayama. He is my favorite character right now. I love him dearly. His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise, and what a disguise! The steely expression on his face was at odds with his anime nerd getup. Did he get a haircut? Now that's tragic. Kano had seen Tsusayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Oh! Santa is a must for Christmas. Stakeouts with a smile. Keep presents in bag to calm down children in case of emergency. It's quite rare for Sasayama to actually wear a suit. On the rare occasions when he does, and he's walking the halls of his home precinct, he frequently goes unrecognized. Here are some of Sasayama's costume designs from his evidence notebook. Wait! Tiger! Tiger! There's a tiger shirt! Tragic expression, disguise for stakeouts at dockside warehouses. Sunglasses, suits, and posture amplify wild animal side. Let coworkers know beforehand so as to not be mistaken for real thing. His friends, of course, all they get is the bad stuff. Yes, this is just blatant culturism, and no, I am not serious. I am. I know. No hardcore drugs for me though. I don't even know what this or half of them look like. Only flowers. Flower. Don't know what they look like either. Couldn't tell you. La! Arrest crooks while practicing. Discipline might help to stop funeral robbers? Question mark. Handcuffs up sleeves. Ninja. Has he really gone out wearing this? For nighttime stakeouts, hardcore material. Plenty of exposure. Emphasis bulginess in final version. Emphasize bulginess. No. Hardcore material. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love him. What does he say about this one? Use this for train stakeout. Filled with posters and figurine. Glasses are crucial. Don't forget awkward smile. Prize position clutch to chest. Point is to draw attention in crowded train cars. Bag of merch. Going too far? Question mark. Please tell me they wear these for real. I want to see that. We have seen at least one of them. I want to see the BDSM one so bad. Let me see Sasayama in leather. Chef, magician, samurai, and an astronaut to name a few. But this was a new extreme even for him. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Sasayama's costuming antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits. But lately his work had become tedious. I mean, that was BDSM, no? Hardcore stuff. Bulginess. He has a collar and everything. Is that not like a weird version of a BDSM gear? For a sub, obviously, he has the collar. The thing where you put the leash is behind his neck, that's why you can't see it. You like the ocean? Huh? Never mind. Sasayama pulled a small bottle from his breast pocket. Drink this while you can. Guessing you haven't eaten. What is this? The least I could do. He handed Kano the bottle, then slipped away into the next compartment. Oh, he drinks it. He'd pulled an all-nighter and hadn't eaten, so he was glad to have something. He took a sip. Whatever this was, it was bland. It almost didn't taste like anything. Just what had Sasayama given him? Hardcore drugs. Why do we emphasize the bulginess though for a stakeout? My guess is that it's not for the stakeout. Yes, it's similar to a gimp outfit. Since I know y'all aren't crazy kinky, don't ask what that is and don't look it up. I'm gonna look it up. You can't to not look something up. I'm gonna look it up. What is it? Gimp. Apart from the drawing app, what's a gimp? Gimp meaning. Well, one of the option doesn't seem very good, but it doesn't feel kinky. So it's like an insult. If you're gonna look it up, Gimsuit might be a better search. Uh-huh. I'm scared of what I'm gonna see, and my boyfriend just passed by me. That means he's gonna pass by again and see what's on my screen. Oh well. Oh! Oh! Oh, okay. That's in my history now. I'm kidding, it's not that bad. I've seen that before. I just didn't know that's what it was called. It is disturbing though. Like I wonder if I were to try one of these, I think I would feel like I'm dying. And I would start to hyperventilate and something like that. I'm claustrophobic. I can't. I can't. What the heck? Anything's better than nothing. He brought the bottle to his lips and chugged the contents down. He suddenly got a massive head rush. He felt a heat like a burning that spread from his inside through his whole body. No, that wasn't right. It was an ache. It was a ferocious ache, a burning that spread from his insides to his fingertips. And there was pain, a numbing that spread from his insides all the way down to his toes. Burning, aching, hurting. Burning, aching, hurting. Burning, aching, hurting. Twitchy, itchy, dizzy, sleepy, chilly, willy-nilly. Pretty sure that last one was not supposed to be there. This was not good. This was super duper not good. He broke into a cold sweat, his forehead drenched, his body damp and clammy all over. He felt his grip on consciousness slipping. Sasayama, what the hell did you do to me? With blurry eyes, he squinted to read the writing on the bottle. B-U-R-N? Burn? After I scanned few letters, Kano blacked out. Did Sasayama kill me? What the fuck? It's the least he could do. Did we what's the name when we fuck up the investigation? He's taking us out. Kano blacked out after drinking an unknown substance without checking to see what it was. What he drank, it turns out, was a free sample of something called Burning Hammer. But don't blame Sasayama. He was just passing along the sample he got from someone in a mascot costume. Tama? Tama turns out to be a serial killer. I would be so pumped. Yeah. I don't think that was a bad end from my choices, though. It means I should be seeing Tama. No way, Tama is our angel. Are you ready? Are you ready to shimmy it? Shimmy, shimmy, yeah. Who are you, Tama? Oh, you're so cute. By the way, I love this type of photography that makes normal places feel like models. Like tiny models. Love this. I'm eating that shit up. Look at her. I don't know if it's a her. I'm gonna say it's her. It's so hot. It's so hot in this thing. Way too hot. I feel like I'm sitting in a sauna. See that Tama be a like 50-year-old man, and I have to change the whole voice. Everyone else on the street looks nice and cool, but here I am getting treated to my very own personal midsummer heat wave. On top of that, I can barely see. I can barely breathe, for that matter. But hey, what can I do? Oh, I am so thirsty. Some iced tea would be amazing right now. I'm going to pass out from dehydration at this rate. I may as well admit it. I underestimated how tough this would be. Who knew wearing a mascot costume could be so uncomfortable? A delicate young lady like myself has no business doing this sort of job. I suddenly have so much respect for the people of the superhero team shows. Like, can you imagine doing action scenes in something like this? Heck, all I'm doing is standing here and I'm this close to call it quits. But I can't. I need to work. I need the money. This is no time to be a wuss. If I give up on this, what else am I possibly going to do? Take out the revolutionary new diet drink, Burning Hammer. I thrust a free sample toward passerby while shouting as loud as I can. A free portion, usually quite small, of a product given out to consumers as a sales gimmick allows them to test the quality and effect of a cosmetic or health product prior to purchase, frequently referred to as a trial size or freebie version of the product. In addition to passing out free samples on the streets, some shops also include free samples with purchased products. Please note that simply taking a product without paying for it in order to test it out is theft. Don't do it. Come on and give it a try. Oh, it's no use. People just walk by, one after the other. They avoid looking at the sample. It's been like this ever since I started standing here. What gives? You'd figure at least one person would have taken a bottle by now. I mean, it's free. But I haven't managed to give away a single one. If this keeps up, there's no way I'm getting paid. And then this whole miserable experience will have all been for nothing. I was gonna say how funny would it be if Tama was a super buff short trans woman. But then I realized this game was made in 2008 and that wouldn't be likely. Are you kidding? Have you seen Mama? Mama has gender fluid. Is gender fluid. I'm pretty sure in the first game, and it's by the same company, Mama is said to be gender fluid and goes by he, him, and she, her. Or she, her, and they, them. I love all the mamas, and they're in Yakuza too. Like the mama archetype. Which I love. I don't know if they are so present in those types of game because they exist in real life. I wonder if there's a mama in this game. I hope so. I desperately want a mama here. Just drink this and watch the pounds melt away. No exercising or dieting necessary. I can hear the desperation in my own voice. Just burn, burn, burn. Burn those pounds away. They're giving me cold looks now. They probably think I'm some shyster trying to offload dodgy products. It's that simple. That simple, folks. You just drink the weight away. I guarantee it. Heck, this whole thing reeks of the scam to me too. In other words, it seems extremely dubious or suspicious. The word scam, referring to a type of dishonest scheme, is actually of unknown origin. Several folk etymologies have been proposed, including that it comes from a simple shortening of scandalous misdeeds. But these claims have little evidence to support them. Losing weight just by drinking some concoction is way too good to be true. But still, free is free. You'd think I'd be able to give one or two away. It's not like I'm not trying. Okay, pep talk time. You can do this. Think about the money. Just start with one bottle. Alright, I'm going to give this bottle away for the next person I see, no matter what. I close my eyes and gather my determination. I just need to get started and the momentum will build from there. She's gonna give it to Sasayama. I mean, we already know he got that bottle. There he is. Alright, eyes open. There are two people walking in my direction. Wait, two? Oh no, which one do I pick? If I keep waffling, they're both going to pass me by. Okay, choose not Sasayama, you're gonna kill Kano. I just need to hand this bottle off. Which one of these guys look more likely to take it? Clutching the free sample in my furry fists, I try to force it off on the businessman to my left. I try to force it off on the disheveled fellow to my right. Businessman, let's save Kano. Clutching the free sample in my furry fists, I try to force it off on the businessman to my left. Here you go, sir. A free sample of Burning Hammer, the latest and greatest diet drink. I feel very maternal towards Tama. What do you mean he ignored her? She's trying so hard. The businessman flashes me a look of utter content and makes a point of avoiding me as he slips past. Bam! There goes the wind right out of my sails. I wonder how the other mascots is doing about now. Wait. What fucking... Because I know they're rivals. We need to hate him. What voice do I give him? There is a sale demo happening today at 1 o'clock at the Nokanen building. Huh? Looks like the chicken has handed out all kinds of samples. I don't get it. How come nobody is taking any of mine? What could I possibly be doing wrong? I look at the clock. It's a little after 11. My morning of wandering around hawking diet drinks is just about over. I'll need to get ready to head over to the sales demo. I'd love to take the costume off, but then I'd have to carry it. The samples I have given out are almost too heavy as it is. Oh well. I might not have gotten results, but I tried my best. I sure hope they don't withhold my pay or anything. Hey. Hey, what gives? You got that many left? The chicken speaks with a female voice. Female? Don't forget to make shitty-ass clucking noises for the chicken. Yeah, I reply sheepishly. Nobody seems to want to take mine. Well, I mean, are you looking for the right target? Huh? Like groups of girls or bird-looking older ladies. Those are the type you gotta be gunning for, you know? Wow. I hadn't even considered that. Now that she says it, it seems so obvious. This is a diet drink after all. Also, they are not rivals. Maybe I can change the voice to something a little more pleasant. I was ready to die for Tama, okay? Of course, I'm not gonna have any luck trying to foist it off on a random guys. Well, whatever, the chicken says. Here, give me the samples you've got left. I hand over my samples, and the chicken dumps the whole lot into her basket. What voice do I give her? It's still a chicken. Do I give her a soft voice because the chicken was like scraping at my throat? Maybe she's a good senpai. Okay, we fight for Tama and the chicken. They're best friends. I'll drink whatever's left so they don't find out you didn't pass them out, she says. Huh? Wait, like all of them? Yeah, all of them. The chicken sounds pretty confident in herself. These may just be sample-sized bottles, but still, they add up to a lot. I can feel myself on the brink of tears at the kindness of her offer. Thank you so much. That's a huge help. I bow deeply, which makes my mascot head wobble. Leaving the station behind, we head down Center Guide towards the Nokane building. Look at them! A multi-tenant office building in Udagawacho, located in Center Gai, Shibuya's downtown district. In addition to hosting the weight loss drink sales demo, the building is also home to the foreign capital protection firm Japan, Cellcom, DIT mainstay Shibuya On-Net, Song, video game developer Shindai Tradco, and Strikeback Labs, publisher of the monthly magazine Science Strikes Back, along with many other businesses. The Burning Hammer sales demo is going to be held there this afternoon. The job's supposed to pay 10,000 yen for the day, but if we can sell at least 100 bottles at the demo, they've promised another 10,000 on top of that. I need to make sure I sell those hundreds bottles. I need that 20,000 yen, and I need it ASAP. Oh my, they could have invested a bit more on the art. We arrived at the Nokane building, a rundown multi-tenant office complex. We head into the room where the Burning Hammer sales demo is taking place. There are already about 50 seats set out. I wonder how many people the free samples will pull in. A stage has been set up at the far end of the room. And I was struck with bad omen. The chicken is gonna show all the drinks we didn't give away to our higher ups and say, look how shitty Tama is. I hope not. That's where I'm going to be standing, sipping Burning Hammer while explaining its effects to the customers. Hurry up and take that thing off. The chicken flaps her wings as she speaks. It's kinda early, but come on, let's have lunch. I'm starving. Please no, I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Then we really hate chicken. Now that she mentions it, I realize I'm pretty hungry myself. The demo's not starting for another 2 hours. I can't win a war against my stomach for that long. The chicken and I head to the waiting room where they've set out lunches for us. Mind getting my back real quick? The chicken asks. She arches her back toward me. Apparently, she can't reach her own zipper. Oh, sure, give me just a sec. Look at that little one here. Next to my face, look at this one. So fluffy. They're fucking, by the way. By the looks of it, they're fucking. What's the hold up? Come on, I'm rusting in the thing. Hurry up and get it off me. I almost got it. It's just awkward with these mitts. Finally, I get a hold of the zipper and yank it. Yank it downward. This feel? Or the red panda? This feel. The panda is there. Hi, Zero. Oh, tell me you didn't break it. Oh. A girl emerges from the chicken as if the chicken itself were an egg. Yeah, I'm alive. Her red sweatshirt is drenched in sweat. Almost at once, she's kicking back and cooling off with a hand fan. Sorry, but would you mind getting me too? Sorry, but would you mind getting me too? I ask. Yeah, okay. I turn my back to the girl. I hear metal clacking behind me. At long last, I am about to be free of this 5-ton fursuit. Uh-huh? The girl murmurs awkwardly. Uh-huh? What? A spike of anxiety hits me. What's wrong? I ask, why would she wear a hoodie under that thing? Yeah, true. Oh! Yeah, that's a no-go. Zipper's busted. What? Yeah, sorry, that thing ain't coming off. What? My vision goes dark. No, no, no! I tug desperately at the costume, but no luck. I'm trapped inside. Oh, what the crap! Ah, well, we can talk to the boss about it when he gets back, the girl says. I mean, it's not like we can just cut it off you with scissors or anything. Oh no, the first indication chicken is an evil beach. So she's so cute as she is. I love that they included like slight animation with 2 frames. I love this. She sounds entirely unconcerned. Aha. It's so unfair. I need to get out of this stuffy, sweltering steam bath as soon as possible. All I can do is clench my fist in impotent rage. But anyway, good work out there today, the girl continues. I'm Chiriko Osugi, by the way. You can just call me Chiri. She smiles as she introduces herself. I mean, I am a pretty cheery gal after all. She breaks into a hearty guffaw? William Guffaw? Oh, sure, I say. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, for sure. So, I guess you're not gonna be able to eat lunch with that getup, huh? Huh? Oh, that's right. What should I do? Don't sweat it. Just leave it to me. Huh? I love how good just using keyframes can be. Yeah. I'll eat both lunches myself. How would that help me? Chiri doesn't even wait for me to reply before reaching for my lunch. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste, she says. She makes it sound like leftover food is a bigger concern than my hunger. I can feel my appetite stirring all the more as she devours my meal with a satisfied grin on her face. A faint, pathetic gurgle rises from my belly. It's just a cheap little prepackaged box lunch, but right now it looks like a feast. So, what's your name? Chiri asks. Her cheeks are still packed with rice. My name? Yeah. Oh, it's, As I struggle to think of an answer, my eyes alight on the piece of tamagoyaki clutched between Chiri's chopsticks. The yellow slab of lightly grilled egg wobbles to and fro. I can see the inside from the way it's been sliced. It looks somewhat undercooked. Come on, what's your name? Oh, right. Tama. It's Tama. Because it's Tamagoyaki. It's not her name. She can't think straight. She's so hungry. She sees Tamagoyaki. She's like, my name is Tama. Gofa, I can't remember how to spell the normal word. Wait, but what is happening in Shibuya? No, for real though. Huh, you mean like the famous cat? Well, ain't that fitting? Cherry chortles and stuffed a piece of tamagoyaki into her mouth, then takes a big swig of iced tea. I am beyond jealous. I wish I could gorge myself in those lunch boxes until I'm full to bursting. Heck, even a cold glass of iced tea would be a lifesaver right now. I'm so thirsty, I'm starting to get all dizzy. Maybe I really am getting dehydrated. This isn't good. If I don't do something, I'm going to pass out before the sales demo even starts. And then I remember something. The zipper on my back might be busted, but I can still take the head off, right? That way I'd at least be able to eat and drink stuff. Alright. Alright. I decide to grab the head in both hands and yank it upward with all my might. Rock my head back and forth good and hard. Ask Cherry to assist me. Sorry, would you mind helping me pull my head off? Ah, with the mittens and stuff, does she have enough room to take off the head? Also, she's a dumbass for not thinking that, hey, maybe not the whole costume, but at least the head. Soju inhaled. Grab the head in both hands and yank it upward with all my might. Does she have all her might? I wish I had some sake. I never drank sake. But I need to go to the Asian market. That's an hour away, so 2 hours back and forth. To gather some incense. I might take a bottle. There's a very cute one that is pink, but frosted pink. So it's like blurred inside. You can't see really inside, but it's like frosted effect, matte. Wait, I think the logo is a bunny or something. It's a pretty middle bottle, I'd say. It's smaller. Think light soju. Oh, is it lighter than soju? Let's try to grab the head. I decide to grab the head in both hands and yank it upward with all my might. Oh, come on. No matter how hard I put it, it won't come off. Ow! A dull pain throbs at the back of my head. Did I smack it against something at some point? Chiri flashes me a curious look. What are you doing? She asks. Soju is a distilled rice wine, while sake is not distilled. Oh. So soju is a type of white wine from rice. What would be the equivalent for sake if you had to make it close to another type of alcohol? Like watered down wine? You're talking to somebody that's French. Be careful with your words. I hate wine. I like white wine to cook. I don't like red wine. I thought maybe I could at least get the head off. I try pulling again, refusing to give up. That ain't gonna work. That thing's attached to the body. I slump forward in defeat, face planting on the tabletop. No! Most folks would have noticed that when they put it on, you know? Well, I didn't. The boss helped me get into it. Get into it is the thing. Such a cute plushie. I love her. Well, don't let it get you down, Chiri said. Here, drink some of this. She pulls a bottle with a straw from her bag and pours some of the tea into it. Oh, she sips. Oh, she sips. She's so cute. I have no idea. Grape wines are so vastly different than rice wines. True. In a fever of thirst, I jammed the plastic straw through the mascot's costume mouth. I swear if it's one of the burn little bottles, plus the fursuit, she's dead. Thankfully, it reaches as far as my own. I suck for all I'm worth. I suck and I suck and I suck. My body rejoices as the moisture returns to it, like rain coming to the desert. And thus I revive. Actually, it kind of does feel like I'm coming back to life. Oh, thank you so much. I am never going to forget this as long as I live. With tears welling up in my eyes, I clutch Chiri's hand in my fuzzy mitts. Oh, hey, I'm not the kind of person to abandon someone in need, you know? She replies. An embarrassed grin crosses her face. Oh, come on, you're carrying this bottle around with you anyway. How come you're carrying this bottle around with you anyway? I ask. Oh, that's because I make my own protein juice. I mean, I wonder if you noticed the Sharon, the Wanderer enemy on that table. I did not play that game. So no, I'm curious. Is it the blue thing that I rub my cheek on? Face cheek, you gooners. In Japan, the word protein is frequently used to refer to a powdered health food supplement that contains vitamins and minerals, as well as protein components. It is dissolved in milk or another liquid to create a drink. A protein diet typically involves drinking a glass of this in place of a meal. Drinking it in place of tea would assuredly lead to weight gain. Is that what she's trying to do? Protein juice? Never heard of it. I heard that if you... I heard that if you have protein juice for one of your 3 meals a day, you'll lose weight. So yeah, I kinda need to keep it. Given Chiri's sort of, well, chubby frame, I don't think the protein's been working so great for her. Yeah, the blue and white blobby creature. Yeah, it's cute. It's an enemy? It's an enemy? Wow. I've been trying all sorts of stuff, but right now protein is totally the best thing for my diet. This stuff though... Chiri casts her eyes at the samples of burning hammer on the table. It's like totally bogus. Huh? Bogus? That's a surprise. Well, yeah, Chiri says. You've gotta exercise if you want to burn body fat. The best way to burn fat is to engage in steady, low-intensity aerobic exercise. After roughly 20 minutes of such exercise, the body burns through its available blood sugar, and the brain sends signals to have fat brought into the bloodstream. This is how fat is burned. Anaerobic exercise, which leaves you panting and breathless, is not effective. Ooh, is that true? So if you were to exercise for 40 minutes, then you have already started to burn fat, right? She noticed it, but none of us knew it was a reference to something. Yeah. I noticed the plushie, found it very cute, rubbed against it, and then moved on. She smacks herself on one flabby arm. I mean, there's no way you're gonna lose weight by taking in more calories. Huh, she just say she was drinking protein juice to lose weight? I keep that thought to myself. I mean, that'd be as ridiculous as all-you-can-eat Kobe beef. She adds. She shakes her head seriously. I'm not sure about using all-you-can-eat anything as an example in a discussion about weight loss. But again, I keep the thought to myself. But hey, a job's a job, Thierry says after a moment, breaking up again. They'll tell me to sell this junk, I'll sell it. A sudden wailing comes from the other side of the door. Please, just give me time. I swear I'll get it back to you. What the heck? What the heck? Thierry says. Is that the boss? I nod. That's definitely Mr. Yanagishita's voice. He's the guy who hired me. Wait. Oh! Sparkly! Thank you for the gifted sub. I read that completely wrong. I've read that the opposite way. And I was like, wait, 19? But we just met. I wasn't even asking. Yes, Sparkly is very generous. Enjoy the emote. You are obligated to use them, by the way. It's an obligation. It's not, but have fun. Sidling up alongside Thierry, I very quietly open the door and take a peek inside. Yeah, you have to use those emotes. Mr. Yanagashita is down on his hands and knees, begging, while two uncouth-looking men glower at him. Just a little more time, that's all I ask, he pleads. Once I sell this stuff, I can pay you back. I see a tiny bottle of burning hammer in his hands. Sidling. Okay. Just a little more. Just a little more, mimics the middle-aged fellow. I just gotta sell this. We've heard enough of that out of you. Yeah, the younger guy sneers. We ain't giving you any more time, so quit asking. But I really just need a little longer this time. Please, you gotta believe me. From the looks of things, Mr. Nagayashita is dealing with some loan sharks. Is Mr. Yanagashita our Komeichi? Though it seems obvious that this term refers to toothy predators of the deep, the word shark in this case actually has its origin in an older Germanic word meaning parasite or someone who preys on others. The same word gave rise to the terms pool shark and card shark. In the case of loan sharks, though, the initial mental image seems quite appropriate. You know, in games when someone is on a tiny little ledge and they're scooching along step by side step. Okay, I think I know what you're meaning. Scooting. Something like that. Yeah, scooching? I thought it was scooting. But yeah, I think that happens in Mario Brothers at some point, but I see what it means. And the two thugs are clearly in no mood for his continued groveling. Thierry and I exchange a glance. It's probably best if we don't go out there right now. But now I'm really worried. Am I actually going to get paid for this gig? Oh my god, the poor guy. As I'm pondering that, one of the men grabs Yanagashita by the nape of the neck and drags him to his feet. Come with us, pal. We'll take you someplace you can, work off your debts. Say what? Mr. Yanagashita wills. The two men drags him away. Say what? That's to sidle. So doing it is sidling. Huh. Interesting, thank you. Huh. Huh. I guess he's gone then, Thierry says. She's already starting to pack up her things. Wait, what are you doing? I ask. Going home. Not much point sticking around. Going home? I mean, the demo sure ain't happening now. Anyhow, it was nice working with you. See ya? See ya. Moments later, Thierry is out the door. Now what do I do? I've been left here all by myself. More or less at a total loss. She can't get the suit off. He can't get the suit off. Shifts over. Our poor feline friend isn't going to get paid now that those debt collectors showed up and dragged her boss away. If a certain someone hadn't told the thugs how to get to Naokane building, they probably wouldn't have caught Yanagashita. The right decision happens at 11:15, but who has to make it? I love this. Genuinely, I am so happy I'm playing this. This looks so interesting. I wonder how deep it goes. Okay, so it's somebody else, and probably not one that we tried. This game is so fun. I want more of Tama. How about we go with... Because we don't know who. It's definitely not Kano. So let's see what's up with Akechi. My hero of garbage. The man with the cane aimed his gun at Hitomi, his face devoid of emotion. Alright. Please. Sorry. Please, the girl said, trembling. Why are you doing this? But the man did not reply. Quickly, Achi stepped in between Hitomi and the gun, spreading his arms wide. Stop, he said in English, one of the few English words he knew. He quickly reverted back to Japanese. Who the hell are you? You know what's so funny? Salmon is currently playing Repo. He has been playing thrice now. He just screamed. I never hear him when I play. And he said, what did he say? Screw that fucking duck. What's this fucking duck? Because he has the little ducky that jumps at you, and if your ray of motion touches it, it kills you. It's so fucking funny to me. He's not a horror game player. Goes quite deep, especially since it often goes on discounts for as low as $10. That's when I got it. It's pretty expensive. Oh god, not the duck. Repo is such a blast. I wish I could play. Not that I can't, but like, you know. I would need to do some mental work to invite people or something. I feel like a leech. But it sounds very fun. At least he's having a blast. But it's so funny. The dude is like very tall. He is not scared of much of anything. And he's like, sometimes. And I can hear him. Like, he scares me by doing that. It's so funny to me. I just want you to know that this is what's happening right now. He's playing Repo. To the community game stream, once I get my gaming PC up, I can join. Yeah, sure. You know this guy, Hitomi? No. Achi was sure he'd never seen the man either. What are you after? Money? Because if you are, boy, are you wasting your time chasing us. The man furrowed his brow, adjusting his point of aim to Achi's face. His bloodthirsty gaze left Achi no doubt that he was willing to pull the trigger. Reflexively, Achi took a step back, his foot clattering against the discarded beer bottle. We're going to get cut down for sure, unless we can find some way to catch this guy off guard. It didn't need to be much. If Achi could just distract the gunman for a moment, buy himself the briefest window. Shoot me then. Go on, do it. Oh, I thought it would be Hitomi. Shoot me then. Go on, do it. He stepped forward as he shouted, hoping the provocation would confuse the guy for just long enough. Bam! He shoots. Oh, a phone. Even as Achi moved, the gunman's attention was distracted for an instant by a sudden sound. The phone in his breast pocket was ringing. Seeing his chance, Achi lunged forward in an attempt to wrest the gun away, snatched up the beer bottle and swung it at the assassin. I would run. By the time your hand catches the bottle, and then you're going to swing it backwards, probably. The guy probably shot you already. Lunge forward in an attempt to rest. I mean, he is. He has an injury, but not to his arms, so maybe he falls. But his arms are still good. I'll choose what my guts tell me. Grabbed Hitomi and ran. Hitomi! Achi grabbed Hitomi and ran. He charged the man in the doorway, kicking at the cane he leaned on. The assassin lost his balance and stumbled to the left. Run! Still holding Hitomi's hand, Achi rushed out of the club. The two sprinted away through the side streets and alleys of Shibuya. Achi began to feel as if they were running some maddening maze. Before long, the two had made it almost as far as Aoyama. Wait up! Huh? Achi, wait up! Achi glanced back at Hitomi. My bad. I guess we've been running pretty hard. You tired? Hitomi shook her head. No, it's just I have to get to Dogenzaka. Dogenzaka? What for? What could she possibly need to do here now? That's what I was told when I handed over the attaché case. The man leaned in to whisper to Hitomi as he reached out for the case. You're going to do exactly as I tell you. 2 things. He wore a cool, faint smile, as if this were some casual conversation. First, you're going to go to Dogenzaka and get in the blue van there. Hitomi nodded wordlessly. Second, you will not attempt to contact either the police or your family in the meantime. His chilling tone brooked no argument. Just those 2 things, and we'll let your sister go. Hitomi nodded again. The man flashed her a big, bright grin. Okay then. Give me the money. A blue van in the Genzaka, huh? Achi muttered. So that's why you said the police were a no-go? Yes, exactly. Hitomi's voice betrayed her desperation. I wonder if your sister is in that van then. If she is, then we've gotta hurry. The issue lay in how to get to the Genzaka. They could probably avoid their pursuer if they kept the streets only the locals usually knew about. That meant staying off the more well-trafficked routes like Roppongi Dori or the stretch between Miyamazusaka and the station. The side roads south of the station were the best bet. It was going to be a long detour. All right, come on. Turning, Achi headed back to the way they'd come. After a moment's confusion, Hitomi followed. Um, Achi? There was a note of worry in her voice. Hey, hey, don't sweat it. I actually live in Dogenzaka. We're heading right back to my old neighborhood. Hitomi bowed her head. Thank you so much. Hey, it's no problem. I had to head home anyway. Achi gave her a grin, and she cracked a tiny smile of her own. Hey, you too. You got a minute? Achi looked around. A pair of men approached from across the street. These are the loan sharks. We tell them a wrong direction. There was something shady looking about them. Achi's protective instincts kicked in, and he stepped in front of Hitomi. If these guys meant trouble, he wanted to be ready. We just want to ask you something. The younger of the two men drew in closer, a sharp gleam in his eye. Achi braced himself. Ask us what? You know where the Nokane building is? The man held up a flyer. It was for some sort of health food sales demo. Come on, man, the Nokane building. You know where it is or not? Achi knew the name. Wasn't that one of the building on Center Guy? That was near the Genzaka, the same direction he was going. No harm in helping a couple lost dudes, Achi pointing them in the direction of Center Guy. I don't like the thought of these two following Hitomi and me, Achi pointing them in the opposite direction from Center Guy. Pretty sure it's that way, he said. Thanks, man. Sorry to bug ya. The two men headed off toward the main road. Achi and Hitomi hurried onward, following the sparsely trafficked side streets toward the Genzaka. I don't think I even knew this part of Shibuya was here. Oh, I don't think I even knew this part of Shibuya was here, Hitomi said as she looked around. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I used to mess around in this neighborhood when I was a kid. The area was a mishmash of rundown residences and office buildings. Almost nobody ever comes here unless they live or work on one of those streets. And check it out. Over there, a rare first-hand glimpse of the Shibuya River. A minor river that runs from the Miyamasu Bridge to the Tengen Bridge, depicted in the 36 Views of Mount Fuji by Edo period ukiyo-e artist Hokusai. In Hokusai's time, fireflies were collected from the Shibuya River and presented to the shogun, lending credence to the idea that the river was indeed clean in the past. Are there still fireflies or are they gone there too? Have you always lived in Shibuya, Achi? Yep, born and raised. Achi bent down to pick up a piece of trash from the roadside. That's why I do this. It just pisses me off to see folks make a mess of this place. He picked up another piece of trash. I don't have a job, so I just pick up garbage every day. Man, what am I even doing? Like, clean up even matters right now. Took a long, hard look at his face. What? He demanded. What is it? Hokusai is the one that made the most well-known ukiyo-e paintings. The wave of... Naginawa? The great wave of... Fuck. Is it Naginawa or is it something else? I read recently that it was not the great wave of, but the great wave of. 2F. Didn't know. I thought it was of. It made sense. You're a strange one, Achi. That's so. She was right, of course. It was sort of strange collecting trash every day instead of getting a job. He had his reasons for it, but they weren't important right now. Right now, the important thing was getting Hitomi to Dokenzaka. Come on, he murmured. A sudden angry shout broke the silence as they hurried along. Hey, hold it right there! Achi and Hitomi stopped, but the shout wasn't directed at them. Further up the road, a group of thuggish-looking men were having some kind of arguments. It's off because it's off the shore of the place. I had to look into it for my history of art class. Nice. Unfortunately, at no point did Eastern art ever came in my history of art classes. Unfortunately, it was always the same Western-centered ones. And I hated it. I mean, I loved history class. Especially history of arts. I loved it. But come on. What about African art? What about Asian art? What about Latin America? Why did it have to be America or Europe? That's bullshit. The man who was shouting had grabbed one of the others by the neck. Idiots! And you still got the gall to call yourself SOS? The Studs of Shibuya, oh my god. A youth gang operating out of Shibuya, founded by Achi Endo. Oh really? Its current leader is Susumu Nishizawa. I mean, yeah, Susumu, but the other men standing around look distinctly uncomfortable. It takes money to run an organization. No, I know, and since it's not like you're Achi or nothing, I thought you could maybe spare some help on that front, boss. The top dog, the man in charge, the head honcho. Here it refers to the leader of SOS, Susumu. And a change in leadership can really shake up an organization. The new boss's personality and disposition are a huge factor in whether the group continues to prosper. The fact that Susumu is being asked to spare some help on the monetary front suggests that he still has things to learn about being in charge. Hitomi looked at Achi when the stranger spoke his name. He smiled awkwardly, then turned back to the altercation. Ours was that we could make our own style of cards, and it had to be based off of specific art theme and era, so I made ones off of ukiyo-e. I made my own custom deck, basically. Did you try? Did you recreate the style, or did you recreate the technique, or both of them? Because the technique would be super interesting to try to replicate. That would be super cool, I think. Just style is fair too. I mean, it would take a lot to replicate material-wise. Shut your mouth, Susumu barked. How dare you say Achi's name in my presence? Hey, Achi called out. What was that about me? As soon as they saw him, the other men went pale. Achi kept his tone casual as he strolled up to the group. Susumu, you can't just give the guy a beatdown in broad daylight. To mess someone up super bad, usually with punches and kicks. Just want to shock the upstanding people of our fair city. Achi, Susumu glared. Can we drop the pleasantries? Because I was using digital, but I did color it as if it were carved out of wooden blocks. Interesting. Alright, Achi replied with a hint of a sneer. You got it, Susumu. And I'd like to point out we're not on a first-name basis. With that, Susumu turned and stalked away. His buddies followed suit, leaving Achi and Hitomi alone again. Did you know that guy? Hitomi asked. His name's Susumu Nishizawa. And yeah, I know him. Or I thought I did. Used to be friends way back. Me and those guys were all part of the same crew, but I bailed a little while ago. Achi fell silent. To his great relief, Hitomi didn't pry further. Yeah, sure, I'll try to remember. Usually you guys are the one reminding me. So now he's a mean greener. Achi and Hitomi had gone a short distance further when he caught sight of a man picking something up alongside the train tracks. Huh, I wonder. Achi went over to him. Hey man, you picking up trash by any chance? Huh? The man let out a panicked shout. Taisei Yasuda, 35 years old, just opened up a knick-knack shop in Shibuya. Achi knows Shibuya like his own backyard, but this Yasuda guy is new enough that Achi doesn't recognize him. Sorry, it just kinda looked like that's what you were doing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm picking up trash. Of course. The guy seemed pretty unnerved. Like, I just got to thinking, man, this place is filthy. Oh, that's. Oh my god. Right on! Achi clasped the man's hand in his own. Someone else who gets it. They do? Totally! I see all this trash all over the place and I can't stand it. Oh, yeah, sure. The man breathed a sigh of relief. I can't stand when someone throws something away when it can still be useful. I hear that. That's the spirit. As he pulled out the trash he had stuffed in his pockets. Here you go. Huh? Go ahead, have all of it. The man looked dumbfounded. Usually I go around picking up the trash around here, but I've got a little thing I gotta do today. You got it from here. I'm counting on you. What? Actually, I'm kind of... Great, thanks. And she beamed in approval, then rejoined Hitomi and headed down the street. The man let out a sigh. Fine. Oh man. What's going on in Shibuya? Slipping through a narrow back alley, they came out near the top of Dogenzaka. Achi looked down the hill, but didn't see a blue van anywhere. He and Hitomi started making their way down toward Shibuya Station. Hitomi muttered to herself, I don't see it parked around here. Her face twisted up with worry. It was a lot harder to find street parking closer to the station. Hitomi, hold up. Achi had a sudden idea. He darted into the nearby soba restaurant, motioning for Hitomi to follow. Soba? Heya! He called out the proprietress, a sharp-eyed middle-aged woman. You're looking as lovely as ever today, I see. Oh, Achi. Are you done collecting trash for the day? The lady took a look at Hitomi, her eyes lighting up. Maki Yoneda. When she was 19, she happened to stop by this place and was captivated by the chilled curry soba. By day's end, she had decided to make the restaurant her new home. Married the owner at age 22, and they managed the establishment together. Last year, her husband of 30 years passed away. Now she safeguards the generations-old secret of chilled curry soba on her own. Is this your girlfriend? Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing like that. The proprietress was undeterred. Oh, she looks just like a model. She's the spitting image of me at that age. My, Achi's got himself a girlfriend. I said it's not like that. The woman waved Hitomi over. Now, you know Achi's got a bit of a mouth on him, and he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a sweet boy. Okay. Hitomi forced a polite smile to her face. He'll try to deny it, but don't you listen. Has he told you about Suzune? Hmm? Oh my god! Ma'am, please. Achi jumped in on the conversation. You gotta hear me out. Whatever's the matter, I'm just trying to talk off your good points. Have you seen a van parked around here? A van? Let me think. Yes, come to think of it, there was. With a finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Wow. Hey now, you're a rock star. And I forgot the rest. A blue one, she added confidently. Hitomi leaned forward. Where is it now? She asked. Well, I'm not really sure. I don't keep a close eye on things outside after all. Hitomi slumped. I see. I know it doesn't look like it, but I've been quite busy today. The man who makes my noodle came by earlier to settle accounts, and we fought and fought over it. No head for finances, that one. That's his problem, honestly. And on top of that, of course, my part-timer Masa has to have today off. Honestly. First year student at Midoriyama Academy. A sweet young man who works as a part-time delivery driver for Dogen Huts. Right, Dogen Huts. And sends all his leftover money to his mother out in the country. Lately, however, he's gotten himself a girlfriend, and he's been sending money back home less frequently. His noodle house job doesn't pay enough to both support his mom and cover cover his dating expenses, so he's scheming for a way to make it rich quick. Achi frowned. Had she really seen a blue van, or was she just being chatty? Other women who ran tobacco shops or noodle houses did seems to have a knack for spotting details, but women of her age weren't always the most reliable. I want to trust her. Older women who ran shops or noodle houses did seem to have a knack for spotting details. Achi decided to follow up some more. Was there anything unusual about this van? Well, let me think. The woman frowned, pausing a moment in thought. The photography composition in this game is crazy. Yeah, sometimes you wonder, and some other times it's perfect. Aha! A flash of recollection shone in her eye. That's right, now I remember. I think there was some foreigner sitting inside. Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances. Yes, I'm sure of it. The man who makes my noodles said he saw it too. Was there anything else? Oh, was there anything else? Hitomi asked. No, not that I can remember. Hitomi hung her head in frustration as they left the soba shop. Achi did his best to cheer her up. Hey, we might still find that car. Let's try waiting around here for a while. Just waiting? What good will that do? It's possible that they went looking for you when you didn't show up, Achi said. Maybe they'll come back, you know? He sat down on the edge of a planter outside the restaurant. But the criminals already have the money, she said anxiously. Even Achi understood the implications. Now that the crooks had the ransom, her hostage was nothing but a liability. Why take the risk of letting her go when they already had what they wanted? Never thought I'ma be this impressed by a lady staring into my soul. You should have seen some others. The situation was bad. Very bad. Still, just running around Shibuya willy-nilly was only going to tire and frustrate them. Achi wanted to make sure Hitomi had the chance for a little break. We don't have anywhere else to look, so let's just give it 10 minutes, okay? He said. Hitomi seemed unconvinced. She looked like she might just march off down the Genzaka at any moment. I understand how you must feel, but you know what they say. Slow and steady, stay in place. Hitomi burst out laughing. Oh, what's so funny? Oh, she's pretty. It's slow and steady wins the race. For real? Hitomi smiled, then sat down beside him. Alright, she said. We can wait here for 10 minutes. Cool. We've run enough races today already, right? Hitomi kept her eyes on the cars passing through the Genzaka for a while. Then she murmured softly to Achi. Thank you so much for everything. Really. You can thank me after we find this van. I'm sure if I'd been by myself, I'd have been in too much of a panic to do anything. Ah, what can I say? I try to keep my head up and face things as they come. You're quite the optimist, aren't you? Archie grinned. He tried to recall what optimist meant. He was pretty sure it had something to do with doctors. Or maybe glasses. Optometrist? The shy, sweet look on Hitomi's face as she said it, though, made him figure it was it probably wasn't a bad thing, whatever it was. Oh, I like them. Cars drifted on by, one after the other, but they saw no sign of a blue van. After a while, even Achi began to grow impatient. This was starting to feel like a waste of time. And then, Hitomi, look! There it was. Wow. Keep out. That's it for Achi. Let's go back to Tama. But hey, a job's a job, Chiri says after a moment, perking up again. They tell me to sell this junk. I'll sell it. The door flies open suddenly and a loud voice belts out. Hold it right there. I whirl around in a panic to see an odd-looking man standing in the doorway. It's Junichi Yanagishita. Yanagishita. Why is he kind of cute? I don't know, he's kind of cute. He's the guy who hired us. I heard that, Thierry. Don't you go calling my product junk. That's disrespectful. Thierry gave him an apologetic look. Whoops. Sorry about that. You should be, but whatever. If you really have doubts, have a try for yourself. Mr. Yanagishita pulls a bottle of burning hammer from his coat pocket. Sister products include Del Sweats, Cellulose, Better Sweater, Dumb Pepperone, Power Burn Z, Mr. Thin, Nega Chow, Nega, with an E. I think I shouldn't be reading them even though they're right here. I'm scared my accent will give me trouble. Let's say Mega Chow. Super Mega Chow. I apologize. I could say it in French. Probably. Let's forget about this. I got really scared though. Like, I read it and I was like, wait. At first glance, it looks like some kind of energy supplement, but the cheapo label gave an immediate impression of sketchiness. Go on, says Yanagashita. Give it a go. Kiri reaches out to take it. But no sooner does she grab the bottle than Mr. Yanagishita shouts out once more. Wait! Hold on! What? Kiri scoffs. What gives? You too. You're both good stomach-wise? Stomach-wise? Yeah, drinking this stuff on an empty stomach can cause some pretty nasty problems. So just make sure you eat or drink something beforehand. Doesn't matter what, really. Wait, nasty problems? Yeah. Such as what? I ask. I'd rather not say. Nobody would buy it otherwise. Seriously. It's all good. It's all good. I just had lunch. Shuri says. She flashes a carefree smile. Well, I haven't eaten yet. But on the other hand, I've been guzzling as much iced tea as I can to fill myself up. It's probably safe for me to try this stuff. I may as well drink it. In for a penny, in for a pound. Nope. No, I better not drink this stuff. It's not even particularly appetizing. Wait, is this that stuff that gives you visions or something? No, I better not drink this stuff. It's not even particularly appetizing. Yeah. No, I'd better not drink this stuff. Cherry twists off the cap. Bottoms up, she declares, and proceeds to noisily gulp her bottle down. It doesn't seem like she minds it. Maybe it's actually pretty tasty after all? Huh? Aren't you gonna have some too? Mr. Yanagashita flashes me a look. I guess I might as well try to just a little bit. I stick the bottle of burning hammer into my mascot head mouth. It has an unexpected smell, like curry. Getting my own lips around the mouth of the bottle, I gulp down the liquid inside. Huh? It doesn't taste like anything. A handful of seconds go by. What the heck?
It feels like a firecracker just exploded inside my mouth. And now it's spicy. Oh, it's spicy. It's like I just swallowed a chili paper coated in curry powder.
Before I knew it, I'm sweating bullets. Well, you sweating? Mr. Yanagashita asks. Like a whole lot? You are, aren't you? Why does he sound so happy about that? That right there is the magic of burning hammer at work. Cherry and I are at a loss for words. Burning hammer, drink all you want and just burn the pounds away. How's that sound? Good, huh? This is just so stupid spicy it makes you sweat. Cherry blurts out. Blunt and to the point, I approve. Yeah? Well, I guess you're right, Yanagashita says. He hangs his head. What's in this stuff? I ask. I can still feel my tongue tingling. Heck, my body is almost too numb to move. I'm so shocked I even forget to get properly angry. So, it's this health food product that got imported from America a few years back, Yanagashita explains. This with your accent is so amazing. But the import agency went out of business not long after and couldn't move the merch. So I bought up the whole lot. Everything they had in their storehouse. Spent all the money I had on it. Cherry arches an eyebrow. How much did it cost you? She asks. 1 million yen for 300 bottles. I can scarcely believe my ears. 300 bottles at 1 million yen for the lot. That's roughly 3,333 years apiece. Yen apiece, sorry. Each one of these teensy little bottles goes over 3,000 yen? You got ripped off, man, Cherry says. You really think so? Huh. Yeah, you're probably right. He hangs his head even more despondently. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. Ouch, Cherry, moving in for the kill. 100-year shops? Really? Mr. Yanagashita lets out the heaviest of sigh. I'm starting to feel pretty bad for the guy, actually. Don't let it get you down, sir, I say, hoping to comfort him. But Mr. Yanagashita just lets out a sub-choked sigh. A deep breath emphatically exhaled, often a sigh of disappointment, stress, or unrequited love. Also a way of expressing the anxiety brought on by massive debt. One has no money to give, only sighs. Right around now, Minoru Midorikawa is in the company of someone inclined to sigh this way. I can't jump. I can't jump. But we know it's there. I try again. It will be okay. Whether or not it helps you lose weight, it is spicy and it does makes you sweat. I'm not sure I follow, Chiri says. How much you selling these bottles for, boss? 15,000 yen per bottle. Selling all 300 bottles would yield proceeds of 4.5 million yen after deducting expenses such as the cost of the product, rental fee for the venue, pay for the part-timers, and printing flyers. This yields a net profit of roughly 2.5 million yen. It's doubtful that anyone would pay 15,000 yen for a single small bottle, but you never know. There could be a few housewives or young women out there who'd fork out that much in the name of weight loss. A terrifying thought. I love Tama's story. I can't with him. I love him. Maybe I love him more than Tama. He's just so goofy. What? Chiri's jaw practically hit the floor. Mine does the same. No way. Nuh-uh, no freaking way. Calling that price point absurd wouldn't begin to do it justice. Well, look, selling it at that price is my only option. I need to cover my cost. He's staring at me. I like his eyes. He has pretty eyes. Anyway, please, I need you both to work your hardest. Apparently, he's committed to this insane course of action. Okay, Chiri replies. It's more like a sigh than a proper response, but I can't blame her. As for me, I can't even find the words. I'm so flabbergasted. I can't just sit there and don't speak up. Isn't this just a scam? He'll really look like, you know what he looks like? A neglected poo. Do you know about poos? P-O-U? That's just what he is. He just has an afro. Bro, who cares about the scam? Yeah, we followed this dude to hell and back. I'm flabbergasted. I can't even find the words. I'm so flabbergasted. Hey, I tried to murmur. Sorry, what was your name again? Oh, sorry, what was your name again? He interjects. Oh, right, I'm Tama. Why are you still wearing your costume? I stumbled my way through an explanation. Wow, so then are you going to do the sales demo like that? Well, if I can't take the mascot costume off, I don't have much of a choice, do I? No, that won't do at all. I hired you to be a model. If you're wearing that thing, then what's the point? I'm at a loss for words. The point is exactly what he's missing. It's not like I'm wearing this getup because I want to. How about we just cut it off of ya? Terry says with a big grin. She pulls a massive pair of scissors out of her bag. Blades make an unsettling snip snip sound as she waggles them in my face. Whoa, no, you can't do that, Yanagashita exclaims. That suit's a rental. I don't want to have to reimburse them for the thing. Well then, what am I supposed to do? I ask. He looks at me uncertainly. Maybe you could have someone from the rental place come down? Oh my god, I don't read who's talking. Maybe you could have someone from the rental place come down? Cherry suggests, before helping herself to the rest of my lunch. Oh hey, good idea, Yanagashita says. He seems to be making an effort to calm himself down at least. Just try to grin and bear it until then, Tama. Well, I guess that's that then. I'm sure we'll get it off eventually, I say. Hopefully before the demo. That's the spirit. I really need you to be my model. A model, huh? It's flattering, but I can't help but wonder, would I be any good at that? Well, this is no time to be timid. I need that money, no matter what. My money is on Tama never being able to take that suit off for the rest of the game. All the slapstick comedy shots in this story in particular, so worth it. I adore this type of comedy. I adore it. Is it cheesy? Is it over the top? Is it ridiculous? Yes, that's the point. Duh. What are you talking about? My troubles all started earlier this morning. Oh? Knickknacks! Oh, I was at a knick-knack shop on Center Guy. And happened to pass by and I spotted a red necklace on display in the storefront. 40,000, that's a lot. And I got this weird sensation when I saw it. You could maybe call it déjà vu? Something like that. It was as if I'd been drawn to it somehow. This was mine. I was sure of it. I wanted it. No, I needed to make it mine. As soon as I possibly could. That's why she wants the money? That's how strong the feeling was. The price was 40,000 yen. I checked my wallet repeatedly, but I only had 20,000 yen on me. Nonetheless, I needed to have it. It's ugly. There was just one question. How? Somehow, I managed to drag myself away from the shop. Just a few minutes later, I ran into Mr. Yanagishita. Hey! A voice said out of nowhere. If you want, I can pay you 10,000 for a day's work. I found myself staring at this frumpy, middle-aged man who was handing me his business card. Managing Director Junichi Yanagishita, Yamato Health Foods Co., Ltd. I'm in a real bind here. Need some extra help. Would you mind coming with me? I'm begging you, just one day. He seemed pretty sketchy. As much as I needed money for that necklace, I wasn't going anywhere with some random weirdo. I ignored him and tried to just walk off. Please! Please! Yanagishita grabbed me by the hand. Watch it, pal, I snapped. Hands off or I start shouting for help. Please, it's not like that. Just hear me out. Look, I'm in a hurry. Please. Please. Knock it off. I spun forcefully away from him, yanking my hand from his grip. Oof. Oh my god, the pose. Yanagishita whirled through the air and fell into the bushes. Whoa, where did that come from? He gasped. His eyes were white as saucers. You a martial artist or something? No, I think that was just a fluke. The truth was I was surprised myself at how well I'd pulled off that escape move. Oh, okay then. Look, I'm sorry. Can you give me a hand? No way. No, I mean, give me your hand. My hip's killing me here. Ow, ow, ow. I guess. The least I could do was help the guy get to his feet. Did someone write down the license plate of that truck? I'm pretty sure not. Look, why are you handing me... Look, why are you hounding me so much? Please, don't be angry. The moment I saw you, I just felt it. You're the only person who can possibly do this job for me. I let out a sigh, but my interest was admittedly piqued. What kind of job? I need a sales rep for a health supplement. I want you to do PR as a dieting success story for my product. Just look at you. You have the body of an actress. Sales are gonna go through the roof. Well, it was hard to feel too offended when he told me that. The job didn't seem as fishy as I'd initially suspected. Alright, maybe I'm interested, I said. There's just one thing. Yeah? Whatever it is, I'm sure I can handle it. There's just one thing. Yeah? Whatever it is, I'm sure I can handle it. I need 20,000 yen as soon as possible. So if the day only pays 10,000... Alright then. If you can sell 100 bottles of at our sale events, I'll throw in another 10,000 as a bonus. How's that sound? I certainly couldn't think of any other way I was going to earn 20,000 yen in a single day. This might be exactly the break I needed. You've got a deal. You have my services for the day, I said, bowing my head. Yes! Inagishita jumped for joy. What about your hip? Huh? Oh, yeah, it's better now. All better. Fix itself just now. Yadagishita bowed deeply as I gave him a dubious look. Look, I'm sorry, he added hurriedly. I wasn't trying to pull a fast one on you, honest. I was just scouting for talent and I saw you and, well. Good night, Lucas. Enjoy your rest. Was trusting this guy really the best idea? I was starting to worry, just a little, about whether he'd actually pay up. Look, I've staked everything on this sales demo later today, he went on. This is the make or break opportunity of a lifetime. Sure. I'll be honest with you, I'm in a ton of debt. 2 million yen. 2 million. Yanagishita's tone had taken on a feverish intensity. If I don't pay it back by the end of the day, then boy howdy how am I up the creek without a paddle. How did you even get into a situation like that? I asked. He gazed skyward, a far-off look in his eyes. Because even if he knows he has no chance of winning, sometimes a man just has to stand and fight. But I guess a girl like you wouldn't understand. He laughed and smiled at his own words. But he was right. I sure as heck didn't understand in the slightest. Anyway, real quick. Could you put this on? Mr. Yanagishita briskly rummaged through his bundle, then thrust the cat costume out toward me. What? Here? Yeah! Before the sales event, you gotta hand out some samples. The burning hammer in the sample bottle is cut 10 parts to 1 with water. Even so, it is intensely spicy, and drinking it on an empty stomach is sure to cause gastrointestinal distress, or even make the drinker black out. It's hard to believe that a sample of something so dangerous would win over any customers, but you never know. There could be housewives or young women out there who'd accept such a risk in the name of weight loss. Another terrifying thought. I don't know why I picture Aiba telling me all of the little tidbits of info. She would talk like that. The job's already started, you know? With that, Mr. Yanagashita went about getting me into the mascot suit. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Still, if I was going to get my hands on that necklace, I had to take the chance that this job would pay out. I doubt we're gonna be able to sell a single bottle of this crap. Cherries whispers in my ear. I'll just have to do the best I can, I say. I say it more to myself than to anyone else. Once again, I ask myself, why am I in such a rush to get this necklace anyway? I honestly don't know. It's the strangest thing. I try my hardest to think of a reason, but all I get is a dull aching throb at the back of my head. It's the same pain I felt earlier, as if I've gotten a good bonk on the head or something. How deep does this go? To be continued. I cleared Tama's story. I love her. And I love her boss. He's goofy. I would be best friend with him. Taman is panicking over there. So we are in to be continued, right? Oh. Wait, no. Keep out, right. Shit. Back to title screen? No. Time chart? Can I go back to the menu? I know, right? It's such a good one. Yeah, I love that type of humor. Let's go see Minorikawa. Oh my god, the thumbnail is promising. Frantic. Yeah, I can see that. On a bike, no less. Ooh, is he the one that got the... No, he's not. But the Super Cub 90 raced down Route 246 towards Shibuya. A motorcycle produced by Honda, with an 85cc engine displacement, a common sight around town, often used by newspaper and postal delivery workers. Many owners are big enthusiasts, sometimes even swapping out parts such as the handlebars or mufflers, and giving the body a repaint, resulting in fashionable bikes that don't even look like Super Cubs at first glance. And yes, I thought the same thing, Sparkly. The speedometer remained at a steady 60 km per hour. Pumping the gas harder was no use. This was as fast as the bike would go. Minoru Minorikawa shouted as he sped along. Damn it! I am not letting you die! He jerked the handlebars and blew past a truck on the inside. Drivers scowled at him as he shot back. You maniac! You're trying to get yourself killed? Just the opposite, Minorikawa shouted back. I am saving lives! The stoplight ahead turned red, cutting him off at the intersection. Oh, come on! He had no choice but to slam on the brakes, but his agitation boiled over as he waited for the signal to change again. How long's this thing gonna stay red? Hurry up already! He brought the bike right up to the very edge of the line, keeping the engine revved like a dragster ready to peel out. Not on time is not in my dictionary. The light turned red. Then Minorikawa's own light turned green at last. He hit the accelerator as hard as he could. His engine died with a sputter. Huh? Oh, come on! What the hell? Car horns blared angrily behind him. In a fury, he pulled his bike over to the side of the road. He killed his bike. No matter what he did, the engine refused to turn over. Was the problem with the spark plug? Or maybe the battery? Whatever it was, he didn't have the time to figure it out now. With tears in his eyes, he left the bike, his companion of 10 years, abandoned on the roadside. He was about to break into run when he saw a taxi dead ahead, letting out a passenger. He hurried to hop into the cab. Just head for Shibuya Station. I'll let you know exactly where once we get closer. The taxi driver nodded coolly. Of course, sir. 10 minutes! Hmm? I need you to get me there in 10 minutes. The driver grimaced. I am afraid getting there in 10 minutes is a bit... 15 then. Sir, that's still... Look, that's all the time I can afford. Assuming traffic conditions cooperate, sir, then maybe. I can't make any promises. Minorikawa looked at the driver's ID photo above the fare meter. His name was Hachiro Kimizuka. He was a middle-aged fellow, looked a little rough around the edges. Mr. Kimizuka, I chose you for this. You can do it. Chose me? Sir, I am pretty certain we met by chance. Okay, sure, I suppose you could phrase it that way. Anyhow, can we get going? Right, Kimizuka said with a faint sigh. I'll see what I can do. The taxi pulled away at a decent clip. Minorikawa's frantic journey had started 20 minutes earlier. He'd been at home, working on an interview piece. He clucked his tongue in annoyance as the ringing phone broke his train of thought. Why did someone always call right when the words were flowing? If he didn't keep getting interrupted, he probably could have wrapped this piece up in no time. Be quiet! He pointed at the telephone as he yelled. I'm running here! But his shouting did nothing to silence the ringing. He didn't have much choice but to pick up. Minorika was speaking. There was no response. Hello? He hesitated, ready to hang up. Was this a prank call? It's me. It's Toyama. It was Teruo Toyama, the president of Heaven Publishing. A publishing company? Oh yeah, he's like you, right, Sparkly? Are you him? A publishing company that puts out both hard-hitting non-fiction books and tabloid-style scandal rags. The invincible journalist, penned by, by company president Toyama himself, was a candidate for the Japan Non-Fiction Prize. Oh, what do you want? If this is about work, I'm already booked pretty full. He'd taken work from Heaven Publishing on several occasions, but the pay was hardly competitive. Lately, he'd been turning them down a lot, so he hadn't heard from Toyama in a while. That reminds me of that dude right before Kano passed out from the drink that was talking about a project with 225 pages in. Publishing company? 225 pages, you know. Link, link? No, this isn't work related. Then what do you want? I'm kind of pressed for time here, working on some copy. Minorikawa was in no mood to beat around the bush. It seemed like every conversation he had with Toyama went like this. Ah, you're busy. That's good. Busy's good when you're a freelancer. Toyama sounded unusually sympathetic. Minorikawa found it off-putting. I hear sales have been good on your end, he said cautiously. But this month, 4-Star General Gossip and all. 4-Star General Gossip was a monthly magazine, Heaven Publishing's flagship publication. A magazine focusing on the private lives of celebrity and politicians. Most of the articles found in its pages are random nonsense, but one out of every 100 or so contains an actual major scoop, making it a difficult outlet to ignore. They could have done a better job with the graphic design on this one. It had a small circulation and for the most part flew under the radar, but once in a while they'd land some big scoop and sell like crazy. This month edition had come with a free scratch card, a gimmick that had moved 100,000 copies with ease. 5 winning symbols in a row wins 100,000 yen, was it? Minorikawa asked. A weak, moist sound came through the receiver. A weak, moist sound? Hmm? Baffled, Minorikawa listened more closely. It came again. Then again. It kind of sounded like sobbing. Oh, thank God! Thank God! Sparkly, you need to think of it like an anime. Like you can hear the tears falling on a desk or something, and you hear it plop or something like that. Mr. Toyama, are you crying? There was another soft sob, and then yet another. What's going on? Where are you? Minorikawa asked. At the office, Toyama managed. He let out another mewling whimper. What's the matter? It's nothing. Well, it's got to be something. Come on, what is it? Toyama gave no reply. Mr. Toyama, you still there? Silence. What is it? What happened? Look, doesn't tell me anything. What the hell is going on? Toyama squeaked out a drawn-out whine. The dude is jerking it. He's jerking it. Okay, I'm sick of this. I'm hanging up now. Minorikawa was about to break the connection when he heard Toyama murmur. The only thing I can do now is die. The taxi lurched to a sudden stop as the driver slammed on the brakes. Ah! The guy was Minorikawa! It was life and death. Oh my god, I love when it comes full circle. Minorikawa pitched forward, his face smacking against the back of the seat in front of him. Kimizuka stuck his head out the window. Careful, buddy, he shouted at someone in the street ahead. You're gonna get yourself killed. Minorikawa blinked the stars from his eyes and saw a man moving alongside the cab. The guy grabbed onto the handle of the back door. Please, I need you to let me have this cab. No way, Minorikawa snapped. Just who did this guy think he was? Please, I'm begging you here. Look, I'm in a hurry, pal. Get your own cab. I know how ridiculous this must sound, but please, this is really, really urgent. Urgent? Yes, it's a matter of life or death. Please. The guy did look pretty desperate. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm dealing with something urgent here too. Then let me ride with you. I'll pay for the whole fare. My entire future is on the line here. The guy sure was persistent. Maybe he was telling the truth, but Minorikawa had problems of his own. Sorry, buddy. It's life or death on my end too. I gotta look after me and mine. Right. So sorry to trouble you. Finally, the guy gave up and shuffled away. Guess it couldn't have been that much of a life-ending crisis after all. Minorikawa checked his wristwatch. Damn it! That just cost us 5 minutes! I'll try to make it up, sir, the driver called back. The taxi lurched into motion, the engine quickly revving up to speed. Oh! What was that? Once inside the building, he avoided the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. Heaven Publishing rented out the 3rd and 4th floors. In all likelihood, Toyama would be at the editing department of 4-Star General Gossip on the 4th floor. When he got there, however, the door was locked. Mr. Toyama! Hey, Mr. Toyama! He shouted and banged, but there was no reply. Something was seriously wrong. Minorikawa took a deep breath and then kicked the door in. Whoa! The sight as he stepped into the office filled him with horror. An orgy. Minorikawa clutched the side of his head. I'm too late. Oh no! If only I'd gotten here a little sooner. Just 5 minutes. Minorikawa rushed to Heaven Publishing as fast as he could, but he didn't get there in time to save Toyama. And sad to say, it was really all Kano's fault. Why does Kano want a taxi so badly? Check his 1110 timestamp and the situation might become clearer. Da-da-da! Da-da-da-da-da! Da-da-da! Wow. Oh, good heavens! 11:10, he said. She said. I decided it was Aiba talking to me. So we need to go back to Kano. Kano 11:10. Hey, no. Wait, it changed! Hold on, let us see. Gotta stop staring at everyone. An oddly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. Blend into your surroundings more. Sasayama? When did you get here? His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise. The steely expression on his face was at odds with his anime nerd getup. Kano had seen Sasayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Santa Claus, Yakuza member, Japanese folk singer, and a Buddhist priest to name a few. But this was a new extreme even for him. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Sasayama's costuming antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits. But lately his quirk had become tedious. Concentrate. Keep your eyes peeled. Zaima gave Kano a pat on the backside and slipped away into the next car. He doesn't have the drink anymore. The suspect, meanwhile, was still staring out the window. The announcer's electronic voice filled the train compartment. Next stop, Harajuku. Next stop, Harajuku. Huh? Kano almost cried out. The suspect was moving toward the exit door. Apparently, he was only taking the train one station down the line. The train pulled into Harajuku Station and the man got off. The area east of Japan Rail Harajuku Station, corresponding to Jingume Ichome in Shibuya. Jingume Ichome. Jingume Ichome. Persona 5. Once a bustling Shukuba or post station where travelers could rest while journeying across the country. In modern time, it bustles instead with high schoolers after school displaying flashy youth fashion. Clothing and accessory stores and fast food restaurants line the streets. Many cutting-edge trends in Japanese youth culture get their start here. The detective following him disembarked accordingly. The suspect walked along the platform and took a seat on an empty bench. Was he checking to see if he had a tail? Sticking around on the platform at a station where you just got off was pretty unusual behavior. Not wanting to arouse the man's suspicion, the investigators from the MPD made their way down the stairs as inconspicuously as they could. Kano, however, had a sudden inspiration and went to speak to one of the station attendants. Sorry to bother you, but I think I left something on the train just now. He tried to keep an eye on the man on the bench as he fed his story to the attendants. The suspect sat silently on the bench, attaché case clutched securely in his arms. He didn't really look like he was checking for a tail. Was he waiting here for someone else then? Before long, a train heading counterclockwise around the loop arrived. The man rose from the bench and stepped up to the boarding area. Wait, what the heck? If this guy got on the counterclockwise train, wouldn't that just take him right back to Shibuya Station? The man boarded the train. Kano had no choice but to follow suit. Was this guy playing then? Was this guy playing them? The suspect got off again once the train reached Shibuya. All he'd done was go to Harajuku and come right back. Kano reported in to Kuze. The suspect has returned to Shibuya Station. Acknowledged. Keep tailing him. Kano felt himself growing increasingly paranoid. The criminal organization didn't seem too keen on getting away. And here was HQ giving this guy free rein. Something was off, he was sure of that. As he tailed the mark, Kano took out his phone. What were Tateno's instincts about the case right now? If the senior detective had any advice, Kano would love to hear it. He dialed Tateno's number. The line rang a few times, but nobody picked up. Probably he was too busy seeing to Hitomi's safety. Kano felt bewildered. They'd been letting the suspect lead them around for over an hour now. During an abduction case, you generally didn't update the victim's family on any development in case they tried to interfere. Kano could only imagine what the Osawa family was going through right now. After a short walk from Shibuya Station, the attaché case was handed off yet again. This time, the recipient was a tall, dark-skinned man. Again, the Shibuya-based task force split into two groups in order to tail both suspects. Kano stuck with the man who had the case. As the previous man had done, the newest suspect wandered around the Genzaka for a while, repeatedly looping around and around the same location, was a weirdly roundabout way to make a series of handoffs. Excuse me, detective? Hannah turned around with a start. Oh, you just answered that you were a detective. Your cover is blown if you had any. Oh, hey, she said. I know you. It was Leland Palmer, the lecturer who'd been an eyewitness to the kidnapping. The man practically radiated concern. How is Maria doing? Is she all right? I am very, worried for her. His Japanese was more halting now. My heart, it is with her family. Kano gave a quick look around. It didn't appear that they were being watched. Maybe Palmer knew more than he told the police earlier. Shit. Kitty, get down. Get down. Get down. Yes. Good boy. Maybe Palmer knew more than he told the police earlier. If Kano talked to him now, he might get some additional clues. If the syndicate spots us, my cover's blown. We're hosed. I can't stick around like this. Why would your cover be blown? This is just a teacher. I want to see if Palmer knew more than he told the police. If Kano talked to him now, he might get some additional clues. Actually, Leland, do you mind if I ask you a few more questions about the party where the kidnapping occurred? Leland squared his shoulders. No, please, ask anything. Do you know what time Maria showed up at the event? I know the perfect thing for Leland. Leland hesitated, thinking. Probably around 6 o'clock? She was there when it started. Was there anyone else there who stood out? Stood out? How? Like someone who usually wouldn't expect to see here. Leland tilted his head. No, I don't think so. Everyone there was a student from my class, including the exchange student. Not much new here, Kano thought. He decided to ask one last question. Did you happen to hear why Hitomi was running late in the first place? Oh, no. Sorry, I'm not very helpful, am I? Leland dipped his head in apology. It's all right. Thank you for your cooperation. Please, help Maria. I will. Kano parted ways with Leland and went back to tailing his suspect. I mean, he is supposed to have an accent. He pulled his phone from his pocket. It was Rumi again. It was weird that she'd called twice when she knew he was in the middle of something important. Had something happened while she was waiting at the cafe with Shizuo? Kano picked up hurriedly. What's the matter? What's the matter? You know what the matter is. Rather than Rumi's soft soprano, it was a threatening masculine voice that came over the phone. Oh. What's the matter? You know what the matter is. Uh-oh. Kano felt his whole body stiffen with dread. Is this my father-in-law speaking? Don't remember being anyone's father-in-law. The speaker's tone was firm and flat. No, I know, I just, Kano found himself at a loss for words. So you're dating my daughter, huh? Sir, yes, sir. Kano barely squeaked out his reply. Thinking about getting married? Yes, sir. And speaking of which, I'd love the chance to sit down and have a nice long... Then how long are you gonna keep me waiting? Hurry up and get your ass over here. Oh, how very much Kano wished he could do exactly that. Sir, I would, but... Forget it. The words came in an angry huff. You can't have her. Goodbye. What? Sir, please wait. As Kano cried in desperation, he heard Rumi's voice on the other end of the line. Dad, you can't just use my phone like that. You were taking too long in the bathroom. Give it back. Rumi? Kano tried and failed to keep the heartbreak out of his voice. Rumi? Something like that. Sweetie, what's wrong? Your father just said that he doesn't want us getting married. What? Dad? What did you say to my boyfriend? Listen to you. Calling that boy little pet names and whatnot. I think you're a little too attached. Daddy, you haven't even met him. That's why I told you to have him come see me. How long is he gonna make me wait? Kano listened as the two argued on the other end of the phone. The phone must be lying somewhere between them. Could this get any more awkward? Rumi, I'm sorry. Kano shouted apologetically into the mouthpiece. This is all my fault. Please, you don't have to fight like this. The phone clattered as Rumi scrambled to bring it to her cheek. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. Sorry for what? It was Sorry for what? It was Shizuo again, rumbling in the background. You have nothing to apologize for. I'll deal with my father, Rumi said hastily. You just focus on work, sweetie. I know you're in the middle of something really important. Thanks, Rumi. Kano was legitimately touched. I'll do my best. Kano hung up and went back to the task at hand, more determined than ever. Back to Hachiko? For Rumi's sake, not to mention the victims, he needed to focus on cracking this case. The man he was tailing was walking several meters ahead. There was no telling when Kuze might give the arrest order. Kano braced himself to spring into action the very instant the order came down. Mobile command to all units. Once more, the director's voice came in over the wireless. Was it time to make the arrest at last? We've identified the man who first picked up the attaché case by the statue of Hachiko. No arrest yet then, but still, a crucial development. His name is Tariq Al-Karawan. He's got priors for larceny, illegal possession of narcotics, you name it. He belongs to a foreign criminal syndicate that's operating in Shibuya. Kano felt his apprehension rising. If this syndicate was behind the kidnapping, they were anything but amateurs. And though they might be leading the police on a wild goose chase, they certainly weren't playing around. To be continued. Right for the ad break. Perfect. So we're missing somebody, right? The other dude that looked boring, like Wish Light Yagami. Osawa, I think. Who are you? Osawa, right. Who the fuck are you? Little break with some drinks. I say that. Who knows? Maybe he's more interesting than Tama. You never know. I'll go to the bathroom real quick and then we start with his story. back. Who are you, my dude? Wealth, status, honor. None of these mean anything to me. All I want is a peaceful life. To put worry behind me. To stay calm and serene. To be free of worldly concerns. Free at any cost. Music. A cheery rhythm pumped from the CD player set up against the study wall. It was the latest hit from Aya Kamiki, the songwriter sensation who was blowing up the pop charts. Kenji Osawa reached for the stereo remote on his desktop. He ratcheted the volume up a little louder. Please, no louder. He looked like the sort of man who'd be more interested in classical music, but in fact he was a huge fan of the girl rock popular with middle schoolers. Closing his eyes, he swayed back and forth in time with the music, humming his favorite lyrics under his breath. But his movement faltered. It's no use. Aya's voice usually soothed whatever ailed him, but today even she couldn't help. Today, Osawa was a complete wreck, in both body and mind. Mounds of paperwork were scattered across the desktop in his study, all of it about viruses and vaccines. It had only been a week since he'd returned from a business trip to his company's branch office in the US, and he was slated to go back in another week's time. There was a truly staggering amount of work he needed to get through while he was at home. He picked up one of the papers, glanced at it aimlessly, then tossed it back onto the desk. Slumping back in his chair, he let out a long, deep sigh. He was in no mental state to work right now. A faint knock at the door barely roused him from his torpor. "Director, may I come in?" It was his vice director, Mamoru Tanaka. "Sure, the door's open." Tanaka came into the study. "I know it's not a great time, but..." Osawa could barely make out his words. He tapped the remote, lowering the volume of the music. Tanaka continued apologetically. "A call came in from the lab. They're hoping for a response to the email they sent yesterday. I'm sure they don't need it today." "Apparently they do need an answer as soon as possible, sir. I did ask them to give you some more time, but..." "I see," Ozawa said wearily. "All right then." Tanaka dipped his head slightly and slipped out of the room. Osawa contemplated his colleague. Tanaka was a man he could truly depend on. He has enough of his own work to do. He didn't need to come here again today, but he did. They'd been working in close concert ever since Osawa had gotten back to Japan. Without Tanaka's support, there was no way he would be in a mindset to do any work at all right now. Sidling up to his computer, Osawa opened his email program and started answering the work-related messages. He reported on his business travel expenses, offered his opinion on capital investments, requested confirmation on current medicinal stockpiles. He worked with bleak detachment. None of this meant anything to him right now. Then a new email appeared in his inbox. The sender was identified simply as A. The subject line read, "1 year ago, South Africa." The message body was blank, but there appeared to be multiple images attached. Ordinarily, Osama would have deleted a message like this immediately, assuming that it contained some kind of virus. But the words South Africa drew his attention. Could this possibly be related to. He couldn't help but to wonder. For a long moment he hovered the cursor over one of the image files. At last, as if spurred on by the upbeat rhythm of his in his ears, he double-clicked the mouse. Body bags. Fuck. What is this? The grainy photograph showed a large room with a dozen or so people laid out in beds. It appeared to be some sort of medical ward. Osawa felt a strange flutter in his chest. He quickly opened another image. This one showed a close-up of one of the patients in his bed. Large red blotches covered his face. A large volume of blood appeared to be dripping from his ears and nostrils. A cold shudder ran up Osawa's spine. What the hell? These symptoms. Osawa opened up the remaining image files. Each new picture showed another of the patients. They all appeared to be teetering on the brink of death. There was no doubt about it. These people were infected with the UA virus. But how? Questions stumbled through Osawa's mind. His fingers tapped out a quick message. He doubted he'd get a response, but he might as well try. Who are you? Where are these images from? I mean, he did say South Africa 1 year ago. Ooh, beautiful flower. The UA virus got its name from a Swahili word for flower. Supposedly, this was based on the fact that the propagated form of the virus resembled the petal of a flower. Despite the flowery name, however, the disease was anything but pretty. UA didn't just mean flower, it also meant to kill. So I'm guessing it's Ua. And as the name suggested, the virus had a mortality rate of 100% in those it managed to infect. Moreover, there was a very short incubation period between infection, the onset of symptoms, and death. Within roughly 12 hours, bleeding would set in throughout the body, everywhere but the bones and muscles, with lethal results. Due to its incredibly high mortality rate, the disease's very existence had been kept hidden from public knowledge. Osawa's computer chimed to signify the arrival of a new email. The sender was A. He hurried to open the message. Once again, the subject line read, 1 year ago, South Africa. Your crimes. Osawa stared at those two words. My crimes? Oh, Ua is correct, by the way. Nice! In Swahili, I think it said. That left him only with further questions. He looked again at the images from the previous email. Really? What makes any of this my crimes? He could see that the patient's bleeding was severe. He estimated that several hours had passed since the onset of the disease. It wouldn't be long before their lives were cut short. To feel that agony, that suffering, and then to perish? Am I to blame for that? Another faint knock came at the door. Darling, do you have a moment? It was his wife. Yes, come in. Give me just a second. Osawa hurriedly closes the email program. I would hide it, yeah. Give me just a second. Osawa hurriedly closed the email program. Even if this was nothing more than some sick prank, it wasn't anything he wanted his family to see. Especially not I. Alright, come in. But Osawa turned to see that I had already let herself into the study. The sharp sting of her perfume made him scrunch up his face for a moment. Have you reconsidered the whole America thing? She asked. This again. Osawa thought sullenly to himself. Please, he said. Can we not discuss this right now? If not now, then when? You know this isn't a decision to just make on your own. On his latest business trip, a major American pharmaceutical firm had attempted to headhunt him, asking him to join them and be among the top researchers in the world. The money and prestige had no interest for him, and he was reluctant to turn his back on Okoshi Pharmaceutical after his many years of service. The pharmaceutical company for which Kenji Osawa works. It is a major corporation with a solid sales networks both domestically and internationally, and an annual turnover of 1 trillion yen. It holds patents for several medications that are in demand worldwide and is influential at the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, and other political institutions. The company employs roughly 7,000 people, including 600 researchers. Nonetheless, he was intrigued by the offer. It would mean the chance to conduct his virus research in a much better funded environment. Taking the job would necessitate relocating to the US, however. When he'd mentioned the possibility of emigrating to she'd shut the idea down on the spot. Her opposition was understandable. Ai's father, Suguru Makino, was a member of Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' board of directors. No way was he going to let Osawa jump ship to another company. Darling, please. I drew in closer to him. Think about it from my perspective. If you leave for America, what am I supposed to tell my father? He'd gotten so used to it that grating whine. He'd gotten so used to it that grating whine of her. That grating whine of hers. Have you considered what might happen to Okoshi if you leave, dear? We can discuss that once all of this is finished. Osawa kept his voice as level as he could. You do remember that you're a director, right? I said. You have responsibilities. Stop thinking about yourself so much. With a sour look, I turned and departed. Well, he had known that moving to America would never be a simple matter, regardless of what his wife thought about it. There was another reason, however, the antiviral agent that he had developed at Okoshi, a therapeutic drug used to treat viral infections. Examples include the drug used against influenza and HIV. These treatments do not eliminate the infection, rather, they simply inhibit the development of the disease. There are still many issues with such drugs, including the risk that treated viruses possess or develop a resistance that makes the treatment ineffective. Academic institutions and pharmaceutical companies worldwide devote tremendous resources to further advancing the field of antiviral medicine. After the after the UA virus was discovered, infectious disease research facilities worldwide had thrown themselves into a top secret effort to develop a vaccine. Vaccine functions Vaccines function by safely introducing a harmless or attenuated version of a virus or other pathogen into the human body. This triggers the body to produce antibodies against the pathogen, making it difficult for the dangerous version to take hold. But Makino had ordered Osawa to work on creating an antiviral agent, not a vaccine. A vaccine immunized the subject in order to prevent the infection in the first place. Conversely, an antiviral agent could be used to treat patients already infected. It was a so-called wonder drug for combating the virus itself. Creating such a drug was far easier said than done. Developing the antiviral had been a long, arduous road. Only after years of research had Osawa's team succeeded in identifying a substance that might qualify as an antiviral agent for UA. In theory, if it was administered during the virus's initial stages, 100% recovery could be attained. Data also suggest an 80% survival rate for patients treated shortly after the onset of symptoms. But there was a fatal flaw with the new antiviral agent. The side effects on the body were unusually potent. If it was administered in amounts beyond a certain threshold, it was linked to life-threatening complications. For a time, the research was at an impasse. It had seemed that the drug had to be administered in a high volume to combat the explosive propagation of the UA virus. But then Osawa had received some fortuitous news. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' nanotechnology branch had engineered a cutting-edge device known as the DDS. Technology created and/or operated on an extremely small scale, often measured in nanometers. There are 1 billion nanometers in a meter. Some nanotech devices are literally regulated on the atomic level. The possibilities are ever expanding in practical fields such as medicine and materials science. The United States is among the world leaders in the push for research and development. Is that still a thing? Because I remember around 15 years ago being talked about the future of medicine and future of surgeries, etc. It seems like they're not talked about anymore. Or maybe it has become common. Acronym for drug delivery system. Such a system administers ultra-microscopic drug capsules to a targeted area of the body. Osawa had jumped on it immediately. Yeah, I think it's just really common now. It would be nice to know a bit more. Odawa had jumped on it immediately by administering his antiviral agent with the nanotech DDS. He was able to use smaller amounts of the drug to crush the UA virus with precision. The procedure was a huge success. There was a marked increase in the drug's efficacy, along with the expected decrease in adverse side effects. The pharmaceutical is said to have a positive effect if its use brings about the desired results when treating a medical condition, but many drugs create unwanted or unforeseen adverse effects as well. Given the extreme complexity of most drugs' interaction with the human body, nearly any medicine can have both positive and negative effects. The effects had been confirmed via animal testing on monkeys, and now the antiviral was ready for the final development stage, clinical trials on humans. But the very existence of this new wonder drug was still a secret. No doubt Okoshi's leadership would be reluctant to see Osawa, the drug's lead researcher, transferred to another company. Still, it wasn't completely outside the realm of possibility. Once the antiviral was out of development and announced to the public, Osawa would be free and clear. For that very reason, he was loath to cause any friction over the drug right now. This anxiety only magnified his concern about the email he'd just received. Osawa called up Tanaka over the intercom. I love this BGM. It reminds me of Revochol. I don't know that. What is it? Is it a game? Is it a thing? There's something I want to show you. Could you come in here? He needed a second opinion, and Tanaka could be relied upon. Osawa opened the door the moment Tanaka knocked. He looked around before ushering his vice director inside. What's this about, sir? This. It's from Disco Elysium. Oh, right. When are we supposed to play that? Isn't supposed to be one of the last one? I could move it up. Shibuya Scramble, Paranormal Site. Do you think we can move it up before Deponia? Is it a long game, Disco Elysium? We could move it up. Like 40, 50 hours? We can move it up. We can do Shibuya Scramble, Paranormal Site, Disco Elysium, and then Depunya. And Depunya would be a nice short-ish game, because we're playing the first one, before P3 reloads, and then no sleep for Kanamedate. I should mark that down. Here we go. Osawa showed him one of the images. Tanaka's face went pale. It can't be. Tanaka clearly recognized the symptoms of Ua virus. Any idea what this is about? Osawa asked. Sleep? So Stige wants me to go back to sleep again? If you're tired, go to sleep, yes. If you're tired, if you're not, then... First of all, are you Kanamedate? You're not. So, calm your horses, sailor. I wanted to say cowboy. Why sailor? No, sir. These images were just emailed to me. The subject line says, 1 year ago, South Africa. That would put it around the same time as the most recent run of infection, wouldn't it, sir? But that information isn't... Tanaka trailed off. Osawa nodded. The thing I don't understand is why these pictures were sent to me. Osawa opened the other email from A. The second message I got says that these pictures are my crimes. I'll look into this on my answer, Tanaka said. He hesitated uncomfortably. Sir, just to make sure, Are you asking about what I think you're asking about? Osawa said. Tanaka gave a slight nod. Understood, Osawa said. Don't worry. I won't trouble you. I appreciate that, sir. Visibly relieved, Tanaka left the study. What was that worriness? Osawa brought up a folder marked UA virus on his screen. Within the folder were enlarged images of the virus itself. He double-clicked one of the images. It blew up on the monitor to reveal the pathogen in intricate detail. A specimen of the UA virus was approximately 100 nanometers in diameter. 10,000 of them in line would take up barely a millimeter, but you could see it with the eye. That's crazy. But a single tiny viron, upon entering the human body, could become 2,000 in an hour. Or they multiply like crazy? That speed of multiplication was nothing short of astonishing. Even the Ebola virus had a typical incubation period of 7 days or so before infectees developed symptoms. For influenza, it was 1 or 2, but the onset of the UA virus happened in a mere 12 hours. Osawa viewed an image slideshow of the virus's propagation mechanism. It was a fascinating sight, no matter how many times he looked at it. Viruses existed to multiply, nothing more. They had no motive, no driving logic. Nothing but a simple multiplication. To Osawa, that fact held a certain air of mystery. If viruses had emotions, how would they feel about their lives? He had thrown himself into virus research in search of answers to questions like that. Answers that no man could surely know. His development of the antiviral agent had really been nothing more than another job responsibility. He felt no particular sense of duty to protect people from a killer virus. He was just happy for the chance to play around with UA for day after day. Another email arrived in his inbox. The sender, A. The subject line, 1 year ago, South Africa. Again. Osawa read the message. Do not look away. These are your crimes. This time, there were 4 images attached. Osawa proceeded to open each of them in turn. The first shocked Osawa so much that he felt like he'd been punched in the head. One of the UA patients from the earlier images was being injected with something. No, Osawa muttered to himself. It can't be. The second image showed one of the infected, hunched over in pain, vomiting up blood. The symptoms had already manifested, but Osawa thought he could see that some degree of life had come back into the patient's eyes. He rushed to open the third image. It showed a morgue, piled high with corpses. The rictus of anguish on the dead faces made them look no longer human. Various fluids seeped from the eyes and nostrils. The lymph nodes were grotesquely swollen. There were hospital beds stained with massive amount of blood and gastric fluids. Next came the fourth and final image. More corpses. They had badges affixed to their chest with various labels. 6 hours passed, 12 hours passed, and 18 hours passed. It looked as if someone had been attempting live trials with the antiviral agent. Osawa didn't consider the antiviral agent ready for release, but that was because his team hadn't conducted clinical trials on humans yet. And there was a good reason why such trials hadn't been conducted. There was no way to test the efficacy of the drug without an infected patient. To run a proper clinical trial, someone would first need to be infected with the UA virus. No matter how effective animal testing had been, if the drug proved ineffective on humans, that person would have a guaranteed death sentence. It was unthinkable to run trials that involved such a deadly risk. And yet, as he looked over the images again and again, Osawa became certain. Without his knowledge, someone, presumably someone from Okoshi Pharmaceutical, had conducted human testing with the antiviral agent. The time markers on the corpses in the fourth image were surely there to mark the time elapsed since the onset of symptoms. A thorough trial would test the drug's effectiveness in those time frames. Osawa slammed his fist on the desk, enraged. This was nothing short of vile human experimentation in the guise of clinical testing. The people responsible could not be allowed to get away with this. There was only one person Osawa could trust to keep this under wraps, his boss, Makino. He reached for his phone to call Makino, but he stopped short as soon as he picked up the receiver. He knew he was in no state of mind to have a calm, reasoned conversation right now. Turning to the CD player, he put on Aya Kameki's latest album. Leaning back in his chair, he surrendered himself to her soothing tones. Bit by bit, he could feel himself returning to a calmer emotional state. There had been a time when Osawa hadn't listened to music at all. In fact, he had no interest in the arts in general. Music, paintings, cinema. It was only due to a simple coincidence that he had found Aya Kamiki. His daughter had asked for a CD as a birthday present, so he'd swung by the store to pick one up. Since Kamiki's new album had just come out, there was a display for it in the front of the shop. Something about the bright, colorful album packaging had drawn him in. After a time, Osawa could feel himself growing calmer. He took a nice, deep breath. Then he dialed up Makino. He closed his eyes and tried to banish his nerves completely. Do we call him now? Not knowing if we can call him again later if we are more calm? Or do we try to banish our nerves? What does that mean? Banish our nerve? I say we need to call him. We cannot look away. We are aware of what's happening. and we have some responsibility in it. Then he dialed up Makino. He took a nice deep breath, and then he dialed up Makino. Has there been any progress? Makino asked as soon as he picked up. His voice was somber. No, Osawa said, nothing much yet. A tiny sigh came in from the other end of the line. I see. Then what can I do for you? Sir, I'll just get right to the point. Have you conducted clinical trials using the antiviral drug? Makino didn't respond right away. What makes you think that? He asked at last. Osawa described the emails he'd received. When he'd finished, Makino let out his breath in surprise. Not over the phone, he said. We'll discuss this in person, so that's basically true. Then, he admits to it, right? I'll head over to your place when I'm done here. As soon as possible, sir. As soon as I can manage, Makino said. You're not the only person who's busy. With that, Makino hung up. There was no doubt about it then. There had been human testing. Osawa went to let Tanaka know he'd be meeting with Makino. Mr. Osawa, are you going somewhere? Who are you? A solid-looking man stood in the hallway, almost as if he'd been waiting for Osawa to emerge. It was Yoshio Kajiwara, one of the detectives from the Shibuya precinct. A detective with the Shibuya precinct's criminal investigation division, he is sociable but awkward, and despite his reserved personality, he can be quite unsettling. His colleagues at the precincts refer to him by nicknames such as Japanese Columbo and Little Ken Takakura, given his own quirky demeanor as a detective. He struck Osawa as a bit too soft-spoken and meek for a detective, really. And his treatment of the kidnapping case gave an impression of flighty detachment that made him seem rather undependable. No, not really. Have there been any development, detective? Kajiwara shook his head quietly. I am sorry, sir. I'm not really sure what to tell you. Kajiwara, is that the name of the girl that has been kidnapped? Um, is that his daughter? Or one of his daughter? Kajiwara then slipped a hand into his suit pocket. He pulled out a banana. Why is it highlighted? Okay. Are you hungry? These are good for when you're tired. I'm fine, thanks, Osawa said. Kajiwara seemed to lack a detective's sense of situational awareness. Just being around him got on Osawa's nerves. Well, sir, I need you to come with me, the detective said. If you don't mind. He took Osawa by the arm. As Kajiwara hurried him toward the living room, Osawa could hear other detectives talking on the other side of the door. He's working at a time like this? Seriously? Sheesh, I do not get rich people and their priorities. Yeah, I feel bad for his daughter. Her dad's a real piece of work. Nice, they were bad-mouthing him into his own house. Oh, I'm really sorry about all that, Kajiwara said, pausing in embarrassment. Osawa pushed past him and opened the door. A number of police detectives had holed up in their living room. They went suddenly silent as Osawa entered. So, tell me, he said sarcastically, would you rather I stay here weeping as I watch this disaster unfold? The detectives winced and grimaced. Forgive me for not being a perfect father, he added, his hostility building. Kajiwara stepped forward to intervene before things got out of hand. Now, let's not be touchy. I am not being touchy, Osawa snapped. But he knew full well that he was. These guys had the time to sit around backbiting him, but not to go out and bring Maria to safety. Ah, so that's where he comes in. Because I was wondering, that whole bit has nothing to do with the other characters so far. Like, at all. So is this world building? Is this ending as a sort of the UA virus comes to Shibuya somehow? And so maybe this guy is just there for setting the scene, but not necessarily to play as. He is Maria and Hitomi's father. Okay. Already close to half a day had gone by without any new developments. The ransom demand had come in the previous night at 8 o'clock. Maria had been abducted roughly an hour before. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., by Hachiko in Shibuya. Have the sister, Hitomi, bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit. The kidnapper called only once, so the police were unable to run a trace. I'll do it, Hitomi said. Anything for my sister. She didn't hesitate in the slightest at the suggestion that she make the ransom handoff. Osawa was staunchly opposed to the idea, but the police were of the opinion that it was better to acquiesce to the kidnapper's demands. Ai's reaction, on the other hand, baffled nearly everyone. We don't have 50 million just laying around. Are the police going to be putting that together for us? Kajiwara stepped in to reassure her. If it comes down to it, the police will be able to help raise the money. Okay, go ahead then. Do it. We'd need you to pay it back afterwards, though, of course. Well then, what's the point of that? Ai's voice spiked up to a piercing shriek. Calm down, Osawa told her. You're making a scene. Ai turned away in a huff. It's alright, detective. It's alright, detective, Osawa continued. I'll talk to the bank first thing tomorrow morning and figure something out. At that, Ai stormed out of the room. Kajiwara bowed his head several times in apology. As soon as Hitomi has made contact, we'll apprehend the suspect and take things from there. What? Hold on, will that put Maria in danger? If we let the kidnapper get away with the money, we have no proof that he will return the hostage safely afterwards. There was a certain logic there, Osawa had to concede. I see, he said. So you're saying that catching this guy will be easier for you if he keeps my daughter hostage? No, that's not what I was implying at all. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his brow and bowed profusely. At least, I promise we'll get your daughter back safe and sound, Mr. Osawa. Obviously, there was nothing to be gained from further challenging the detectives. Alright then. I'll let the police do their job. Osawa bowed even lower than Kajiwara had. How long are you going to just loaf around? I shrieked as she stormed into the room. Hurry up and arrest this guy! She was becoming increasingly hysterical. An hour had passed since the suspect had taken the money, and yet the police had made no effort to apprehend him. The police apparently had a rule against discussing an operation before it was fully resolved, and so the Osawas had been left in the dark. But they had overheard the task force talking over the wireless, and it appeared that they were deliberately letting the suspect roam free. Hey! I snapped again. If he gets away with our money, you are going to reimburse us, right? Osawa scowled. She made it sound like the money was more important than Maria's life. Back to sleep? Enjoy your sleep, Shadow. I hope it's restful. I hope you get your energy back. See you next time. The detective exchanged uneasy glances. Osawa chided his wife. It's only money. It doesn't matter. Only money? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how much we're talking about here? The ferocity in her voice left him with no response. He should have known better than to expect her to make sacrifices for his daughters. By now he was accustomed to Ai's coldness toward the two girls. The twins were Osawa's daughters from his first wife, who'd passed away 15 years earlier. Ai had no blood ties to Maria or Hitomi herself. Well, I continued, are the police going to reimburse us or not? She glared pointedly at Kajiwara. Well, right now we're focused on making sure Maria is safe. I'm pretty sure I have cat hairs in the back of my throat. It's horrible. I stormed up to him, shouting right in his face. Stop dodging the question. Answer me. Yes, of course, Kajiwara squeaked. Maybe, would you like something to eat to help you calm down? He held out a banana. I smacked it out of his hand. Oh dear, what a waste. Kajiwara scrambled to retrieve the fruit from the floor. Osawa went over to Tanaka and whispered into his ear, I'm going to meet with Mr. Makino. Tanaka nodded silently. Turning, Osawa saw Kajiwara looking in their direction. They made eye contact, but Osawa quickly looked away and strode out of the living room. Kajiwara followed after him. Excuse me, Mr. Osawa? Yes, what is it? The detective fussed sheepishly with his hair and forced a smile. Sir, we'd appreciate if you could remain in the living room as much as possible. Osawa was in no mood to stand on propriety. Look, I've got a ton of work to do, he said. Are you here to tell me to play the role of the grieving father too? No, not at all. Personally, I happen to think you're an admirable father, Mr. Osawa. Admirable. Did the word have a ring of sarcasm? He had no way to tell if Kajiwara was being forthright with him or not. You're no ordinary fellow, Mr. Osawa. You're a genius. Could that be A? Could he be A? A genius? Me. Osawa made a skeptical noise. Am I mistaken, sir? You've made very important strides in the field of virus research. Or, well, so I've been told. Osawa wasn't sure how to respond. He had never considered himself a genius. He was just someone who was more interested in viruses than he was in other people. Everyone who's a genius is also a little bit odd after all, Kajiwara went on. Probably he'd intended that as a compliment, but still. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with weirdos. So long as they leave us ordinary folks alone, you know? Is this guy trying to praise me or insult me? Osawa let out a heavy sigh. Genius, weirdo, why did it even matter? So long as he could be left to his work, he didn't care one whit how he looked in other people's eyes. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. By the way, what are you working on right now? He asked. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you, Osawa replied. Alright, precisely. Even if I gave it my full attention, it would still be beyond me. He peered with sudden intensity at Osawa's face. I'd appreciate if you didn't hide things from me, sir, he said. Osawa gaped, at a loss for words. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kajiwara added hurriedly. Goodness, that made it sound like I'm accusing you of hiding something, didn't it? The detective bowed his head repeatedly. I hope you'll forgive me. He held out the banana. That won't be necessary. How about this then? This time he pulled a bar of chocolate from his pocket. No, thank you. Did this guy just carry an endless food supply wherever he went? Oh my, Kajimara murmured. You geniuses really are tough to sort out. He inclined his head, mumbling to himself for a moment. What can I get for you then, sir? What I'd really like is some time by myself. In the days of exasperation, Osawa felt his way to his study. Locking the door, he finally let out the breath he had been holding. Then his eyes alighted to the bookshelf against the wall. Does this one seem like way longer? Oh. He pulled out the photo album and began to flip through it. There were pictures of his daughter's grade school enrollment ceremony. Their mother had already passed away from illness, so Osawa had taken the girls himself. He remembered that after the ceremony, Hitomi had come down with a fever. Hitomi had been rather sickly as a girl, falling bedridden at the drop of a hat. Maria, by contrast, had been lively and energetic, quite the handful. Osawa had found it remarkable that their personalities could be so different despite them being twins. He flipped further into the album. There was a picture of the three of them at their grade school graduation. Maria was looking away from the camera. Osawa felt like someone had stabbed a dagger in his heart. But maybe because you're doing it last and most of your stories are at to be continued. I have no idea. His daughters. His daughters of virology. Which truly concerned him more? Which did he truly love? It was ridiculous to try to compare the two. He'd known the answer before he even asked himself. Even so, human emotions were complicated, and sometimes made people act inconsistently. One of the consequences of that was this photo album. This was the last photo he had of Maria. He searched and searched through the rest of the album, but she was nowhere else to be found. Wow. See? The French way. I just have to complain. It always works. Um, hmm, who was it? Fuck, I think they're right. I need to go back at bad end because I need to go back to Kano at 11:10. I think. I think it was at 11:10. Or the taxi driver. See? Ah, so we head to the cafe now. Maybe. Not sure. Mosquito? Oh no, you're going down. What? How did he escape that? That was perfect. Oh wow. There are plenty of detectives still tailing the suspect. Taking 15 minutes or so to meet with Shizuo wouldn't be such a big deal, would it? No, right now I've got a job to focus on. Mosquito. Let's focus on the job. No, right now I've got a job to focus on. Kano shook his head to clear out the foolish impulses. Foolish impulses. What the hell had he been thinking? A girl's life was on the line. Marrying Yurumi was more important to him than anything. But now wasn't the time. Besides, now that he thought about it, running out on a critical investigation to meet with the old man probably wasn't going to score him any points. Rumi's dad didn't strike him as someone who would approve of shirking one's responsibility. Kana would just have to wrap up this kidnapping case a little ahead of schedule. Then he could have a proper sit-down with Shizuo. As he considered the plan, he caught sight of the man with the attaché case walking by. Further up along the Genzaka, in the direction the perp was heading, was where Yamate Dori joined Route 246. Maybe the guy was planning to meet up with a getaway car? No. Wait, hold on. If that were the plan, why would the gang have ditched the motorcycle earlier? Kano started tailing the man, racking his brain all the while. The suspect turned down a narrow side road. A lot of these are gonna be repeat from last time because we changed one thing, but apparently it doesn't change much. He wasn't heading toward Yamate-dori or Route 246 at all, but back toward Shibuya Station. What in the world was going on? It was starting to feel like the crooks were just messing with the investigation team. Kano radioed Kuze on the wireless. Sir, I don't think there's any point in seeing where this guy leads us anymore. That's not your call to make. Keep watching him. Sir, this is a waste of time. That girl might be in danger if... Kano's argument was cut short as he saw the man hand off the attaché case to yet another foreigner. Again? How many times were the criminals going to pull this trick? The detectives broke into two groups to follow both of the men. Kano followed the man with the attaché case, who eventually led him back to the area around Shibuya Station. Rumi and Shizuo should be waiting at the nearby cafe right now. Kano tried to remember the name. Right, it was called Lautrec. He kept his eye out for a place by that name as he tailed the target. Now that I've made that choice, is it considered saved in the timeline? Can I jump timelines now? Before long, he did spot the cafe. Its large plate glass window offered a view of the cozy interior. The sign at front read Lautrec. Looked like this was the place. The man with the case was at the intersection, waiting for the light to change. Kano took the opportunity to peer inside. He spotted Rumi right away. She was facing away from him. So the man seated across from her must be her father. Kano realized he'd never even seen a picture of him. Shizuo grew organic produce up in Nagano nowadays, but until 2 years ago, he'd been a detective with the investigation division. Rumi looked up to her father for his distinguished police career and always spoke quite highly of him. Kano had figured that if he became a policeman, Rumi might appreciate that. It was this simple impulse that had led him to join the force. He had also figured that public servants could stay afloat even in times of recession, and that his physical training would serve him well in such a line of work. Once he was a policeman, he thought, he could approach Shizuo with his head held high and ask for his blessing in marrying his daughter. But after Rumi graduated from university, Shizuo had up and retired from police work. Even Rumi didn't know why he'd make the decision. Kano had traveled to Nagano many times to ask Shizuo for permission to marry her, but the only response he ever got was, "I'm not giving away my daughter to any cop." Kano had never even gotten past the intercom before her father turned him away. Years on the force had nearly made Kano lose sight of what had driven him to become a policeman in the first place. And now the chance to meet Shizuo face to face had finally come. He peered intently into the cafe. Across from Rumi sat an older man with a grim expression. Just who was this hard-faced fellow? I think I'm gonna skip, because that might take a while, actually. So far, it's the same. I'm waiting until the last choice route as like a safe bet that at this point it's confirmed. Look away nonchalantly. Maybe I should have looked at him with confidence. Okay, time charts. How is this one? Minorikawa's frantic journey has started 20 minutes earlier. He'd been at home working on an interview piece. He clucked his tongue in annoyance as the phone. Okay, it's a little, it's a little long this part until we get to the taxi driver. I hope it worked. He is sobbing. What happened to him to put him in a state of such distress he would take his life over? There we go, 10 minutes on the dot, the driver announced. Ah, we made it. Minorikawa righted himself and looked out the window. Shibuya Station. I knew you could do it, Mr. Kimizuka. He told the driver how to get to Heaven Publishing. It shouldn't be more than 5 minutes further. Sir, if I may ask, just what are you in such a hurry over? Son of a bitch. I beg your pardon? Kimizuka bristled. Not you, the guy who's waiting on me, Minorikawa said. I'm gonna give that son of a bitch a piece of my mind. Oh my god, the poor driver. He probably felt so great because he managed to get to the destination in such a short time. For the guy. And then he gets in, he's like, we did it, sir! Son of a bitch, excuse me? The multi-tenant building where Heaven Publishing had its offices came into view. The taxi stopped outside. Minorikawa opened the door as he hurriedly reached for his wallet. Then he stopped. What if the worst had come to pass and he needed to take Toyama to hospital? Should he have the taxi wait here? Or would it be better to call an ambulance? Sir, is there a problem? The driver asked. Wait here, I'll be right back. No, I'm fine. You're a lifesaver. How much do I owe you? Wait here, I'll be right back. We don't have time. Wait here. Minorikawa was out of the cabin in an instant and running for the building. Once inside, he avoided the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. Heaven Publishing rented out the third and fourth floors. In all likelihood, Toyama would be at the editing department of the 4-star General Gossip on the 4th floor. When he got there, however, the door was locked. Mr. Toyama! Hey! Mr. Toyama? He shouted and banged, but there was no reply. Something was seriously wrong. Minorikawa took a deep breath and then kicked the door in. Whoa! Toyama was standing on a stool, about to slip his head through a noose that hung from the ceiling. What the hell are you doing? Minorikawa lunged for Toyama. Not on my watch. The two men crashed to the floor in a tangled heap. A pile of clutter slid off a nearby desk and fell on top of them. Mi, Mi, Minorikawa, what are you doing? Toyama whined. Dragging himself back to his feet proved something of a challenge. That's what I'd like to know. Minorikawa's fury was mounting. What the hell is this all about? He jabbed an accusing finger at the noose hanging from the ceiling. Oh, that. One of the fluorescent lights died, and I was just swapping it out. Don't you feed me that bull? What was that phone call all about? That business about how the only thing you could do was die? Tell me. Just a joke. Toyama curled his lips into a faint semblance of a smile. Minorikawa wasn't buying it, but he didn't have the time to press the issue. A cute little voice echoed through the editing office. Daddy, I'm back from the store. A little girl came walking in carrying a length of rubber gas tubing. What was the goal? Hang himself and have his daughter find him? It was Toyama's fifth grade daughter, Hana. Teruo Toyama's only daughter, currently 10 years old. 10 years old! The night Hana was born at Shibuya Central Hospital, there was an unexpected fireworks display outside the window of the maternity ward. As he looked out at the bursting rocket, Teruo decided to name his daughter Hana, after the Japanese word for fireworks, hanabi. Minorikawa stared. Toyama, you were planning on using that hose to... He hesitated to end his sentence with gas yourself to death. Well, it's almost gas heater season after all. The hell it is! It was a beautiful sunny April day outside. Well, you know how sensitive I am to the cold? This was getting truly ridiculous. Minorikawa got right up in his face. Listen, just explain to me what the heck is going on, okay? He kept his voice low, but his eyes were steely. Hana clung tightly to her father, gazing worriedly up at the two men. No, It's just... Toyama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. Really? To progress further, you'll need to jump from another protagonist. Sometimes jump keywords might be hidden within a tip. A man named Junichi Yanagashita shows up in Tama's story at 11:20, and he lets out a sigh like Toyama's. Try checking the tips for that sigh. I remember that. 11:20. Don't let it get you down, sir, I said, hoping to comfort him. But Mr. Yanagashita just let out a choked sigh. I try again. It would be okay whether or not it does help you lose weight. It is spicy and it does make you sweat. I'm not sure I follow, Chiri says. How much you selling these bottles for, boss? 15,000 yen per bottle. What? Chiri's jaw practically hits the floor. Mine does the same. No way. Nuh-uh. No freaking way. Calling that price point absurd wouldn't begin to do it justice. Well, look, selling it at that price is my only option. I need to cover my costs. Anyway, please, I need you both to work your hardest. Apparently, he's committed to this insane course of action. Okay, Chiri replies. It's more like a sigh than a proper response, but I can't blame her. As for me, I can't. Where is the sigh? Where was that sign? Oof, she scared me. It was at 11:20, right? Oh, wait. Wasn't there something? Time chart control? Wasn't this earlier? Ah, there it is. There we go. No, I. It's just. Toyama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. Oh my god, that head. It's the scratch cards that were in 4-star general gossip. A type of lottery card featuring areas printed with a special silver ink. These silver inked areas can be scratched off with just a fingertip or coin to reveal potential winnings, providing a quick speed lotto fix. In order to prevent the symbols or letter underneath the silver from showing through, the back of the card is printed in black. Somehow, you always seem to lose when you've got your hopes up, but manage to win when you least expect it. That's where the problem is. And what is the problem? If you shine a light on the card from behind, you can see where the winning symbols are. Whoa. I messed things up dealing with a printing company. All this, he gestured vaguely. It's my fault, my responsibility. He proceeded to explain the situation in detail. Word was quick to leak on the internet that there was a way to find the winning symbols, and suddenly thousands of card holders turned up en masse to collect. Heaven Publishing was hit with a massive financial liability, and the employee rushed to flee a sinking ship. Before Toyama realized it, he was the only one left at the company, and he was up against the deadline for next month's 4-star general gossip. If I have to drop next month's issue, I'll be stuck in debt even deeper. And if that happens, I'm finished. Toyama gave a dismal groan. So don't drop the issue! Minorikawa snapped. He pounded his fist right into the side of a cardboard box, but Toyama just shook his head weakly. I've been up for 3 days straight trying to fill the pages. It's not enough. I can't do the impossible. He dropped his gaze to the floor. Countless scratch cards lay scattered about. They'd probably been amidst the pile that had fallen off of the desk earlier. Each card showed a neat row of 5 win symbols. You can't know if it's impossible if you don't see it through. I'll never make it in time. The proof needs to be done by 8 o'clock this evening. The final stage before printing, when the copy or manuscript is checked for errors. Not sending corrected proof to the printer before the deadline can result in the book or magazine in question not making it onto the shelves in time for release day. Well then, Minorikawa thought to himself. He let out a sigh. then held his hand out to Hana. Hana, would you mind giving me that hose? Hana gave her father a quick look, then handed the rubber hose to Minorikawa. This won't be necessary. He tossed the rubber hose to the trash, then jabbed his finger at Toyama. Show me the layout and the draft proposal for next month's issue. Toyama blinked a few times in disbelief. Huh? You can't possibly be serious. I'm trying to help. Now show me the layout and the proposal before I change my mind. After a brief, incredulous pause, Toyama hurried off to grab the paperwork. What a good guy. A layout in publishing speak is an outline of a magazine showing which articles will occupy which pages. Packing cat hairs. Minorikawa gave it a quick once-over, finding that 12 of the pages were still blank and untouched. He wanted to punch whatever writers had been assigned to those pages. See what I mean? Toyama said. It's hopeless. He sounded perversely proud of his failure. Getting enough material to fill 12 pages by 8 o'clock. Yeah, it was definitely a tall order, alright? Says who? Minorikawa replied. Remember who you're talking to here. You seriously think you can do it? You're joking, right? Minorikawa shot back. I seriously know I can do it. There's nothing in this world that I hate more than a bad joke. Why are you doing this for me? Toyama was getting misty-eyed. I'm not doing it for you, you spineless wimp. I'm doing this for poor little Hana. Minorikawa, I'm so sorry. Toyama bowed his head so deeply Minorikawa thought he might put his face through the floor. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to your daughter. Oh, forgive me. Please forgive me, Hana. Toyama clutched her tightly in his arms. The girl held him back, on the verge of tears. Hey now, enough of the waterworks. I've got your backs. Don't you worry about a thing. I genuinely hope he's competent. 'Cause there's still room for him to write some absolute bullshit on there. Minorikawa picked up the draft proposal of the pages that needed filling. The words Shibuya Scuttlebutt Special were plastered across the cover sheet in big bold type. Okay, so a 12-page special edition block on Shibuya. Fair enough. And first on the docket, drink yourself thin with Burning Hammer. This reeked of a scam. The only way drinking more of something would make you lose weight would be if it were mixed with a laxative, probably. Still, there wasn't enough time to tweak the layout plan now. According to the proposal write-up, a product demo was scheduled for 1 p.m. that day. The location printed on the map was blurry and hard to make out, but Minorikawa had a rough idea where it was. It looked like he didn't have much of a choice but to swing by in the hopes of getting more material. He scanned further along the proposal. Society of Surveillance, hidden cameras installed throughout Shibuya. The rise and fall of Shibuya's Vigilante Squad. Where are they now? Washed up screenwriter showcase. 60 squared. Twins share top prize at local university beauty contest. Shibuya, now. Black market organ trafficking in Shibuya? Shadow foreign crime syndicate exposed. Those 7 pieces were to fill the 12 empty pages. That was the plan, at any rate. But there wasn't enough material here to make any headway. The Shibuya Now article didn't even have any proposed content. This sucked hardcore. It didn't look like there was much material for the rise and fall of Shibuya's Vigilante Squad either. The notes suggest that a few years prior, a group of youngsters in Shibuya had banded together to help fight crime in their neighborhoods. Probably Achi. At this point, however, things had flipped around completely, and they'd become a gang of street punks themselves. A turn to the dark side. It had the makings for an interesting article, to be sure, but tracking down the gang would take time. Minorikawa was personally intrigued by the one about organ harvesting in Shibuya. The rumor was that the organs were being smuggled out of Southeast Asia and fenced locally at a tremendous price. There was even a plan to ascertain the authenticity of these claims. Fascinating. If Minorikawa was going to be spending all day gathering other material, though, he didn't have much time to spare for it. Shibuya, now. The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Black market organ trafficking in Shibuya? Minorikawa decided that one of those three would have to go. He thought about it long and hard as he stared at the draft proposal. There was a good chance he'd really screw himself over if he picked the wrong one. Finally, he decided to cut Shibuya now. What the fuck? He decided to cut Shibuya now. He didn't have the time to make up an article out of a whole cloth. His goal was just to make sure that four-star general gossip made it to the press at all. Society of Surveillance, where are they now? 60 squared. Those three pieces had individuals slated for interviews, but no appointments had been made with any of them. Unscheduled interviews were a dicey prospect. Minorikawa decided to call them up on his cell as he made his way down the list. The only one he managed to get a hold of was Shinosuke Oarai from the Where Are They Now piece. Former broadcast writer, has appeared on various popular variety shows on commercial networks on TV. He currently heads up a small theater troupe known as the Wandering Angels, operating out of Shibuya. Later today, the troupe is putting on a performance at Theater Ace in Sakuragaokacho. He said he'd be willing to give a 15-minute interview after 2:30. Minorikawa sighed. He'd just have to get more material from the others in a more impromptu fashion then. Putting his nose to the grindstone, he started throwing together a schedule for the day. Was it possible to get all that material and write it all up and still finish the whole thing by 8 o'clock? It was no use. No matter how he tweaked it, none of his simulations ended up with him having a proof ready on time. He just needed one more thing, and that was another writer. Minorikawa zoomed through his contact list, calling up all the freelancers he knew. The results were depressing. Answering machines, overseas on businesses, in the hospital, currently doing time. Before long, he'd called everyone he could think of except for one, novice freelancer Chiaki Iso. Chiaki was a bit of an odd duck, a reporter who was scared of talking to people. Minorikawa had never known anyone who became so hopelessly flustered in a one-on-one setting. In such a rattled state as to be unable to speak, Chiaki's tendency to become flustered is famous among her freelance writer colleagues. Once, she conducted an hour-long interview during which she only managed to ask her interview subject's name, yet another chapter in the legend of hopeless, flustered Chiaki. If she couldn't talk to people, she certainly couldn't do interviews, and if she couldn't get any real interview content, she wouldn't be able to write much in the way of copy. Would she come to his aid if asked? Quite probably. The issue was whether she would hinder more than help. This was no time for beggars to be choosers. He decided to call up Chiaki. What he needed now were dependable folks he could count on. He decided to email all his contacts from back in his staff reporter days. Aha! Yet another choice. Call up Chiaki, who has severe anxiety and cannot handle an interview when what he needs is people to interview. But she's his last hope on phone. Or he could email people. I mean, if he was a reporter, we would rather have reporters to our side. The thing is, they might all say no, while she probably would say yes. But if she says yes and then does nothing, no job whatsoever, what's the point? I'm gonna say reporter days. Emergency alert. Come to Heaven Publishing ASAP, if not, someone is going to die. Minoru Minorikawa. The message might have been extreme, but it was technically true. Still, he was taking a risk. hoping that someone would react to the email in time and not call the fucking police. As it turned out, he got a response before too long. If this is about Toyama, no can do, sorry. The bluntness of the reply made Minorikawa wonder. Had Toyama been busy burning bridges? Before long, 2 more responses came in, but they both contained a similar answer. No dice then. Waiting around for someone to turn up to help save the day was probably a waste of time. Without any other real option, Minorikawa decided to call up Chiaki. So it didn't matter much what I said. The phone rang several times before a sleepy voice finally answered. Hello? Chiaki, hi, it's Minorikawa. Are you free today? Huh? What? She seemed thrown by the abrupt question. Did you just wake up? No, I mean, well, yeah. Good morning. Her voice still sounded half asleep. So then I'm guessing you don't have any work slated for today, as usual? Pretty much. No work, money, no food. Nothing to do except sleep. If I'm not awake, I can't dwell on how hungry I am. She didn't sound well, almost like she literally didn't have anything to eat. Well, I've got work for you. I'm over at 4-Star General Gossip. Get over here ASAP. What? You really mean it? That seemed to finally wake her up. Yeah, but hurry. Minorikawa decided he'd assign Chiaki to the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Yeah! Get the socially awkward, anxiety-ridden girl to go talk to troublemakers, right? What a good idea. First, I want you to take a look around Shibuya for this group of vigilante types. By vigilantes, you mean the people who have volunteered to help prevent crime? There was a note of relief in Chiaki's voice. Yeah, that's right. Except apparently now they've turned into a nasty street gang. Did you say street gang? Nuh-uh. No way, absolutely not. Minorikawa could almost see her shaking her head on the other end of the line. What if I get killed or sold into slavery overseas or something? He doubted there was much chance of the latter, or the former for that matter, but still, he understood her concern. Alright, I hear you, he said. Then how about you go hang around Shibuya Station and do some street interviews for me? Street interviews? There was a nervous waver in Chiaki's voice now. Yeah. Yeah, just talk to normal, regular people walking around outside the train station. That should be fine, yeah? But, Mr. Bino, street interviews aren't really my, Apparently it was beyond her capacity to give him a simple no. No buts. Just interview at least 10 people and get me an article by 6 o'clock. Okay. Minorikawa had originally planned to axe the Shibuya Now piece because it didn't have any content, but getting some quotes from people on the street would at least make for useful filler. That gave him a sudden idea. He'd take on the vigilante story himself and have Chiaki handle Shibuya Now. There was plenty of work to keep 2 people occupied throughout the day. The more time-consuming organ market story would have to be cut. After explaining what kind of interviews he was after, Minorikawa hung up. Okay, I've got us another writer. We'll get through, Toyama. Somehow. Toyama shrugged gloomily. Yeah, well, the thing is, there's actually one more problem. Are you kidding me? Minorikawa couldn't hide the irritation in his voice. What is it now? The loan company is sending a debt collector over at 4 o'clock. But as you can imagine, I don't have a single yen to give them. That's less than ideal, yeah. So what's the plan? Well, they've said provisionally that if next month's issue gets published, they'll be willing to wait on repayment. Then there's no problem. The issue's coming out, guaranteed. But they're not going to take my word on that anymore. I'm going to need to prove it. If I could fill, say, half of the 12 pages by the time they show up, I could probably convince them. Alright, Minorikawa said wearily. So for starters, we need 6 pages by 4 o'clock. They had to get all 12 pages done as it was. That made a perfect midpoint to shoot for. Any other problems you'd like to let me know about? No, Toyama said. No, that's all. I really am sorry about this, Minorikawa. Again, he bowed his head low. Minorikawa felt distinctly awkward. He had known Toyama for years and had never been kowtowed to like this before. Yeah, well, just let me handle it, alright? Minorikawa unfolded a map of Shibuya. The first order of business was deciding where to begin getting content. He marked the editing office with a circle, then considered where to head next. Diet Drake sales demo, center guy. Where are they now? Sakura Gaoka, theater ace. Society of Surveillance, Dokenzaka Endo Electronics. Endo Electronics? Really? Sexy Squared, Midoriyama Academy, a university associated with Midoriyama High School. Notable alumni include famous actress Masami Nagahama and National High School Baseball Championship winning pitcher, the Tissue Prince. The Tissue Prince? Its educational philosophy is summed up in its slogan, words, skill, and beauty. A very high percentage of winners of the Miss Midoriyama contest go on to careers in the entertainment industry. Shibuya Vigilantes, location to be determined. The diet drink sale demo was at 1 o'clock, and the interview with Shinosuke Oarai for Where Are They Now was slated for 2:30, so those times were set. The question was what to do in the interim. Was a little early, but maybe he should just go to Center Guy and get an interview at the diet drink sales demo. Was a bit of a hike, but maybe he should go to Dogenzaka and check out Endo Electronics. I would say Endo Electronics, and here's why. Yes, it's far away. That means he might be short on time for the drink sales. However, the drink sales is not that big of a deal. What he should really be on time for is the interview. The event is still gonna work, right? Like, it's still gonna be there. He doesn't have to be exactly at the opening part. It was a bit of a hike, but maybe he should go to Dogenzaka and check out Endo Electronics. Yeah, that should give him what he needs to put together the Society of Surveillance piece. Okay, I'm heading out. And don't even think about doing anything else stupid while I'm gone. Got it? Minorikawa hustled out of the editing office, hoping Toyama would take his admonition to heart. Looks like a cool, dependable guy. Exiting the building, he hopped onto the taxi that was waiting outside. Thanks for waiting. Can you get me to Dogenzaka ASAP? Son of a bitch! Minorikawa bristled. I beg your pardon? That son of a bitch you wanted to give a piece of your mind, sir. Was he waiting for you like you expected? I like him already. Oh, yeah. And I damn well did give him a piece of my mind too. Glad to hear it, sir. The taxi sped off. W taxi driver, yeah. Minorikawa pulled out the proposal and looked it over again. The idea for the civilian story revolved around the claim that hidden cameras had been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping districts, upwards of 500 of them. Supposedly this had illuminated lots of blind spots, and the crime rate in the area had dropped significantly. The cameras were managed by Daisuke Endo, the owner of Endo Electronics and chairman of the local downtown committee. That was Minorikawa's first mission then. He needed to get this guy's story. That's Achi's dad. Scanning the side of the road, Minorikawa finally spotted a rundown electronics shop. The sign out front, which looked like it might fall off at any moment, read Endo Electronics. Right here is fine. The taxi stopped and Minorikawa pulled a 10,000 yen bill from his wallet. Keep the change, he said. What? Look, don't sweat it. The name's Minoru Minorikawa, and I'm a freelance writer. Care about two things. I care about two things. What's real and what's true. There's real worth to what you've done for me. That there's a token of my appreciation. It's not much, but please take it. But sir, it's not enough to cover the fee. Minorikawa slid out of the taxi and headed for the electronics store. I wish it was the case. That would have been so funny. Inside, Endo Electronics looked more like a mountain of hoarded junk than actual business. Towering piles of ancient appliances stretched towards the ceiling. Old television sets with dial knobs leaned against computers with 5-inch floppy drives. A storage medium for personal computers in production from 1976 to 2001. The magnetic discs are sheathed in paper or plastic jackets and are known for their tendency to flop around in one's hand. Technically speaking, they are 5.25 inches in diameter. Incidentally, Door Door, released in 1983, the debut title from this game producer, Koichi Nakamura, was produced in a 5-inch floppy version. That is super cool to know! What possible use could they be for all this outdated stuff? Mr. Endo, are you in here? Minorikawa called out. Nobody came to greet him. The shop was definitely open, though. Surely the proprietor hadn't left it unattended. Hey, Mr. Endo, come on, I know you're in there. After a short wait, Minorikawa heard sounds from the living space behind the shop. A door opened to reveal a tired-looking middle-aged man. Yeah, what do you want? Are you Mr. Endo? Minorikawa asked. I am, the man said guardedly. And I'm sorry, but I'm in the middle of something at the moment. Could you come back tomorrow or... Please, just give me a minute. I'm a freelance writer. Name is Minorikawa. Minorikawa showed Endo his business card. I'm writing an article for 4-Star General Gossip. A magazine piece, huh? Precisely. So if I could just have a little of your time today... The phone rang, cutting him off before he could get down to business. I'm sorry, you'll have to excuse me for a moment. Endo reached into the clutter and pulled out a telephone. Hello, Endo Electronics. The proprietor listened for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that's a problem, all right. All right, understood. I'll try and get a hold of the customer then. Endo set the receiver back down. What was that all about? Minorikawa asked. Oh, yesterday I sold a dry ice machine, and the manufacturer just called to let me know the model is defective. Defective? Apparently, once it starts making dry ice, it won't stop. I need to tell the customer I have to recall the machine and refund their deposit. Please give me a moment. Endo shifted through some sales slips, read a number off of one, and made a phone call. Nobody picked up on the other end, however. That's right, he grumbled to himself. He said they had some performance today. Performance? Minorikawa asked. I sold it to a guy from some theater troupe. They're called the Wandering Angels or something. Cool, 'cause that's where I'm going next. A theater troupe run by Shinosuke Oarai. This afternoon at 5:30 p.m. They are performing their 22nd piece, Au revoir. Right now? It means goodbye, by the way. Right now, all of the actors are already at the theater except for Akiomi Mondo, who plays the rival of the main character, Ryu. The angry production chief has sent his assistant to Mondo's apartment, but he does not yet know what awaits him there. Continued in The Tale of the Wandering Angels, Episode 2. 6 episodes in all. The Wandering Angels? That was Shinosuke Oarai's theater troop. Minorikawa had an interview with him booked for 2:30. Anyhow, what can I do for you? Minorikawa hastily explained what he was after. Endo gave him a dubious look. As I said earlier, I'm a bit busy right now. Busy cleaning up, I hope. How do you get anything done in this mess? Why, you... Are you this rude to all of your interview subjects? 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes of your time, please. You've got to be joking. Go on, get the hell out of here. Endo headed for his back room in a huff. Fine, then I just have to write about what you've already told me. Namely that Endo Electronics sell defective merchandise. Huh? What are you implying? Where is my game? Oh my god, he sat on the board. You're a devil, kitty cat. Did you or did you not sell that theater troupe a defective piece of equipment? Look, I'm going to get in touch with them as soon as... I'm betting they're in a hurry preparing for their performance. I doubt you'll be getting through them today. Endo bit his lip. Now that I have your attention, Minorikawa said, let's make a deal. What kind of deal? I'm meeting with a member of the Wandering Angels a little later today. Let them know about the I can let them know about the dry ice machine for you. In exchange, all you have to do is give me my interview. Endo scowled. And where's your proof that you'll be meeting with the Wandering Angels? I might take advantage of a guy when he's down, Minorikawa replied, but the one thing I am not is a liar. The shopkeeper took a few moments to think about it. Fine, he grumbled. 5 minutes, that's all you get. Minorikawa whipped his notepad out of his coat like he was drawing a gun. Then let's get right down to it, shall we? Go right ahead. So I heard that over 500 surveillance cameras have been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping districts. Yes, that's right. Why so many? We used to have a lot of delinquents in town. Young people who act rowdy or cause trouble. Endo said the word with marked distaste. Oh yeah, I remember there being some problem kids around. They were real punks. They vandalized my signs, made a mess of my storehouse. They were just awful. I see. Minorikawa scribbled diligently in his notepad. Heck, my own son put together a sort of vigilante squad to help teach those punks lesson. Wait, vigilante squad? Whoa, hold up right there for a sec. Minorikawa jutted out his hands to interrupt. This guy's son was part of the vigilante squad? What a stroke of luck! Maybe he could also provide some info for the article on the gangs of Shibuya. Sorry, I don't mean to get too far off topic here, but could you tell me the name of this group your son belongs to? They call themselves SOS, prided themselves on being the top gang in Shibuya and all that. The top gang in Shibuya? Did I really just hit the jackpot right here? Not to pat myself on the back, but go me! What I have to do is step outside and the story finds me. I think I might be a natural at this. As it happens, I'd also like to interview people from SOS. Would you be able to put me in touch with your son? Yeah, sure. But you should know that my son isn't in the gang anymore. We can travel there. Oh, Minorikawa hesitated. Guess he's of no use to me then. Oh, believe me, I know how you feel. The look on Endo's face spoke volumes. There was no point in interviewing Endo's son if he wasn't with the gang anymore. It figured that Minorikawa's run of good luck would end eventually. Still, he'd gotten a lead on the firm of a name. SOS. That was progress. Alright, so back to the matter at hand. He flipped his notepad back open. What did you decide to do about all these juvenile delinquents? I set up a tiny little web camera in order to protect my property. I see. And I'm guessing the webcam did the trick? Sure did. And so then other local businesses heard about it and started asking me to install some for them. Web cameras aren't particularly expensive, so it wasn't too tough to set them up all over downtown. So, who's in charge of these security cameras? Members of the Downtown Businesses Committee take turns. The cameras are connected via a wireless network that business owners can access throughout the area. How's your security for this wireless network? Oh, no problems on that front. Endo seems surprised at the question. All of the footage sent over the network is fully encrypted. But still, people can't feel too good about being recorded on camera without their knowledge, don't you think? Minorikawa asked. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. We hope to strike a balance between crime prevention and protecting individual privacy. Uh-huh. And who determines what that balance is? Minorikawa let a note of challenge slip into his voice. That would be me. I've been entrusted with the management of the security cameras. I see. So essentially, you're providing your own moral oversight. Are you implying that I'm abusing my authority? Endo shot back. I'm doing this in the name of public order. Right, you've had your 5 minutes. Now get out of here. The shopkeeper stood up and headed into the back. I'll be sure to let the Wandering Angels know about the dry-ass machine, Minorikawa hollered at the closing door. Endo did not reply. I think the game's saved and I think I'm ready to keep the rest for tomorrow. It didn't prompt me to save. The interview ends. Okay, Minorikawa. Okay, perfect. That was a very good introduction to this game. Honestly, I'm super hyped. It seems to be the perfect mix of interesting story and also goofs. And I really like the type of goofs that they have. Come on, music, you can do it, YouTube. Perfect. I also think I need to desperately feed the cat because little kitty here has been annoying me for a while and he is relentless. What did you think of the game so far? It's a lot. I mean, I was about to say it's a lot of reading. Yeah, duh. It's a light novel. Not a light novel, a visual novel. But it's so interesting how different the characters' um worlds are. You have the junior cop who is trying to get to his lady's heart, right? He's trying to get married, but also focus on work, impress his step papa. Then you have Achi, who's just like a lost kid almost, who's trying to do his own part of justice. Then you have Tama who's living in a rom-com somehow, almost in an anime, to be honest. Like, her life is completely goofy. Ooh, the one I'm most interested in is the scientist. I really liked reading the scientist part. I like when it's a bit darker. Yes, I love all the different stories and then having to make the right decision, but they seem all intertwined in so many ways. Yeah, my eyes are locked on that fucking mosquito. But yeah, it's interesting to see how even a choice that had no effect on the story managed to block off another character's story. Like with the taxi. The taxi for Kano, whether you took it or not, it had no effect on Kano's story. But if you took it or tried to take it, it completely, well, it caused somebody's death. Kano killed somebody. No, but Minorikawa, I think it's gonna take at least one or two streams for me to remember everybody. But the reporter did not make it in time and somebody died. I know, you dumbass. But yeah, it prevented the reporter from getting on time and stuff, even though the choice itself was not important. And I like the reporter because he has that sort of I'm a superhero of mundane life type of vibe to him. Like I'm gonna do the right thing and help my friends. We better go, taxi driver. The way the choices matter in other stories, yeah. It's pretty hard to make a choice based story where the choices matter. It feels very scripted regardless. Wait, I didn't mean to put the yap emote. It happened. It happens. But yeah, the scientists with the UA virus, very interesting. And also, who is A? So far, the only character, I don't know if they're gonna go that route, but the only character who has an A as a initial is Achi, but I don't see him doing that. He says himself is quite dumb, and he is kind of dumb. I want to know what's going on with the virus. Me too. I mean, right now, what I'm understanding from it is that the character Oasai Osamai, I forgot the name of the scientist, but he has worked on a vaccine or like an antivirus, I think it is, to treat the patient already contaminated by that virus. However, he was stuck at clinical trials because it didn't matter for animal testing. It needed to be on human. However, ethically, it was impossible to do because they needed to be contaminated by a virus that had 100% death rate. You get it, you die for sure in 12 hours. It's funny because he seemed the least interesting. Yeah, he's more like it feels like this game has kind of like near multiple genres. You have the buddy cop um investigation going on. You have um the chosen one superhero that saves the girl in distress, right? With Achi. You have the my super comedic life in a fursuit with Tama. You have the very dark episode for the scientists, like, oh my god, what have I created? What am I a part of? Am I really to blame? I mean, I did do the study for this, but I personally stopped at human trials because that was not okay. But my boss and my company is doing illegal human testing with the stuff that I created, kind of like Oppenheimer. And also, my God, both of my daughters are gone. One of them is kidnapped. The other, I don't know where she is. And then you have everyday hero reporter over there doing his best to save a friend from suicide. Thank goodness he did. Yeah. Honestly, the chief director or whatever of that magazine, he seemed like a regular grandpa or dad, right? What I love about this game, though, I will say, all the characters, they look very normal. None of them are models. Like, none of them are like, fuck. Hollywood's pretty. You know, they're regular people. I love that about it. They are regular faces which are missing in today's games or series. I need to point that out because it's so refreshing to me. But I will say, look wise, I like the cosplay detective and the fucking scam artist boss of Tama. I love his afro. He just looks so goofy. I love goofers. I hope it doesn't mean anything else. Ooh, I hope I didn't use the wrong word. Goofy person, goofer to me. You tell me if I said something bad. He's so cool and so animated. Yeah. See, I need more games that do this. Like two frame animation. It takes less than 3D modeling. I need more of these. It's so fucking fun. I mean, you could also do this in 3D and it would take less than animated the whole thing in 30 FPS or 60. The fact that they are real people is unique too. They all did a really good job. The photography, sometimes it looks goofy, right? But the depth of the pictures, sometimes where they force a perspective, the hand is almost in your face. I love that. It's so dynamic, that's the word. They use really dynamic angles. I really like it. I won't lie, when I saw the trailer for that game and I saw Tama, I was fully expecting a cute mascot that's completely evil. Like the roots of all the evil of that city. It's so fun. Also, I want Hitomi and Achi to date. I want him to be the hero he is meant to be. My boy has a heart of gold. He reminds me too much of Leon, and she reminds me a little bit of Kizuna. That's like the same type of dynamic they have. But yeah, I like how everyone is normal looking, but definitely not normal behavior. Except maybe the scientist. The scientist feels very real. I can't wait to see more of him, especially. And I hope that Tama's story continues to have the boss. I love the boss. I hope it continues to be super bright. Because even with the colors, you see the colors between the characters. There's way more colors with Tama, and there's almost no colors with the scientist. It's almost pitch black and gray and stuff, except that one banana. God damn, that detective that was with him, he gives me the creeps. Is he just lack of social awareness, or is he actually sus? Because he acts sus as hell. And also, what's up with the foreigner syndicate? What do they want? What do they keep passing each other that briefcase and then just going in circle? Is it to buy time? Did they know? Do they want to traffic Maria overseas and to waste the investigators' time? They ask for money as a diversion, knowing they would follow the money since they don't know where Maria is. So they have one team doing the money bit, circling the police around, and so that they can get Maria somewhere else where they're never gonna find her. Well, Achi is the one actually investigating that. So many stuff to look out for. How long is that game to play? How long to beat Shi 428 Shibuya Scramble? How long to beat? 32 and a half hours. For the main story, there's side content. Main story, 26 hours. Main story plus sides, 32 hours. Completionist, 39 and a half hours, which obviously I won't do it. But yeah, we're in for at least 5 streams, I would say. 4 or 5, like exactly like AI Somnium File Nirvana. About the same. And what's next? Paranormal Sites. I'm also interested in this one. It should also be a visual novel like and detective, but this time anime. This one is an outlier with the live action part, which I love. I picked for this. Can't wait for next stream. The story is only getting started. Exactly. We're only getting used to the archetype that each MC um is. What type of people are they? What type of story will they have? What's at stake also? But yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow. Unfortunately, this stream had a huge strain of on my throat. I can feel it starting to close up a little bit. So I will take it easy. If I can't stream the game because of my voice, tomorrow will be art. But I expected that. I mean, I didn't expect, I don't think I caught that this was a visual novel. I'm not at all disappointed. I like visual novels. I just didn't expect it. I thought it would be. Do you know Road to Impress, the game? It's also a live action game, but in, I think, Imperial Korea or China. So it's like drama, a historical drama. And it's live action in the sense that they filmed everything. But so it's almost an interactive movie. I was expecting that. I was expecting more movie than pictures. And with people talking with their voice, not me having to read it. I was thinking that you were doing really well with the reading. Couldn't tell that you were getting weary at all if you were. Right now my voice is okay, but I can tell I'm starting to have a little how do you say? There's one point inside my throat that I can feel. Kind of like when you're starting to get sick in the throat. It's like the first stage. That's what I have. So I can speak just regularly. I could continue to speak, but I know I'm gonna get hurt. So I can still speak, but I'm gonna take some time to prepare for tomorrow. Hopefully it goes away. If it doesn't go away and gets worse, like an illness, like a sickness, when you get a sore throat, that's it. That's the beginning of that. If it develops tomorrow, it's gonna be art. And if I need to do like 2 streams of art, then so be it. But we will finish that game for sure. I'm too into the story. But yeah, I'm glad you liked it. I hope you continue to enjoy it. Thank you so much for coming today. We'll see each other tomorrow again. Art or Shibuya Scramble. You'll see on the title. um, take care of yourselves. Don't stay too much on the screens. If you feel like you have a migraine, little tip, dip your toes into some warm water. And also wash your feet. See you guys tomorrow and bye bye.